Chapter 22. The End of the Beginning. Professor Odenvan didn't return that night, or at all on Saturday. James, Rose, and Ralph finally grew impatient on Sunday afternoon and knocked on his door, but to no avail. The sound of sneezing had stopped from within. Either the recording had worn out or the trained mimicking beast had finally grown bored and either given up or escaped. "Maybe he's asleep," Ralph whispered, listening close to the door, but Rose shook her head. "There's nobody in there. You can tell by the silence of it. He's not returned yet." As they wended their way disconsolately back through the weekend silent corridors, passing through sunbeams dense with floating motes of dust, James asked, "It couldn't have worked. Whatever he and Petra tried, it must have failed, right?" Rose shrugged and sighed. Uncharacteristically, she had no hypothesis or comment whatsoever. The Daily Prophet Weekend edition called the earthquake a temporary shift in magical polarities, quoting a technomancy professor from the Wizarding University in Warsaw. "These things happen with cosmic regularity, though in cycles of decades or centuries. Thus few alive experience more than one such event. There is nothing to be concerned about now that the moment has passed." The rest of the newspaper had been filled with stories of the effects of the quake, most fairly minor, but a few with serious consequences. A few houses and buildings had collapsed, not from the tremor itself, but from the brief interruption of magical force, breaking the spells that had kept the ramshackle old structures intact and upright. James mused that the borough probably would have been one such casualty if Merlin had not shored it up himself, being part owner and occasional resident. Other stories were variously bizarre or inexplicable. A wizarding zoo in Russia was suddenly overrun by freed beasts when its magical locks failed. Similarly, the American wizarding prison, Fort Bedlam, saw the escape of several inmates when their unplottable exercise yards suddenly burst out into the Muggle city of Phoenix, Arizona, appearing right in the center of a busy Muggle park. Elsewhere, a wizarding warehouse full of crated vials of flu powder mysteriously exploded, igniting the thousands of vials and thus sending bits of burning crate shooting like fireworks out of hundreds of random hearths all around Wales. One such flu misfire lit a cottage on fire, burning it and a nearby barn to the ground. Thousands of injuries were reported worldwide, and, tragically, more than a dozen deaths, most from failed brooms during high-altitude flights. Professor Jackson says it was no normal event, no matter what the papers say, Zane proclaimed seriously from the Shard later that afternoon. "There was an assembly in the theater about it, and he told us everything. Basically, all the magic in the world is tied together in a huge invisible field, kind of like the magnetic poles of the Earth. Something broke the field for a few seconds, completely disrupted it like a huge hand flipping a switch, turning off magic for a few seconds. Came back on, but just barely. And nobody knows how long it's going to last now, or how strong it will continue to be." "But what caused it?" James asked, keeping his voice low and leaning close to the Shard. "Was it Petra and Odenvan? Did they succeed in their plan?" "I don't know if it was them," Zane admitted with a shake of his head. "I haven't heard a peep from either of them. But if it was them, it didn't work, and that's the understatement of the century. The archive's been completely destroyed. The loom is gone. No more than a pile of ash buried under 100 tons of dirt and stone. Nobody knows for sure what caused it, but there's no repairing it." Rose crowded over James' shoulder where they huddled in a corner of the common room. Awed and frightened, she asked, "What does it mean? The loom was the destiny of the whole world. How can it be destroyed?" "Well, technically, the tapestry in the loom was our destiny," Zane shrugged vaguely in the mirror glass. "The loom was just the machine recording it, and the vault was protecting the whole kit and caboodle. For all the good it did. Point is, the loom had been shut down ever since Judith broke into the vault back in our 3rd year and stole the crimson thread, bringing Morgan here. But at least there was always the possibility that it could be started up again if the thread was somehow put back, and some version of Morgan sent back to her own destiny. That's what's been keeping things together in our world, although less and less every day. Now, he raised both hands, palms up, in a helpless gesture. But, Ralph said slowly, we're all still here. I mean, right? So the world's destiny can't be really ended. Can it? Zane looked grave. Professor Jackson says that the loom was like the load-bearing wall in a house. Cut it down and the house may still stand for a while out of sheer habit, but slam the wrong door or step on the wrong creaky floorboard, and boom, the whole place comes down forever. And he means forever, forever. James shook his head fretfully. But Petra was so certain it would work. What could have happened? Zane didn't know, and no one else had the slightest guess. As the evening wore on and the sun set on Sunday night, James found himself nearly mad with worry and confusion. In a moment of desperate inspiration, he leapt from his seat in the common room and tramped up the steps to his dormitory, Ralph and Scorpius following curiously behind. "What are you about?" Ralph asked, frowning as James bent and heaved open his trunk. Scorpius sat heavily on his own bed. "I think the stress has finally cracked him. I knew it was bound to eventually." James ignored them. Leaning over his trunk, he rooted inside, raking his hand through piles of laundry, wrinkled parchments, musty books, his new dress robe still wrapped in paper, some ratty and bent quills, his old trainers, his spare spectacles, and a surprising array of miscellany. Hectically, he tossed handfuls of random contents behind him, digging deeper into the recesses of the trunk. "Where is it?" he groused urgently to himself, his voice muffled in the depths. "I almost always carry it with me. The one time it might be really useful." Ralph approached tentatively and knelt down next to the trunk. A little worriedly, he asked, What are you looking for?" "Aha!" James suddenly cried, leaning back and brandishing something in his upraised hand. Ralph peered at it, still frowning. "What is it?" "Looks like an old winkle." James didn't answer. Scooting back and pushing aside a pile of mismatched socks and old arithmancy notes, he put the tiny parcel of paper down onto the floor. Sitting back up, he scrambled to produce his wand, then pointed it at the parchment and uttered a short, breathless spell. With a brief flash, the parcel of paper sprang open like an origami flower, blossoming into a sheaf of creased old parchments, covered in masses of scrawled handwriting. Scorpius slid from his bed and moved to join Ralph and James, who leaned over the parchment, frowning with concentration. James shook his head and squinted at the parchments. Wand still in hand, he raised it and said, "Lumos!" The wand lit, illuminating the old parchment with unearthly clarity. As always, Petra's handwriting covered the pages, but now it was so hectic and dense, so scratched out and scribbled over, that it was a virtual ink blot of chaos. In a low, awed voice, Ralph asked again, "What is it?" "It's Petra's dream story," James answered, distracted. He reached and flipped over the top parchment. The backside was also covered with scrawled words and sentences, built up to a nonsensical strew, as was the page beneath. Almost nothing was legible. "Her what?" Ralph quavered. James blinked and remembered that he had never shown anyone Petra's dream story before. He had told them about it, but for some reason he'd never shown them. It had been his and Petra's shared secret. Through it, she had sent him private messages on occasion, usually when he most needed to hear from her. At other times, the pages had offered a glimpse into the sometimes complicated and feverish world of her thoughts. But it had never looked like this before. This was like a love letter to insanity. The scribbled words seemed to crawl over each other, pulsing with their own insectal life. Without answering Ralph, James reached and scooped the parchments together again, shuffling them back into a stack and folding them over, quickly hiding their scribbled contents. The parchment crackled like dry leaves, suddenly icy cold. James could feel it on the pages themselves, turning the edges brittle and chilling his fingers. "Potter," Scorpius said, raising his chin. "I don't want to hear it," James said quickly, folding the dream story again, roughly, so that the old pages crinkled and tore. "It's nothing. There's nothing to see. I thought, maybe—" "Potter," Scorpius said again, and then pointed to the floor where the dream story had rested moments earlier. "Is that also yours?" James looked aside at Scorpius, blinking rapidly and hugging the sheaf of Petra's old parchments to his chest, feeling the cold of them seeping through his shirt. For a moment he didn't register what the boy had asked him, but then he followed the direction of Scorpius' pointing finger. On the floor before James' knees, between an old puking pastille and a dried-out inkpot, was another piece of parchment. This one was even older than the dream story, torn from a larger sheet, frayed and creased from its long sojourn in the bowels of James' trunk. 3 words were written on the parchment, scrawled in James' own hand. He didn't remember the note at first, and then, in a blink of memory, it flooded back to him. It had been during his 2nd year that he had had the dream, a nightmare, in fact. Shreds of it flickered before his mind's eye. Albus with a young woman, standing in a graveyard, his grandparents' graves leaning nearby. The dark mark exploding into the sky overhead, shot from Albus' wand in the young woman's hand, lighting the cemetery with its eerie green glow. James himself appearing out of thin air, operating with alarm in his suddenly older voice, warning Albus and his companion that it didn't have to be like this, that others were coming, and that they wouldn't waste time with words. Only now, thinking back on the dream 5 years later, James fully understood. The young woman in the graveyard was Petra. Of course she was. He just hadn't known it then, because he hadn't yet discovered that Petra was the bloodline, or the crimson thread. He looked down at the old note. When he had awoken from the dream, he had gotten up from his bed and, compelled by a sense of phantom, inexplicable resolve, penned those 3 words on a scrap of spare parchment. He didn't know why, not then and not now. He had only known that the dream had demanded it somehow. He had only believed that someday, somehow, the words would mean something. He looked up at Scorpius again. Scorpius wasn't looking at the note, but at James. His eyes narrowed. "I've always wondered," the blond boy said, as if musing aloud. "Were you sleepwalking when you wrote that? Or would you remember it again when you came across it?" James felt suddenly exhausted, almost as if he had been hollowed out of all emotion. He merely shook his head at Scorpius, who had clearly observed him writing the note years earlier. "Both, maybe. I didn't remember writing it until now. I don't even know why I did. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a line from the play." Ralph leaned over the note and read it. "The play? You mean the triumvirate?" James shrugged. "We were putting it on that year, for Muggle studies. I was playing Trues, remember? It's just one of my lines." Ralph picked up the old note and examined it critically. On it, the ink had dried to a brackish brown, the color of congealed blood. James looked at it in Ralph's hand and then read the words again, this time aloud. "Beware, foul Donovan." Ralph looked up at him, his brow knitted. He balled the note in his hands and shrugged impatiently. "It's nothing. Just an old script cheat sheet, right? What was that other thing?" He nodded meaningfully at the dream story where James still held it folded against his chest. James shook himself, then reached and stuffed the scribbled parchments back into his trunk. "Also nothing," he sighed harshly. "I thought it might give us some news, but it doesn't. It's useless, just like everything else." Ralph pushed himself up from his knees, clearly preparing to protest. But at that moment a sound of running feet echoed up the nearby stairwell. Graham Wharton appeared there, leaning in through the door and looking slightly put out. "Rose Weasley says you lot need to come right now," he announced. "She says he's come back, and he needs your help, whatever the bloody hell that means." James jumped anxiously to his feet, slamming his trunk as he went, and joined Scorpius and Ralph as they clambered past Graham, leaving him staring after them in annoyed confusion. "And you can tell Weasley that I'm not your bleedin' secretary," he called after them. A moment later, shaking his head, Graham tromped back down after them. Unseen in the now empty dormitory, a ribbon of white vapor snaked from beneath the lid of James' trunk. Inside, the dream story steamed with cold, sizzling faintly as it chilled to absolute zero, freezing the socks and jeans all around it, cracking the glass in James' spare spectacles. Then, with a final, brittle hiss, the pages disintegrated into films of icy ash and fell apart, sifting into bone-white dust. And far, far away, under the darkness of a cloudy night sky, a cold wind at her back, buffeting her dark hair, Petra relaxed her fists and opened her eyes. She sighed in mingled resolve and worry. "James," she whispered. "Please, James, stay away." Odenvan, Rose informed them as they hurried through the corridors, was in the subterranean moonpool, watching the door and waiting for them. He had somehow managed to send word to her via her protean duck, even though he didn't have a duck of his own. James, Scorpius, Rose, and Ralph slowed to a breathless stop as they joined the young professor, clambering through the door into the cool darkness of the underground lake. He closed the door immediately behind them, and then stood back and pointed at it with his wand. Without speaking a word, his wand spat an arc of electric pink at the lock, which clacked and latched firmly, presumably until he cast the unlocking charm. James had a moment to muse once again about the professor's sudden prodigious skill with his wand, after his earlier and apparently infamous magical impotence under stress. Now he handled his wand with utmost confidence, and, perhaps even more impressively, with mostly nonverbal spells. When Odenvan turned back from the door, however, James' eyes widened. Dirt and blood stained the professor's face like a mask. His eyes were haunted, sunken and wild in their sockets. His clothing was torn, partially burned, and gray with gritty dust. He paused, noting the students' shocked expressions, then made a conscious effort to calm his features. He raised his left hand, took a step toward them, and nearly collapsed before Rose and James caught him, one under each arm. "Professor!" Rose cried. "What happened? Are you okay? Should we go for Madame Curio?" "No!" Odenvan barked, gasping in pain as his knees buckled. "No, I'm all right. It looks worse than it is, I promise. And there are far more important matters at hand than my well-being. I need your help. Or rather, Petra does. Now more than ever." Ralph's voice was stoic, almost cold, as he crossed his arms and cocked his head. "What happened?" he demanded firmly. "What did you do? Tell us before we agree to any more help." "Ralph!" Rose scolded him loudly. "What's wrong with you? He's hurt. Can't you see? He's bleeding and dirty. I'll give you that," Ralph countered. "But he somehow survived the destruction of Alma Alaron's archive and the loom in the Vault of Destinies. He's responsible for what happened. I, for one, am feeling far more inclined to turn him over to Merlin and the Watch than to help him. What's he going to destroy next, eh? What's his newest brilliant idea?" "Ralph," James said, sudden anger burning his cheeks, but Scorpius overrode him, his drawling voice sounding almost bored. "Deedle is right," he commented, and then caught himself and turned to Ralph. "Sorry. Dalahav is right." "Thank you," Ralph sighed. He hadn't drawn his wand, but James could see that his hands were itching to do so. Odin Van seemed to regain his footing and his strength. He straightened his robes and nodded at Ralph. "You're right. I'm sorry for rushing you. It's been—" He laughed drily. It was a short, somewhat mad sound. "It's been a strange few days for me. But I can't blame you for being extremely suspicious. I would be as well. I shall tell you everything you wish to know if I can. And yet I cannot emphasize enough, I fear, that time is very much now our enemy." Ralph nodded to himself and firmed his jaw. "Fine," he said, exhaling harshly. "Start by telling us exactly what happened on Friday afternoon." Odin Van looked up at Ralph, meeting his eyes with impatience and desperation etched onto his face. But then, with the force of apparently Herculean effort, he calmed himself again. "Very well, but let us go to the ship. It is our destination at any rate. If you hear my short tale and decide to help, then we shall embark immediately. If not," he shrugged and shook his head, "then you are free to return to whatever remains of our lives. Hey guys!" A voice called from the vicinity of Hagrid's ship where it bobbed on the dark waves. James turned to look back, surprised. He recognized the voice and, even in his distress, couldn't help smiling. The figure of Zane Walker stood on the deck of the Gertrude, his hands cupped to his mouth as he called, "You all gonna stand there kibitzing all night? I'm starting to feel a little left out." "Petra asked for him as well," Odin Van sighed, turning back from the ship. "And she brought him here, the same way that she brought me back. By opening space like a door. She can do that now. She can do, well, just about anything. Except return the crimson thread," James commented pointedly as the crew began to hurry down to the waiting gangplank. "No," Odin Van agreed, limping as he walked. "Opening a path to the right dimension is beyond even her powers. For that, she will need all of us." The group's footsteps clumped and clanked up the gangplank to the deck of the Gertrude, where Zane greeted everyone with his irrepressible grin and a hearty handshake, as if he was a cruise director welcoming a gaggle of tourists. Above them all, the inverted mirror of the Black Lake hung precipitously, clapping its own waves and dropping cool mist. "Let us sit," Odin Van said, and James could hear the exhaustion in his voice. "Just here on the deck. I don't have it in me to go below. This won't take long, I hope." James hunkered down along the outside railing and felt the gentle roll and dip of the ship beneath him. Odin Van sank to an awkward sitting position against the wheelhouse, while the others formed a rough circle. "Petra found me in my dormitory," Zane admitted quietly to James. "Didn't knock or anything. Just stepped right out of a black hole and onto my fake Yeti skin rug. I about peed my pants, and that's saying something. We zombies pride ourselves in expecting the unexpected." "What did she say?" James asked. "She said that time was short and you lot would need me to do what needed to be done," he answered with a shrug. "And that's pretty much word for word. She was in a major hurry." "So what needs to be done?" Ralph asked, turning back to Odin Van. The young professor shook his head wearily. "With the loom destroyed, there's only one more chance to set everything right," he answered. "One last way to replace Morgan with Petra and reset the balance. But it will take all of us. Petra plays the most important part, and it will cost her everything, a higher price than I am willing to admit, in fact. But without us, without you lot, there's no hope whatsoever." Ralph asked again. His eyes narrowed. "What did you do?" "Someone sabotaged us," Odin Van answered flatly, meeting Ralph's accusing stare. "I had prepared so carefully, so thoroughly. I was ready for anything that might go wrong with actually restarting the loom and replacing the thread. The spell work was perfect. But we never even got a chance to try it. The moment we approached, we triggered something. a boundary hex of some kind, attuned either to Petra or the thread itself or both. The vault contracted like a fist. It didn't crush the loom. That device was far too magical to be destroyed by brute strength. But it compressed its power, condensed it with titanic force, until it simply combusted. The loom consumed itself with the blinding singularity of its own compressed energy, and the vault exploded. The repercussions demolished the archive and ruptured the magical fabric of the entire world. But worst of all, it halted the inertia of our dying destiny entirely. There is nothing supporting us anymore. No fate, no purpose, no providence or luck or fortune. We are untethered from any intelligible directing force whatsoever. If we don't succeed with this last, final chance, there may be no world for us to come back to. But, Rose said, her voice low with awed worry, what can Petra do? Where can she go now to accomplish her task? There is only one place, Odin Van acknowledged, dropping his eyes to the deck between them. One place where decisions still matter, where destiny can play its part. Scorpius seemed dubious. And where is that? The past? Odin Van said firmly, and looked up at Scorpius without raising his head. Ralph frowned. The past? What do you mean? Are you talking about time turners? Rose shook her head. Time turners can't change history, she said tiredly, glancing from Ralph to Odin Van. At least not major history. That's their fatal flaw. The past has a sort of inertia. The bigger the event and the longer ago it happened, the more it will find a way to keep happening, no matter what you do in the past to try to change it. Besides, a time turner is a personal device. Go back in time and walk a mile in any direction, you'll stumble right out of its influence and back into the present. Right, Professor? Time turners are for reliving short moments in the recent past, by one or two people in a small vicinity. Odin Van agreed unhappily. Changes can be made in that past, but only if their effects haven't yet had major repercussions in the present. Rose is right. Once history has been made, trying to change it in the past is like trying to steer this ship with a teaspoon. It would have to be something that almost happened right anyway, but didn't for some reason, and it would take monumental, immeasurable power. Scorpius said, so if history can't be changed, how can going back to the past help us? Odin Van shook his head, growing animated. I don't mean traveling back in time, he said, lowering his voice with urgency. I mean going someplace that Petra has already been before, someplace with deep elemental meaning to her, someplace that defines her. We need an object, a talisman that will connect Petra with Morgan on a quantum level. That way, when we open the rift between dimensions, it will connect with the proper place and time, taking Petra back to Morgan's original world. But, James said, I thought there was no way to open a rift directly into another dimension? You have to go through the world between the worlds, and there's no way to find one specific dimension from inside there. It would be like finding a single star in a billion galaxies. Odin Van was shaking his head again, his eyes bright with fervor. No, it is possible to go straight into another dimension. But no one has ever tried it because it's only a one-way trip. And the cost is terrible. But it is only possible if we can find the right talisman, the right key to Morgan's original world. So what's the key? Rose asked. Odin Van looked at James. And suddenly James knew the answer. Her father's brooch, he said in an awed voice and shuddered. Zane nodded, even as his mouth dropped open in revelation. It's exactly like the brooch Petra lost on the back of the Gwindemere when she fell overboard. You saved her, but it sank forever. The one Merlin captured was Morgan's. She never went on the ship with you, because in her world Izzy died and she went mad with loss. The brooch is from that other dimension, Odin Van said. It's our only hope. It connects Petra to Morgan in the most fundamental way, through a love they both shared. And it's from Morgan's original world, making it the perfect key. If we can get it, then it is just possible that Petra can accomplish her mission after all. James looked at the professor. But why do we need to go anywhere for it? Merlin has the brooch, doesn't he? Odenvan's face hardened. Merlin is a wilier and more cunning character than any man who ever lived. It was he who somehow divined that Petra had traveled to the world between the worlds in search of the thread, and who confronted her there. It was he, I am willing to wager, who sabotaged the loom to prevent us from utilizing the thread and completing our mission. He is not a man who would keep the brooch here at the school, where Petra might come and win it back from him. He has hidden it. Here, his hard eyes glimmered with a mad light. And I know where. And how, pray tell? Scorpius asked, arching one eyebrow. Could you possibly know that? Odenvan smiled grimly. Merlin is powerful, he admitted. But he relies far too much on that power. I, on the other hand, am not powerful. I spent my life being mocked and ridiculed for my weakness, which means that I came to rely most heavily on my intellect. He tapped his bloody temple grimly, meaningfully. The headmaster's reliance on raw power is his greatest weakness, and with your help, we shall exploit it. Well, Ralph said with a resolute sigh, climbing back to his feet. I'm out. What? James asked, surprised. Are you serious? What do you mean, you're out? I mean, I'm going back to my common room and finishing my ancient runes homework and going to bed, Ralph replied, glancing around the gathering. And the rest of you should best do the same. This bloke is right mental. He's opposing Merlin. You heard him say that, yeah? Mayor Linus Ambrosius. He's not opposing him, James rasped, pitching his voice low. He's just... Merlin doesn't know what he's doing this time. He doesn't understand Petra's mission. That she's the world's only hope. He would confront her instead of help her. And he would probably end up dead. You think so? Ralph said, raising his eyebrows. Merlin's no fool, no matter what this nutter says. We should have gone to Merlin months ago with this whole mess. He could fix it. He would have worked with Petra. And she would have been a damn sight better off partnering with the headmaster than with this. He gestured at Odenvan where he still sat, leaning against the wheelhouse. Ralph, Zane said, climbing to his feet as well. Are you going to go tell the old man? I mean, you have every right to your opinion and all. But it's a little late in the game to be switching coaches now. Isn't it? If you tell on us? He shrugged helplessly. Then it's all over. Ralph heaved a huge sigh as he glared at Zane, and then James, and then Rose. Don't look at me, Scorpius said, raising a hand, palm out. I'm just here because it's better than watching Wharton and Finnegan snog in the common room. Ralph finally shook his head weakly, hopelessly. What good would it do me to tell now? It's too late, like you say. But I won't be a part of this anymore. It's not right. I should have done something about it months ago. I should have stood up to him when there was still a chance to make it right. He turned to Odenvan again, his face going stony with angry disgust. Then, without looking back, he turned and stumped down the gangplank. From his seat on the deck, Odenvan raised his wand, aimed it at the far-off door, and tapped it. A spit of pink light flashed and, distantly, the door latches unlocked. Mr. Malfoy, Odenvan said a little coolly, you can leave now as well. Petra only asked for James, Rose, Zane, and Ralph. Scorpius shrugged. I think I'll stay, actually, he said. I can't fill Dolahov's shoes, of course. Mainly because they're 10 sizes bigger than mine. But I'm a curious sort. I'd like to see how this plays out. Assuming nobody else minds. He glanced aside at James, Zane, and Rose. Zane nodded. Fine, Odin Van sighed, finally pushing to his feet. Then we leave tonight. Right now, in fact. Petra awaits our return, and we don't have a second to spare. Rose glanced at James, her eyes worried. James understood. It was all happening so fast, without any chance to think about what they were about to do. And yet, really, did they have any choice? He hesitated for only a moment, and then, to Odin Van, asked, "Where are we heading to?" Odin Van's eyes narrowed and sparkled again with that keen, slightly hectic gleam. "Morgenstern Farm," he answered. "To the lake, and its dead, sunken gazebo." Zane cocked his head. "Why there?" Odin Van turned to the wheelhouse and wrenched open the door. "Because it's the very last place in the world that Merlin would expect us to look." Odin Van piloted the ship himself. The ship's wheel was nearly as tall as he, but he held onto it with determination, turning the Gertrude toward a different tunnel entrance than they had traversed before. This one had no destination inscribed across its arch, but the professor, or the ship itself, seemed to know where to go. "It's not the same without Ralph," Zane said quietly. On James' other side, Rose nodded. James looked at Scorpius, expecting a snide comment, but the blond boy said nothing, merely looked ahead, toward the approaching darkness as the tunnel sucked the Gertrude in, drawing her inextricably into its rushing current. The masts folded with a heavy thump. Darkness swallowed the ship, and dizzying speed replaced the gentle rocking of the moonpool. James barely noticed it. He held onto the brass railing bolted to the back wall of the wheelhouse, watching the repaired lantern as it swung over the bow, providing the only light in the rushing maw of the tunnel. "We must be quick," Odin Van called without looking back. "Each of you will have a role to play." "And what will those roles be, exactly?" Scorpius called back. James looked at Odin Van, who didn't seem prepared to answer that question just yet. Then, seeming to consider his words carefully, he said, "We shall come up in the center of the farm lake, but it will be difficult to keep the ship from beaching on the shallow shores. Mr. Malfoy, you will stay in the wheelhouse and keep us steady, hands on the wheel." He glanced aside quickly, his eyes bright with the reflection of the swaying lantern ahead. It cast wild, swooping shadows in the darkness. "Rose, you and Mr. Walker will raise the gazebo from its sunken state. It will be very heavy and waterlogged, but I know that you can manage it together, as well as keep it upright while I collect the hidden brooch. And James." He glanced back again, fleetingly meeting James' eyes while struggling with the ship's wheel and the rushing dark beyond. Gray water exploded around the speeding bow, throwing rafters of mist back against the windows, blattering them noisily and blurring the view beyond. "James, you shall assist me in retrieving the brooch." "That hardly seems like a two-person job," Scorpius observed. "After what happened at the archive," Odin Van replied, darkly, "I won't be taking the slightest chance." The journey took longer than James expected. The Gertrude rocked up one side of the tunnel, then another, barreling through seemingly endless dark. After a while, Rose covered her mouth with the back of her hand. "I think I'm going to be sick," she warned with a deep, gulping breath. "Nearly there," Odin Van said, steeling himself as the tunnel angled upward beneath them. James tightened his grip on the railing and planted his footing. Water welled up over the bow in waves, and then washed over it in a flood, submerging the lantern and rushing over the windows. The roar of air was swallowed up in a deep, gurgling boom as cold darkness engulfed the Gertrude. The ship angled steeply upward, still blasting forward, but now through seamless, rushing depth. The lantern continued to glow, forming a bottle-green halo through streaming bubbles. And then, much smoother than before, the ship burst out onto wide open surface, keeled ponderously forward, and, with a shuddering smack, buried its hull in white-capped waves. Anxiously, James stepped toward the windows and peered out through streaming droplets. The waves were choppy and fast, dully illuminated by moon glow through rushing, scrubby clouds. No land was visible in any direction, only a dark horizon, unbroken and flat. Zane pressed in alongside James. "This is a pretty big woodland lake, isn't it?" "We're not to Morgenstern Farm yet," Odin Van explained, releasing the wheel and exhaling harshly. "Going to Oswestry isn't like going to London. It's not a straight shot. This will take some good old-fashioned sailing, I'm afraid. We're just past the Isle of Man. When we see the lights of Liverpool, we'll submerge again and come up through the lake on Morgenstern Farm." Scorpius glanced aside at the professor. "It's a good thing you know how to operate a ship like this, isn't it?" Odin Van shrugged wearily, and then reached to pull a brass latch. With a click, a ratchet, and a whip-crack of rigging, the masts creaked upright again, shuddering into place. "The ship's been charmed to take us where we want to go. All we have to do is wait and watch." "How convenient," Scorpius nodded, turning back to the dark view beyond the window. "Morgenstern did the hexing herself, did she?" James glanced at Scorpius. Odin Van frowned and blinked, then shook his head faintly. "Petra?" "Yes, of course. She charmed it. I wouldn't have any idea how to do such a thing." "How humble of you," Scorpius mused, seeming to merely think aloud. "Thus, I assume that we are committed to our destination no matter what." Odin Van didn't answer. To the assembly, he said, "I'm going to go below to wash up and try to sleep for an hour. Wake me when the coast comes into sight." Aye, Captain," Zane said, standing rigid and giving a stiff salute. "I really am going to be sick," Rose moaned, and pushed toward the door. Cool night air and mist rushed in as she heaved it open and fled out onto the wet deck, angling toward the railing. Odin Van followed her and turned toward the stairs into the ship's hold. "He certainly seems to have relaxed now that we're underway," Scorpius commented, gazing after the departed professor. James tilted his head at Scorpius. "What are you getting at?" "I don't know what he's getting at," Zane said, rubbing his stomach. "But Petra nabbed me just as I was heading down for dinner, and I'm starved. Does this tub have a galley, you think? A snack bar? A vending machine, maybe?" James glanced back at him. "Seriously? How can you eat at a time like this?" Zane shrugged, unperturbed. "Saving the world makes me hungry." James determined that accompanying Zane was marginally better than simply waiting in the wheelhouse. Leaving Scorpius, they slipped out onto the dark decks and explored around. There was very little to see. Above decks, the wheelhouse, paddle wheels, and masts were the only structures. Below decks, most of the space was separated into cargo holds, divided down the center by a narrow hall. Close to the bow was a small common area for the crew, where James had sat with Merlin and Millie on their return trip to London. Here, Professor Odin Van lay sprawled on the bench, one arm over his eyes, one leg kicked out onto the deck, feet akimbo. He snored fitfully. "Here we go," Zane whispered, wrenching open a series of small cupboards. He rummaged and withdrew a cellophane-wrapped package. Squinting in the low light, he read the label. "Halbert's Humble Hardtack. Ever heard of it?" James shook his head, distracted. Zane used his teeth to strip off the wrapping, revealing a stack of biscuits that looked, both in size and color, like roofing shingles. He shrugged and bit one. Then he bit it harder. Unable to crack a corner off the allegedly edible biscuit, he lowered it and struck it against the edge of a counter. It knocked like stone. He sighed mournfully and tossed it away. Rose joined them a few minutes later, and the threesome sat in the hold, not talking, leaning in time to the rocking rhythm of the hull. Nearby, Odin Van continued to snore haltingly. Growing stiff and frustratingly bored, James stood and headed back along the hall that divided the cargo areas. No one joined him. Scorpius was seated against the wall at the end, his knees up and his hands dangling over them. James plopped down next to him. "Why did you really come along?" he asked. "It sure wasn't out of the overflowing goodness of your heart." Blandly, Scorpius said, "You wound me, sir." "I'm serious." Scorpius gave a weak shrug. "You don't really believe that cock-and-bull story Odin Van told about finding Morgenstern's talisman on her grandfather's farm, do you?" James sat up and turned to Scorpius. "The brooch? What do you mean?" "I mean, the likelihood of him outsmarting the headmaster is about as high as you beating Dolohov at wizard chess. In short, not at all. He's either deluded, which is entirely possible, or he's lying." "But—" James shook his head, caught between alarm and annoyance. "Why would he lie? He's helping Petra, isn't he? Just like we all are." "Just like you all are," Scorpius corrected. "I just came along to keep an eye on Rose and Walker. He's got a thing for her, and I'm the jealous type." "Don't change the subject," James said, watching the blond boy closely. "You think Odin Van is lying to us? Do you agree with Ralph about him? That he's not to be trusted?" "Don't tell me you haven't figured it out yet," Scorpius sighed. "It was you that wrote the note to yourself after all. Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you." "You know what I'm sick of?" James suddenly declared, gesturing angrily with both hands. "People hinting at big, important revelations without ever just giving me a direct answer. Millie's grandmother, Headmaster Merlin, and now you. Out with it, or learn to keep your dodgy suspicions to yourself." Scorpius allowed a small smile, clearly enjoying James' discomfiture. Then he nodded and grew serious again. "It's all in your note. You remember the play just like I do. The roles are all in place now just as they were then." James slumped. Yeah. Petra is Princess Astra," he said with a roll of his eyes. "And I'm True's, blind with love and all that. What's the point?" "Like I said, you wrote the note," Scorpius answered loftily. "All I'm saying is that here we are, in the final act. The two of you are on center stage once again. And I think you wrote yourself that note for a reason." "I dreamed a crazy dream," James shook his head dismissively. "About Petra in a graveyard with Albus. I woke up with an idea in my head. It made no sense, but apparently I wrote it down. I barely remember doing it. I was probably still dreaming." "It's called automatic writing," Scorpius said, sliding a disdainful eye toward James. "We learned it in Trelawney's first class. Just because she's a daft old nutter doesn't mean there's no such thing as prophecy." James frowned. "I pay as little attention in her class as I can," he admitted. Scorpius rolled his eyes and then said, "Automatic writing is what happens when your subconscious knows something that your waking mind doesn't. It's when the buried part of your brain takes over your body for a moment to send your waking mind a message." James considered this and then shook his head again. "I don't see what the message could be. It's just a line from the play. Beware foul Donovan." "Not actually," Scorpius said. "Nowhere in the play are those 3 words spoken. True's comes close during his rallying speech. But the word, beware, isn't anywhere in the script." James blinked as he thought back to the play. He tried to recall his own lines. Reluctantly, he realized that Scorpius was right. Still, it was just as likely that his second-year self had gotten the line wrong in the note as it was that the 3 words had any prophetic significance. He mused on it, strained and concentrated, trying to determine what the words could possibly mean in their current situation. But nothing came to him. Finally, mentally exhausted, he gave up. A minute passed, and then he said to Scorpius, You really should just break up with Rose. Scorpius glanced aside at him, his brow darkening. I don't know if I'm more impressed that that's what you're over there mooning about, or annoyed that you would actually say it. Neither, James said, staring darkly down the length of the hall. I just realized I don't care what you think anymore. Scorpius relaxed a little. Facing the possibility of the end of the world does that, I suppose. I'm serious, James said dully. You don't even know what to do with her. I swear, you deliberately lash her emotions back and forth just because you wouldn't know how to have a normal human conversation with her. This from the person who can't choose between an entitled, bossy aristocrat and a neurotic criminal sorceress. James drew an annoyed sigh and blew it out. He wanted to argue with Scorpius. He wanted to tell him that he, Scorpius, wasn't a bad person. Exactly, he was just bad for Rose. But there didn't seem to be any point. He realized, almost clinically, how late the hour probably was. Midnight? Even later? His jaw cracked as a monumental yawn overtook him. Next to him, Scorpius kicked out one leg and leaned aside, turning away from James. James no longer cared. Weariness stole over him, weighing his eyelids down, turning his muscles into sandbags. He gave in to it, and time began to stretch out, first dulling every sensation, and then turning minutes into hours. He did not dream. A sudden hard shudder racked the ship, and James felt himself falling forward. He flailed in confusion, not sure which way was up, his head still reeling, thick with sleep. A wall of cold, worn wood slammed against him, and he realized very dimly that it was the floor of the hall. He pushed himself up onto his elbows and pried his eyes open. The light was different. Thin pencil beams of gray daylight lanced down from above, shining through cracks in the upper deck. Scorpius groaned in bleary irritation, struggling up from his own prone position on the floor. We fell asleep, James rasped, his voice hoarse. He scrubbed his face with his hands, raked them through his hair. We slept through the night. Had to have. Are we there? I need a loo and a cup of black tea, Scorpius answered grumpily, pushing himself to his feet and then slumping back against the wall. The ship rocked gently beneath them, accompanied by the distant slap of waves. James turned and stumbled back along the hall, still bleary with sleep, but forcing himself to alertness. Rose and Zane met them at the stairs, Rose with her hair bushed out in sleepy tangles, Zane blinking and squinting up into the gloomy dawn above. Together, without a word, they tramped up the steps into cool air and drab, stormy daylight. Odenvan stood on the bow in front of the wheelhouse. He looked back when he heard them coming, his eyes bright and wary. "We're here," he announced in a hushed voice, and pointed ahead. James moved to join the professor, blinking against the pall of white fog that surrounded the ship. "I don't see anything," Scorpius said flatly, passing James and peering all around. "It's there," Odenvan nodded, "just visible through the fog. Trees on all sides and there, just ahead, the old dock and the sunken gazebo. James, you've seen this place, yes? At least the decades-past version of it that Petra can conjure? You recognize it, don't you?" James inched toward the bow railing and peered critically out over the leaden waves. Now that Odenvan mentioned it, he could see the shadows of trees, and encircling wood, all shrouded and ghostly beyond the lurking fog. He turned his gaze to the front. The bow did indeed seem to be pointed at a skeletal dock. It swam in and out of drifting gray mist. "This is it," he nodded. "In Petra's version, the gazebo is still there at the end of the dock. But the version in our time is broken away and sunken. I don't know how deep." He glanced down at the water, but nothing was visible through it. The waves slapped at the hull, reflecting the clot of the sky, turning the lake into a shifting, broken mirror. "We're drifting," Odin Van said, his eyes still on the dock in its mantle of fog. "Scorpius, take the wheel and keep us in the center of the lake." "I didn't want to say so last night," Scorpius replied, tired and terse. "But I don't think that's how boats work." "Go," Odin Van said with sudden strength, turning back to Scorpius. His eyes were wide and sharp, either on the edge of panic or triumph. "Rose, Walker, raise the gazebo. Aim for the water just in front of the broken dock." Scorpius, James noticed, backed up to the wheelhouse but didn't enter it. From the shadows, his narrowed eyes watched Odin Van keenly. Rose and Zane approached the rocking prow and drew their wands. Sharing a quick glance, they aimed for the dock, and then dipped their arms slightly toward the restless waves beneath. "Wingardium Leviosa," they both called in unison. James sensed more than heard the surge of magic which fired into the depths. Nothing happened at first. Then, subtly, a deep groan arose from the deep. Odin Van moved slowly alongside Zane, his gaze rapt. James sidled in next to him, thinking hard, a sense of cold trepidation settling over him like a shroud. It was all happening so suddenly, too quickly for anyone to think about. And then, a thought that had haunted the back of his mind since the previous night finally pushed to the fore, bringing with it a deepening suspicion. "Professor," he whispered, even as he watched the water at the base of the dock. A surge of dense bubbles pushed the surface into a low swell. "How did you find out that Merlin had hidden Petra's brooch here? Did she tell you?" Odin Van's gaze didn't flicker from the bubbling disturbance. More deep groans and creaks emanated from the cold depths. Zane and Rose frowned in tense concentration. "Come, James," Odin Van said, holding out his hand and swinging one leg over the railing. James glanced up at him in surprise. "Come," the professor said in a commanding rasp. "And look." He nodded toward the waves below the bobbing bow. There, a haze of white solidified a wave, freezing it into a sudden ice flow, which arose silently, like a surfacing submarine. The flow pressed up against Odin Van's boot, supporting his weight. "See? Petra's power accompanies us. Come. I will need your eyes and courage to accomplish our task." With that, he swung his other leg over the railing and stood atop the frozen, elevated wave. Another crackled into being before him, rising to meet his next step down, forming enchanted icy stairs. A wintry chill wafted up from them, making James' breath suddenly puff a visible cloud. He shivered violently. "Go, James," Zane said in a strained voice. "Once this thing's out of the water, we won't be able to hold it up for long." James nodded worriedly and climbed awkwardly over the bow railing. His foot skidded on the ice step below, and then found purchase. Carefully, nervously, he began to follow Odin Van down, moving from frozen step to frozen step. Once James and the professor reached the level of the water, the stairs sank away with a deep gurgle, replaced by a bridge of ice, as thin as paper and brittle as glass, yet somehow strong enough to support their weight as they walked slowly, approaching the rising swell before the dock. As James watched, peering around Odin Van's shoulder, he saw the spire of the old gazebo spear out of the gurgling boil. It was made of wood, but rotted and misshapen, barely sheathed in slimy white paint. It pushed upward, and a conical roof began to follow, its old shakes warped, as unruly as a hag's teeth. Water began to pour down the roof as it widened, unleashing the weight of the depths. "Only," James whispered more urgently now, "I had a meeting with the headmaster. He told me how he was keeping the brooch because he was hoping Petra would come to him. He had it with him right there in his office. Did he, maybe, hide it here later?" Odin Van didn't answer. He inched closer to the rising gazebo. Rose grunted from behind. This is heavy. Just a little more, Odin Van called back, holding out one hand in a calming gesture. The ice bridge had narrowed as it stretched out, as if its power was weakening. Waves swamped serenely over it, wetting James' shoes as he turned sideways, edging along in the professor's wake. Beware, foul Donovan, he thought. The words teased him, seemed to nag at him. Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you, Scorpius had said the night before. Almost there, Odin Van said, almost to himself. A long, creaking moan emanated from the gazebo as it rose further into the gray air, casting off its freight of water. It was crooked, turning as it rose, wallowing like a bloated corpse. Slick drapes of seaweed hung from its edges and coated its upright supports. James stopped as an awful idea began to form in his mind. The cold of the ice bridge welled up over him. Beware, foul. The roar of water was too loud to speak over as the gazebo disgorged from the lake, finally bobbing fully to the surface. Its interior was obscured by curtains of limp, slimy seaweed. As it settled, it rocked and turned slightly, groaning against the old pilings. "Dono frio Odin Van," James whispered urgently, his eyes widening in horrible, stunned revelation. "Don. Oh, Van." The gazebo shuddered against the dock, and as it did so the seaweed tore loose from its roofline, falling away like a sodden veil. Someone was standing inside the gazebo. The shape was barely a silhouette, wasted and skeletal, and yet still, somehow, recognizable by her long, sopping red hair. "James," she said in a chiding, rasping, ancient voice. "I warned you, did I not? On the lake just this past winter, I told you to abandon your Petra. And yet here you are, predictable to the last." Ahead of James, Odin Van's arm jerked spasmodically, whipping his wand up and back. James flinched in terror as it seemed to point at him and fire a bolt of blinding blue. The spell sizzled over his shoulder, however, striking a mark further away, back on the boat. Scorpius grunted in surprise. James turned in time to see the boy flung back against the wheelhouse, his wand falling from his hand. A moment later, he collapsed heavily to the deck. James drew breath to yell, but a sudden horrible pressure squeezed the air right out of him. The world spun upside down as he was lifted from the ice bridge and heaved away from the ship, pressed in the grip of a monstrous watery tentacle. A second later, he struck the cold, rotten floor of the gazebo, rolling hard enough to bash against the rear railing, smashing a leg through it. "I would not," Judith called toward the ship, her voice a hoarse shriek but still with the same imperious tone of command. "Drop this structure back into the depths and poor James goes down with it." James tried to struggle up, but his leg was tangled in the broken railing. Judith was standing directly before him. Her once glorious robes were now matted and sodden, rotted threadbare. Beneath them, her body seemed to be all angles, mere bones and tendon. She stank abominably. 30 yards away, Zane and Rose still leaned over the bow of the Gertrude, wands outstretched, straining, eyes wide with shock and fear. Between them and the gazebo, Odin Van stood on the ice bridge with his wand still raised, pointing back at the boat, but his face looking forward, eyes locked upon Judith. His expression was misty with something very near adoration. "Professor," James called, half attempting to snap the man out of the trance that Judith had cast over him. Odin Van dipped his gaze for a moment, blinking at James, and his face hardened. James understood the terrible truth. Judith had not cast any entrancement over the man at all. He was doing this entirely of his own free will. "It was you?" James exclaimed with sudden, sinking surety. "You sabotaged the loom." But why? Judith answered. The good professor and I have certain mutual interests, James. As she spoke, she turned to look down at him. Her face, James now saw, was a shrivel of filmy white skin over bone. Her lips were gone, revealing the ivory grin of her teeth. Her eyes were like peeled grapes in the hollows of their sockets. But her hair was still long and red, draping her skull in wet ribbons. As you can see, I need a new host. Petra has broken from me. Without her, my time in the sphere is nearly over. But Mr. Odenvan is more than willing to take her place. He is eager. James recoiled from the horror of Judith's dead stare. Trembling, he tore his gaze away from her and focused again on the professor. But what could you possibly get out of it? Odenvan frowned and shook his head, slowly but firmly, as if James had finally confirmed something that he had been suspecting all along. You really don't know, do you? He seemed to wonder aloud. Early on, I thought perhaps you would prove different. When you were attacked and humiliated by the little bullies, Edgecombe and his friends, I hoped you might grasp the truth. But now I see that you really are just like all the rest. Too arrogant in your own perceived superiority to understand what it's like. He edged toward James, his face contorting into a mask of furious, age-old misery. To be mocked, to be belittled at every turn, to be coddled like a child by those who believe they are good, and beaten down like a dog by those who know they are bad. He moved forward more resolutely now, homing in on James, raising his chin and speaking with the fervor of long-suppressed rage. Both of those acts arise from the same pathetic delusion, that they are better than me, that they are more powerful than me, that I will always be what they believe me to be, a weak, slow, bookish, clumsy little embarrassment. But now the world will see. I used my brain to defeat them first. I made my wand. He brandished it in his fist, which vibrated with manic tension. His eyes blazed. Slow was I in the past? Now I am the fastest wizard alive. Weak? Now I have the power of instantaneous strength. I have finally programmed my wand with every counterjinx, every protective charm, every repulsion hex in the caster's lexicon. Thus primed, it can sense and deflect any spell that anyone dares attack me with. He drew a huge, firming breath and held it. With this tool finally perfected, I knew I was unstoppable. But I also knew that it was not enough. I needed not only to silence those who had tormented me, but to stand up against all who cling to the pathetic illusion of their own superiority. All of those who bumble through this life so convinced of their own goodness, their own virtue, their own idiotic delusion of right. And then, Judith found me. He looked aside at her, finally stepping up onto the warped floor of the gazebo and joining her. She found me, he said with sudden, soft rapture, and she helped me to understand. Petra, my old school friend, would come to me. Judith divined this directly from Petra's thoughts, for as yet they are still, if barely, connected. And when Petra did come to me, I would assist her. Judith helped me to see that it was my duty. I must help Petra to rid herself of her curse once and for all. I must do this with Judith's help by ending her. No! James exclaimed, straining to extricate his leg from the broken railing. It's the merciful thing, Judith agreed in her cracked, swampy voice. Secretly, even Petra herself desires her death. And then, with her out of the way, Donofrio will become my new host. Thus fully restored and once again rooted to this realm, we can finally rejoice that power will be in the hands of those who truly deserve it, and who are unafraid to use it. Because, James, Odenvan said, looking down at him now with a sort of benevolent sadness, Judith really is right. It isn't just some people who stumble through this life under the delusion of their own rightness. It's all of them. and they are all, everyone, fatally, insultingly wrong. His voice grew leaden as he spoke the final words, and raised his wand, pointing it at James. "Oh, bugger this," a voice said from some distance away. James glanced up and saw that it was Rose. She jerked her wand upright, releasing the levitation spell. "Swim, James!" she shouted desperately. Next to her, Zane staggered, suddenly supporting the gazebo entirely with his own wand. He grunted, gasped, and broke his spell as well. The gazebo dropped precipitously, struck the water, and began to roll over, immediately capsizing. Van stumbled, fell past Judith, and struck a side railing, smashing it and following it into the water. A bolt of brilliant red struck the waves where he had fallen, exploding in a burst of steam. Rose was firing attacks from the ship, aiming for both Van and Judith. Zane gripped his wand to join her. Judith whirled. In a blink, she transformed into a cyclone of stinking black water, her force tearing the gazebo apart all around. Writhing tentacles uncoiled and scooped Van from the water. His body was borne up into the throat of the waterspout, which roared, circled James with fury as he thrashed amidst the ruin, and then fled away out over the lake, bypassing the Gertrude and vanishing into the dense pall of fog all around. "James!" Zane called, stabbing out his wand again. Breathlessly, he repeated the levitation spell. James, along with a messy assortment of broken railing, floor planks, and destroyed roofing, rocketed up out of the waves with breathtaking speed, streaming water in a corona. "Yikes!" Zane gasped, grabbing onto his wand now with both hands. "You're a lot lighter than that crazy gazebo. Hold on while I rein it in a little." Clumsily, trembling with exhaustion, he bobbed James, along with his entourage of sodden debris, over the deck and set him down. James stumbled as his feet met the planks. "We have to go after them," he gasped, grabbing onto a railing for support. "None of us even knows how." Rose cried helplessly, dragging a still woozy Scorpius to his feet. "We don't know how to sail this ship. How hard can it be?" Zane said, stuffing his wand back into his pocket. "We watched Hagrid do it, didn't we? All we have to do is set the destination lever back to Hogwarts. Down we go and we'll be on our way back." "I don't think it's going to be quite that straightforward," Scorpius said, pushing fully to his feet and nodding toward the deck near James' feet. James glanced down. A chunk of rotten railing lay on the deck, transported aboard along with himself by Zane's levitation spell. But as James watched, the broken wooden chunk melted away like an ice sculpture, losing all color and draining into a loose puddle. Behind him, a hunk of roof did the same. In a moment, all the gazebo debris had vanished into nothing but melted seawater. "Oh no!" Rose said, her voice high and faint. She ran to the railing and peered out over the waves. Beyond her, the fog was drifting away, fading from view, revealing nothing. There was no encircling shoreline or fringe of woodland, only dark waves marching off into further and further leagues, eventually stretching all the way to the horizon. James reached the railing alongside Rose and looked out, speechless. Faintly, Zane asked, "We're not in any country lake, are we?" "They got rid of us," Scorpius mused aloud, almost as if he was impressed. "Van and the Lady of the Lake. They got rid of us because we were the only ones who know enough to stop them." "But where are we?" James asked, banging his fist down onto the railing. "I think where we are matters less," Zane said, nudging James and pointing upward. "Then that does." James looked up, revealed by the retreating fog. A low, hulking boil of clouds bore down on the Gertrude, driven before a rising, whipping wind. It was a storm front, dark as a bruise and flickering with gouts of lightning, rumbling with distant thunder. "Am I crazy?" Rose breathed, eyes wide. "Or does that storm seem to be aiming directly for us?" "Into the wheelhouse!" James cried, finally engaging to action. He turned, grabbing Zane and pulling him along. "We need to get back into the tunnels below, and as soon as possible. The storm won't be able to reach us there, and we can get back." Fat drops of rain began to pepper the ship, striking with stinging force, pinging off the metal wheelhouse and pattering in the sails. Together, the foursome poured through the door of the wheelhouse. Scorpius tugged it shut with a heavy clang. James moved behind the wheel, which was turning loosely back and forth with the increasing rock of the ship. Wind suddenly tore over the deck outside, whumping in the sails and singing a high, whipping note in the rigging. Scorpius scanned the instruments ranged below the window. Spying a large brass dial with an attached lever, he gripped it and tugged. The lever ratcheted, turning the dial past several notches. When it stopped, the readout showed a single word, white letters printed on black: Hogwarts. The wheel began to turn in James' hand, spinning ponderously and bringing the Gertrude about. With a lurch, it rocked forward. A spray of mist began to plow up beneath the bow. Then, heavily, the bow began to rise and fall on the waves, striking with sickening force and sending up gouts of spray. The Gertrude drove onward, faster, but it did not submerge. This was all part of Judith's design, James realized. To maroon them far from any hope of escape, to set a murderous storm upon them, preventing their return, and hopefully killing them all. It was just as Scorpius had said. This was the final act, and the stage was set. It was the triumvirate brought to horrifying life. A ruse of an ocean journey, a magical storm racing them back, and the villain Donovan, along with his ally, the Lady of the Lake this time instead of the marsh hag, forging ahead, ready and prepared to freely execute their final, fatal plan. And yet their intent was no mere wedding conspiracy in pursuit of a seat of power. Their plan was to somehow kill Petra, leaving Odenvan to take over as Judith's host, harnessing her chaotic power instead of thwarting it. As James finally grasped this horrible change of events, a surge of undiluted anger welled up in his chest. Odenvan had lied to Petra all along about helping her to fulfill her destiny as the Crimson Thread. He had never intended to help her save the world. He had tricked her, sabotaged her, fed her guilt and the madness of her scheme, only to betray her in the end in the worst way possible. "But," Rose asked James, not taking her eyes from the rushing waves and the advancing terrible storm, "how can Odenvan and Judith kill Petra? They know she made a Horcrux. Potter here knows better than anyone else," Scorpius answered darkly. "Horcruxes can be created, and they can also be destroyed. They needed Petra alive for some reason until this moment. Where there's a will, there's a way." James knew that Scorpius was right, but he had a deep suspicion that Judith's answer would be a lot simpler and more final than even Scorpius suggested. Chapter 23. Chaos Descends. The Gertrude could not outpace the storm. Even as it plowed forward through the rising waves, the arms of the tempest encroached on both sides, surrounding the blockade runner in a smothering embrace. Wind tore across the deck in capricious gusts, shrieking in the rigging and whumping the furled sails hard enough to shutter the entire boat. In the wheelhouse, the windows rattled in their frames. Raindrops fell hard enough to ring on the roof like coins. "It's slowing us down," Zane observed, raising his voice over the gale. "The storm is coming around against it, forcing us backwards." Scorpius leaned toward the window and peered up. "It's the sails and masts," he said. "Too much wind resistance." James understood. "We need to lighten our load and get more streamlined. Come on." He reached for the door. "What are you going to do?" Rose asked, her eyes wide. And yet James saw that she already had an inkling of his plan. She drew out her wand in preparation. He nodded, one hand on the door. "We need to strip away the masts, the sails, the rigging, everything that's slowing us down." He shoved open the door against a sudden, shocking force of wind. Rain sprayed in, immediately spattering his face and hair. He squinted against it and pressed out into the gale. Rose followed, with Scorpius and Zane right behind. The driving rain was like icy pebbles pelting their heads and shoulders. Indeed, the deck was scattered with tiny knots of hail. They rolled with the increasing sway of the ship, pushed by ever harder gusts of wind. "Hagrid will likely kill us," Rose cried over the storm as James raised his wand, aiming at the foremast. James hoped they lived long enough to find out. He sighted down his wand, squinting one eye shut, and shouted, "Convulsus!" The bolt struck the mast just below a junction of pulleys and netting. With a deafening crack and flash of purple, the base exploded, spraying splinters in every direction. The mast crunched down, still momentarily suspended in its web of rigging. But then the force of the storm caught it, pushed it, and the mast keeled over ponderously, dragging whips of rope and torn netting with it. The boat rolled and the mast fell into the waves, where it was tugged away from the ship completely. From the rear of the ship, another flash and crack marked the aft mast. Zane and Scorpius backed away quickly, peering up as the mast creaked, snapped, and tottered backwards, spearing into the waves beyond the stern. Suddenly, sickeningly, time seemed to double back on itself in James' mind. As he watched the aft mast break and tear away, the Gertrude became the Gwyndomere. He heard Petra's surprised scream as the falling boom swept her overboard, felt the weight of her hanging from the back of the ship over hungry, mountainous waves. Broach fell away, and her eyes pleaded with him. "Let me go, James," she said with terrible calm. He was shaken back to the present as Rose tugged him by the arm. "The lifeboats," she cried, pointing. There were only two, one on either side of the bow, lying upside down and battened down with canvas straps. Together, they broke the straps with their wands and blasted the boats over the side, taking some of the railing with them. James paused and looked back over the ship, shielding his eyes with one hand. The Gertrude was no longer a high, noble craft but a streamlined, if ragged, bullet shape, stripped down to a low profile that noticeably cut the waves much faster, driven by its magic-powered paddle wheels. "That's the best we can do?" Zane called, returning from the stern, his hair plastered to his forehead by rain. "We blasted away everything that wasn't bolted down, and plenty that was. Let's go back inside," James shouted and pointed to the wheelhouse, which was now the highest point on the ship. The storm boomed thunder and spat lightning, illuminating miles of waves like a flashbulb image. The four students clambered back into the relative warmth of the wheelhouse and James resumed the wheel, catching it as it spun sluggishly. "What now?" Rose asked, wiping her wet hair out of her face. James considered this and shrugged a little helplessly. "We see if we can outrun it." Amazingly, this did now seem possible. Relieved of its excess weight and drag, the Gertrude plowed ahead like a torpedo. The storm still strained on both sides, trying to close in on the little ship, but it could only keep pace. Slowly, it began to fall behind. Within a few minutes, the waves ahead shrank from sharp, peaked hills for the Gertrude to climb to streaming whitecaps for the ship to cut through. The blasting wind gradually diminished, replaced by warmer currents. Thunder still boomed, sounding like an enraged beast cheated of its prey, but from greater distance. And then, so suddenly that James gasped and flailed with one hand, grabbing for the steadying bar behind him, the Gertrude angled down like a whale. Its bow plunged into the ocean, buried itself in the waves, and the entire ship followed. Water rushed up over the diminished shape of the boat, overtook the windows, and swallowed the Gertrude with a deep, gurgling roar. Dimness filled the wheelhouse as the bow dropped first into rushing green pressure, and then into swift and total darkness. The lantern was gone, of course, having been blasted away along with the foremast. James could see nothing. The ship creaked ominously all around, adjusting to the pressures of the deep. "I hate this part," Rose said in a strained voice. The external pressure changed somehow. James felt it in his stomach and the very sockets of his eyes. With a shudder and a blast of bubbles, the Gertrude sucked into some smaller, tighter space, accelerating at an even more alarming rate than before. Stripped of its external structures, the ship was an underwater arrow, careening into blind darkness. The ship suddenly dropped, fell through a burst of loose water, and landed with a shuddering thud in the sluice of the returning tunnel. Freed of the surrounding depths, it sped onward, rocking with the angle of the walls. The storm was behind them now, and they were utterly beyond its angry reach. It may be a magical storm, as James suspected, but they would outpace it easily, at least until they reached their destination. All that was left was to return to Hogwarts and hope that they weren't too late to stop whatever Judith and Odenvan intended to do. With this in mind, James leaned forward into the rushing dark, peering uselessly through the black window. He groped and put his hands on the wheel again, doing whatever he could to keep the ship pointing straight ahead, willing the boat to go even faster. "We can't confront them, you know," Scorpius said, sensing James' thoughts. "Judith and Odenvan. She's too powerful. And he countered my stunning spell before it so much as left my wand. He can deflect any spell we might cast. There's no way to battle either of them." "I don't care about battling them," James said grimly. "We just need to get to Petra. We have to tell her what we know." After a worried moment, Zane asked, "And then what?" James narrowed his eyes in the blind dark. With conviction, he answered, "Then she can battle them." The return journey seemed to take far longer than James thought possible. The Gertrude barreled onward through endless curves and pitches. Rose and Scorpius braved the rushing wind and sloping decks to leave the wheelhouse and climb down to the hold, hoping that the motion would somehow be less pronounced below. Only Zane stayed with James. Neither spoke, but James was glad of his old friend's presence. After what felt like hours, James loosened his grip on the wheel. His fingers ached from strain, and his eyes bulged for light. Zane sensed James' respite. "This isn't the same without the Ralphinator, is it?" he said for the second time. James sighed deeply and nodded in the dark. He knew Zane couldn't see him, but didn't think it mattered. Zane spoke again. "I wonder what our parents are up to right now?" He seemed to consider this in the rushing darkness, and then said, "Actually, I know what my parents are probably doing. They're home in St. Louis starting to think about dinner. Greer is probably at the table doing her homework and being really grumpy about it, while my dad teases her, thinking it will put her in a better mood, although it never does. They're muggles, so they don't know anything about halted destinies, and rogue sorceresses, and magical snafus threatening to end the whole universe. I think, for the first time in my life, I'm a little jealous of them. My dad is probably home in his office," James mused quietly, "probably looking over the latest reports and emergency procedures, but not really reading any of it. Just moving pages around while his brain spins on like a machine, trying out ideas, testing plans, figuring out what he's going to do next. I've seen him like that 1,000 times. We should call him somehow when we get to Hoggies," Zane said with resolve. "He's Harry Potter. He'll know what to do." James shook his head slowly. "Do you remember what the Dryad said?" Back during our first year? Zane blew out a breath, as if he'd been secretly thinking the same thing. Yeah. She said your father's battle was over. She said this one would be all yours. Well, fortunately, it's not all mine. I've got you and Rose and Scorpius. Zane seemed to accept this. Then, uncomfortably, he added, but no Ralph. Ralph is his own problem now, James said, half angry, half sad. Gradually, light began to blossom far ahead. James at first wondered if his senses were teasing him, but the glow quickly resolved into a solid blur, deep blue, reflecting on the rushing river and the walls of its tunnel growing with increasing speed. James tensed to alertness and gripped the ship's wheel again. Looks like we're almost back, Zane said, approaching the windows and peering out. James suddenly didn't feel ready. He realized now that he had drifted into a sort of stunned stupor, lulled by the motion of the ship and the timelessness of the dark. Now, adrenaline surged through his body like electricity, bringing with it a sick dread. He felt the weight of his wand in his pocket, and wondered how soon he might need to draw it, to use it to defend either his own life or someone else's. The blue light grew to fill the tunnel, but remained dim and murky, rushing forward to illuminate the ship. Something's wrong, James said, almost to himself. Instead of angling out into the open air of the moon pool, the tunnel river rose suddenly, washing up the tunnel walls and closing over the bow of the Gertrude. The ship bobbed upward with it, rising on the sudden tide until the wheelhouse roof crunched against the ceiling, screeching and scraping with deafening force until the roof began to cave in over James and Zane's heads. They ducked instinctively, eyes wide with fear. Then, with a rushing whump, the river blasted over the ship completely, submerging it in dim blue depth. The Gertrude sank away from the tunnel ceiling, fortunately, but began to turn, rolling into a sluggish corkscrew. James held onto the ship's wheel while Zane grappled with the railing behind, struggling to stay on his feet as the wall and floor began to switch places. The view ahead changed. The ship shot out of the confines of the tunnel into some larger space full of murky, shifting depths. James couldn't recognize it at first, if only because he was looking at it sideways, from the odd capsizing perspective of the ship. Then, with a cold shock, he recognized the huge circular space, the row of tunnel mouths, the terraces leading up to the closed and locked door. It was the cavern beneath the lake, only completely submerged now, dense with shifting beams of what could only be moon glow sifting down from the lake far above. Something disastrous had happened, flooding the erstwhile moon pool. Shapes swam through the dimness, darting between shadows, glinting like metal in the dim moonlight. James couldn't tell for certain, but he had a cold suspicion that the shapes were not fish. The Gertrude slowed as it propelled out into the airless abyss, still turning upside down. James and Zane clambered over each other, banging from the wheelhouse's walls and tumbling to its ceiling. Noises boomed up from the ship as its contents shifted, rolled, crashed through corners and angles. James hoped, fleetingly, that Rose and Scorpius were hanging on tight somewhere, safe from the loose cargo. The Gertrude was angling upwards now, even as it continued to corkscrew, tumbling slowly upright again. Through the windows, the beams of moonlight broke into tatters, resolved into rolling facets, waves seen eerily from below. They rushed closer, grew larger, and James tightened his grip on the wheel. With a thunderous roar, the ship exploded to the surface, crashing down and bobbing crookedly on oily waves, where it listed precipitously, streaming water from its decks. James was bruised and sore from his tumble around the interior of the wheelhouse, but he forgot his own pains entirely as water ran from the windows, revealing the view beyond. Hogwarts Castle was lit against the blue night sky by a seething yellow glare from below. James could not see its source beyond the trees, but the flicker of fire was unmistakable. Shadows moved past the trees, forming a mass of silhouettes, some flitting in furtive groups, others worryingly large and lumbering. And then, as the crash and trickle of water fell away, James heard voices as well. Echoing over the lake came shouting and bellows of rage or pain, the distinct roar of a large and angry crowd. "What's happening?" Zane asked, his eyes wide, lit by the yellow glow beyond. James shook his head weakly, stunned and deeply afraid. He broke his paralysis and bolted to the door, wrenching it open with a screech of bent metal. Something clanged against the wheelhouse just to the right of his head. He barely registered it before the object clattered to the deck. He glanced down at it. It was a spear with a rough-hewn stone point, green as jade. Further down the ship, more clangs and thunks indicated an ongoing attack. All around, the lake was suddenly full of splashing figures. They were unrecognizable in the dark, mere muscular shapes surfacing with arms raised, hurling their weapons with frightening accuracy at the already wounded Gertrude. Their war cries were piercingly shrill, screeching like rusty gears. "The mere people!" Rose cried, stumbling as she ran from the hold. "They've gone totally berserk." "Not that they're ever exactly friendly," Scorpius added crossly from behind, ducking as a spear spanged off the wheelhouse, leaving a deep dent. James stumbled into Rose, nearly knocking her back into Scorpius, as the Gertrude suddenly surged forward, its bow rising against the waves. "Hold on," Zane called from inside the wheelhouse. "I don't know much about driving boats, but I'm pretty sure red means fast." James clambered to hold onto the open door, even as Rose grabbed his arm for support. Inside the wheelhouse, Zane had one hand on a large brass throttle, ramming it to its maximum. His face was wide-eyed and hectic as he steered with his other hand, aiming for the fiery glow of the castle. The ship listed harder as it steamed ahead, pitching James, Rose, and Scorpius toward the outer railing and the rushing waves below. Cold mist began to spray into their faces as the barrage of spears fell behind. Struggling to hold on, Rose called, "Where you taking us?" Zane shrugged a little manically. "Away?" The castle hove nearer with unlikely speed as the Gertrude accelerated, rising onto the waves. "Getting close to the docks, Walker," Scorpius warned loudly. "Yeah," Zane nodded, scanning the console before him, helplessly. "Only boats don't come with brakes, as far as I can tell. You all might want to, hold on to something." The bow of the Gertrude hove over the dock. James heard the crash and splinter as the wooden structure crumpled beneath the hull. The ship obliterated it without slowing. The shore was barely 20 yards away, approaching with inevitable speed. Trees lined the rocky beach, dark against the starry sky, and yet even now, James saw that the sky wasn't entirely clear. Just past the canopy of the forest, low storm clouds boiled, flashing silent bursts of lightning. The Gertrude had beaten the storm to their destination, but it was raging relentlessly onward anyway, seeking its target. The Gertrude struck the rising beach with a screech and grind of rocks under wood. The ship juddered upward, buckling James' knees, while momentum continued to carry it forward, even as the bow thrust into the fringe of forest, bashing between tree trunks and tearing away limbs. The ship's sideways list grew precipitous as it began to keel over, causing James, Rose, and Scorpius to hang on desperately, lest they fall and be crushed under the rolling hull. Finally, with a devastating crunch, the Gertrude beached itself completely, crashing to rest against some unseen impediment in the trees. Zane half climbed, half fell out of the wheelhouse, clambering to the railing where it now leaned low over the rocky shore. "Home sweet home," he announced breathlessly. Much closer now. The noise of shouting voices and angry grunts seemed to fill the forest. "What's happening here?" Rose nearly demanded, fear making her voice strident. James couldn't help thinking that she suddenly sounded a lot like her mother. "If I had to guess," Scorpius said, climbing over the broken railing and dropping to the beach below, "I'd say that the centaurs have made good on their promise. Friday's magical quake was likely the last straw, and now they are invading. Only things aren't going as planned. They haven't breached the castle yet." "What about the mare people?" James asked, clambering after Scorpius and helping Rose down behind him. "They aren't partnering with the centaurs. Why are they attacking?" Zane stumbled as he jumped to the beach. "Everything's happening at once. It's not coincidence. It's just the end." James shuddered at the idea, but it felt eerily apartment. It did indeed feel like the end. "What now?" Scorpius said, turning back from the fiery glow beyond the woods. "If the centaurs are being held back somehow, that means we are as well." "Ah," Zane said, brightening, "but the centaurs aren't gremlins, like us." He glanced aside at Rose, who nodded fearfully. "We know all the secret passages in," she agreed. "The Quidditch shed is probably the closest. Come on." Without looking back, she turned and dashed up the beach, skirting the broken hull of the Gertrude, and into the trees. As he ran to follow, James called, "But I thought the equipment shed passage only worked if that was how you came out of the school to begin with?" "We fixed that in my 3rd year," Rose answered back, ducking through bushes and leaping over knotted roots. "Scorpius and I spent a whole Saturday leaving the school through the shed passage about 100 times in a row, coming back in through the main entrance every time. We built up a cache of returns for whenever we needed them." James frowned at this as he ran. "How come I didn't know about this?" "You were at Alma Alaron that year," Zane called from behind. "Not that we would have invited you anyway," Scorpius suggested, crashing along in the rear. Twin spears of light suddenly intersected the student's path, bobbing wildly and accompanied by a throttling roar. Rose skidded to a halt, braking herself against a tree, just as a large vehicle bounded over the path, its headlamps glaring through the trees. It was some sort of off-road vehicle with huge knobby tires and gunmetal gray sides. Voices called from within, and James had a sense of pointing hands and excited direction. "There, see!" A man's voice could be heard from an open rear window. "There's not supposed to be anything here but miles of forest. But look yourself. It's a huge bleedin' castle, just like the village that popped up when we was hiking last week." The engine whined and strained over the uneven forest floor. The vehicle surged forward, crashing over brush, swirling through the huge, ancient trees. 2 more followed in its wake, moving faster and more confidently. From his place behind a nearby tree, James thought he recognized weapons in the passengers' hands. Then, with sinking dismay, he recognized the objects they were brandishing. They weren't weapons, but cameras. "Not this again," Zane said, rolling his eyes. "Come on," Rose called again, leaping ahead as the vehicles crashed onward through the wood, crawling in the general direction of the castle and the flicker of fire. As the 4 neared the castle themselves and began to bypass it, running along the edge of the forest, they caught glimpses of a huge rabble gathered against the seamless wall of fire. Centaurs moved in galloping groups, orderly and ranked, their weapons raised. "Merlin's erected a defense," James realized aloud. "That's no normal fire. It's a fiend fire boundary. It won't last," Scorpius said, and then pointed as he ran. "And what's that?" James saw it as well. "That's no centaur," he agreed with sinking realization. Gathered in their own knot, Facing the centaurs against the wall of magical flames was a gaggle of the huge lumbering shapes that James had glimpsed from the ship. They advanced haltingly toward the ranks of centaurs, hunkering their massive shoulders around their tiny heads. They were giants, dozens of them in all different monstrous sizes. "Grop and Prechka," Rose cried shrilly. "They came here on their own, even though Hagrid warned them to stay away. And they brought their whole tribe." Even in silhouette, James recognized the hulking figure of Prechka. She shied away from the centaurs as they galloped toward her. Then around her feet, their weapons raised threateningly. Her potato, like head bobbed and swiveled as she tried to see them all, tried to avoid their stamping, teeming hooves. And then, horribly, she attacked. She was compelled more by terror than anger. James could see it in the clumsy way that she moved, the panicked lurch of her shoulders. She kicked, and one centaur flew through the air, flailing all 6 of its appendages. Then, spastically, Prechka hunkered, grabbed 2 more centaurs, one in each hand, and jerked them up to shoulder height. With a massive lunge, she bashed them together like a pair of meaty cymbals. Even over the roar of the fire and the bellowing voices, James heard the horrible crunch of bones. "No!" Rose called, stumbling to a halt and raising her hands to her face, unable to tear her eyes away. "No, Prechka! Leave her be!" Scorpius called, his voice suddenly commanding. "The time for civility is past. It's her skin or theirs, and soon it might be ours. Keep running." "Holy hinkypunks," Zane breathed in a high, scared voice. "That was brutal." Lights sprayed over the increasing melee, and the vehicle from the forest burst into view, bouncing over the hillocks. It ground to a halt, its brakes screeching, its body leaning on its springs. The passenger door burst open and a man scrambled out in sudden panic, his eyes bulging up at the giants. He scrambled backwards in terror, tripped and fell at the feet of a stamping centaur. He glanced up at it and screamed, covering his head with his arms. The other 2 vehicles bounded forward in pursuit. The middle vehicle crashed into the suddenly halted lead vehicle, nearly running down the panicked passenger. Glass tinkled and voices shouted. "This is beyond us," Scorpius called urgently. "Go!" Distracted and numb with terror, the group ran on again, even as the giants fell fully to battle against the centaurs and the vehicle doors sprang open, disgorging terrified muggles and their clattering, forgotten cameras. The fiendfire raged along the Quidditch pitch, barely missing it but engulfing the Slytherin grandstand, which was already reduced to a mere blackened skeleton, roaring with flame. Running hard beneath the seething light, Rose led the troop toward the equipment shed, which sizzled and smoked from its own proximity to the fire. Furnace heat swarmed across the pitch, turning the air into writhing shimmers and baking the sweat on James' brow. In the near distance, James noticed a flailing, writhing mass, boiling with fiendfire. His stomach fell as he realized that it was the Whomping Willow. Sparks arose in swirling rafters as it heaved its flaming limbs, its leaves glowing like coals as they burned away, transformed to swarming cinders. He tore his eyes away, grimly deciding not to point out the terrible sight to the others. Rose reached for the equipment shed's door handle, and then jerked her hand back in pain. "Hot!" she gasped, cradling her burnt fingers. Scorpius raised his arm, his wand already jutting from his fist. "Convulsus!" he shouted, and the blast of light struck the door, bashing it open. The inside was dark, much deeper than the tiny shed itself. Cool air wafted blissfully out of it, rising from a rank of stone steps. Scorpius led the way, running down into the subterranean corridor below. James gulped as he followed. Everything felt out of control. He didn't know what he intended to do. He didn't know where Petra was, or even if she was still alive. Chaos seemed to have fallen over the entire world, throwing every imaginable obstacle and distraction in his way to stop him. His side ached as he ran into the cool, eerily quiet darkness. And then light bloomed ahead as Scorpius reached the passage exit. The four clambered out, pushing around the statue of Lochimigus the perpetually productive, and into the glow of torchlight and a perfectly prosaic Hogwarts corridor. No one was in sight, and yet voices could be heard echoing distantly, shouting with alarm and urgency. The school had not been vacated, it seemed. That's why Merlin was protecting it. But even he could not hold off the centaurs much longer. As if on command, a huge boom shook the castle, raining grit from the ceiling and shattering a nearby window. The centaurs were attacking through the fiendfire, though James couldn't guess how. "It's all a distraction," he said, turning to Zane, Rose, and Scorpius. "I don't know how or why, but we still have just one job, and that's to find Petra and warn her. If Odin Van and Judith get to her first." "But how?" Rose cried, stamping her foot in frustration. "We don't even know where she is." James drew a resolute breath and glanced at Scorpius. "We have to find Merlin," he said firmly. "He has Petra's father's brooch. Petra still thinks she's leaving our world forever, and she won't go anywhere without it. If we find Merlin, we'll find Petra." "If we're not too late already," Zane shrugged and nodded. "And all of this is just the opening act for the apocalypse." Drawing his wand and holding it at the ready, James turned and ran down the corridor, heading in the direction of the main stairs and the headmaster's office. As he turned at the nearest junction, he nearly bowled into George Muldoon, the Ravenclaw prefect. The tall boy caught James by the shoulder, a look of terror and alarm bulging in his eyes before he recognized him. "Potter!" he exclaimed in consternation. "What are you doing down here? We're in lockdown state. Everyone to their common rooms. And you, Weasley and Malfoy, and—" He boggled at Zane. "And just who the ruddy hell are you?" "Zane Walker," Zane said agreeably. "Normally I shake hands, but we're in a pretty big hurry. Next time, maybe, if there is a next time." With that, the troop ran on again, leaving Muldoon to turn and boggle after them, frantically calling their names. They reached the stairs and turned to pelt up them, swinging around the balustrade for support. Another boom shook the castle and the Heracles window cracked, disintegrated, and fell away in a rain of colorful shards. "That's not magic," Scorpius gasped, boggling at the broken window. "Something is hitting us." "The giants," Zane nodded. "They're trying to get in any way they can. Not to attack, but to get away from the centaurs." "Go!" James pressed, turning past the landing and continuing up the stairs. No time for anything else. They reached the third floor, James in the lead. He turned down Gargoyle Corridor, aiming for the spiral staircase at the end. Another boom sounded, this one from directly next to James, and a pillar keeled toward him, breaking into heavy chunks. James ducked and stumbled, barely avoiding the collapsing stonework. Dust blew past him as part of the ceiling came down with the pillar, choking the air and snuffing the nearest lantern. James scrambled to his feet and looked back, squinting into the gritty dark. He was cut off from Scorpius, Rose, and Zane by the caved-in ceiling. "She knew that you would come," a man's voice said from behind him. "I doubted her, but she knew." James wheeled back, so fast that he nearly lost his footing, and jerked his wand wildly upright. "Expelliarmus," he gasped, and a bolt of light shot from his wand. It was snuffed immediately, reduced to a swarm of dying sparks. "Judith predicted that you would race the storm back. I was to wait for you here, and be ready when you came. I shouldn't have doubted her. She's rarely wrong." A dark figure stepped forward out of the shadows, coming between James and the spiral stairs of the headmaster's office. Even before his face was visible, James recognized the gaunt shape of Donofrio Odenvan, his wand held almost lazily, half-raised. "Stupefy!" James cried, raising his wand up in his hand again. The red spell flashed and snuffed itself barely a foot from his wand. Odenvan was laughing to himself, his upturned wand streaming a faint haze of purple. "You know you cannot defeat me," he chided. "Best not even to try." "Where's Petra?" James demanded, staring down the length of his trembling wand. He gulped. "Is she still alive?" "Petra isn't your concern, James," Odenvan answered, stepping forward slowly. "She never was. You like to think she feels something for you, don't you? And yet it's her that intended to leave you forever. That must gall you. Does it gall you, James?" James lowered his wand slowly in defeat, and then jerked it up again and cried, "Expulso!" The spell leapt across the distance between them, and exploded against the shimmering shield charm that sprang, unbidden, from Odenvan's raised wand. He stepped forward again, closing the distance between them. James backed up a step, his heel crunched on broken grit. "Are you planning to kill me?" "I don't need to kill you," Odenvan answered with a light shrug. "The storm will kill you. It will follow you wherever you go. And if somehow you manage to stay ahead of it, well—" He sighed and shook his head. "This world only has a few hours left anyway. Why are you doing this?" James demanded, lowering his wand again, this time all the way. "I mean, I understand being bullied around and all. Revenge makes sense, even if you seem to have gone pretty mental with it. But why destroy the whole world?" "Ah, but this is no longer my world, James," the young man replied breezily. "With Judith's help, we can create an all-new world, one crafted in our own image. We have the key, and the key is our very own Petra Morgenstern. She will open the way for us, and then we will throw away the key forever. No backsies." He tittered. James retreated another step. He chilled under the force of Odenvan's madness, and yet a tiny surge of hope fanned out in his veins. Petra was still alive. If only he could find her. "Relatio!" he shouted, stabbing his wand up again and firing with lightning speed. Odenvan's arm jerked up from the shoulder, following the force of his wand, and a bolt of green flashed, snuffing James' spell in midair. He was laughing again, moving steadily closer. "Petrificus totalis!" James cried, putting all of the force he could muster into the spell. "Levi corpus, incarcerus, convulsus." Each spell exploded and obliterated bare inches from his wand as Odenvan's jerked in his upraised hand, firing the prescribed counter-jinxes of its own accord. "You really don't know when to quit, do you?" The young professor laughed delightedly. "There's that arrogance that I've come to so loathe in people like you. The assurance that somehow, someway you must win. That you are the good one. That you are right. It's truly unbearable, you know. But it's entertaining, at least." James strained forward with his wand, now only 10 feet from the approaching professor. He drew breath to call his next spell, resolving to resort to unforgivable curses out of pure desperation, when a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from behind Odenvan, clambering down the spiral stairs of the headmaster's office. They were heavy, and yet James instinctively knew by the sound that they were not Merlin's. "James!" the figure's voice called in surprise, clambering to a stop at the base of the steps. It was Ralph. Odenvan's left hand shot up and back, fisted on a second wand. "Stay, Mr. Dolohov," he ordered, his eyes not flinching from James. "There is no need for you to share Mr. Potter's fate." "That's a laugh," Ralph scoffed in a brittle voice. Like any of us are going to survive this night. I've been waiting for the headmaster for almost an hour, but it doesn't look like he's coming back at all. Without him, we're pretty much done for." As he spoke, Ralph raised his wand and fired a nonverbal spell at Odenvan. It was deep blue, arcing like electricity. Odenvan's left hand twitched, pulled his arm up, and fired the counterspell, obliterating Ralph's attack. The professor smiled at James. One wand pointed back at Ralph, the other leveled at James' chest. "Crucio," he said almost conversationally. James flinched, but the spell wasn't aimed at him. From Odenvan's second wand, a belt of searing green struck Ralph and drove him back against the stairs, where he crashed heavily, half across the steps, jerking in agony. He gasped and tried to scream, but his chest locked and his teeth clenched, reducing his cry to a strained, desperate groan. "I meant to thank you, Mr. Dolohov," Odenvan said over the crackle of his spell. "You found the one potential flaw in my wand. Nonverbal spells. Thanks to you, I have been able to calibrate and overcome even that." "Stop it!" James shouted, raising his own wand again. And then, before he could reconsider it, he repeated Odenvan's spell. "Crucio." He had never attempted an unforgivable curse, even on a practice dummy. The green bolt that fired from his wand was weak, frayed, without focus. Odenvan's right arm flicked up with the force of his wand and the counterspell fired, easily extinguishing James' curse between them. Ralph rolled and tumbled off the steps to the floor, still smothered in the grip of Odenvan's cruciatus spell. He gasped and groaned, and James thought he was trying to form words, even through the blinding haze of pain. He forced the word through helplessly gritted teeth. Odenvan bared his own teeth at James and intensified his spell. Pulsed lime green, and Ralph screamed. "Stop!" James shouted, his own wand still pointed at Odenvan helplessly. "It was no use. You'll kill him. Everybody dies," Odenvan said with sudden, grinning ferocity. "Let's just hope that they lived while they had the chance. I admit, I have my doubts." Ralph writhed and arched his back on the floor. He gasped a whistling breath and strained again, struggling to speak. "Quidditch!" James frowned in terrified confusion, his fist aching on his useless, outstretched wand. What could Ralph possibly mean? Was he going mad with pain? Why in the world would he spend his last, desperate words talking about something as inane and stupid as night Quidditch? The cruciatus curse lanced into him, boiled over him, enveloped the big boy in unspeakable, maddening pain. And then, somehow, James understood. His mouth dropped open as the realization washed over him. His mind raced, searched for exactly the right option, the one final gambit that would either turn the tables or doom them all. Resolved, he stabbed forward with his wand one last time. "Oscloditis!" he shouted. The spell was a lance of white. It struck Odenvan's right shoulder, and his arm snapped rigid, the elbow locking straight. His eyes shot wide with shock. Jerkily, he looked down at his right arm, and the wand in his hand, now pointed firmly and helplessly at the floor. It hadn't fired the counter-jinx. There was no counter-jinx. Not for game magic. The bone-fuse hex could only be dodged, never countered. The cruciatus curse extinguished from Odenvan's left-hand wand as the professor's concentration broke. "How?" he began, raising his eyes back to James, but James fired again. "Novice Denasi!" The fingers of Odenvan's left hand spasmed with the blast of the knuckler hex. The secondary wand they had been holding clattered to the floor. "How are you doing this?" Odenvan demanded, his face turning furious. "Game magic," James answered, narrowing his eyes. "Doesn't appear in the caster's lexicon." Odenvan roared with rage. He lowered his head and charged, aiming to ram James physically, to tackle him back onto the ruined wall behind him. Expelliarmus. This spell did not come from James, but from Ralph. James saw his friend still sprawled on the floor before the headmaster's stairs, but with his head now raised, his wand outstretched and shaking weakly. The wand in Odenvan's right hand jerked up to deflect Ralph's spell. The professor's shoulder and elbow, however, were still locked rigid by the bone fuse hex. With a terrible, grating snap, the bones broke, wrenched upwards by the force of the enchanted wand as it performed its duty. The professor screamed and collapsed, even as his wand fired the counter-jinx, snuffing Ralph's disarming spell. His broken arm went limp again, and he forced his fingers loose, dropping the wand before Ralph could coax it into action again. He cradled his broken arm against his body and faltered to the floor, moaning pathetically. Ralph staggered to his feet and braced himself against the headmaster's stairs. James lunged forward and grabbed both of the professor's dropped wands. With a decisive twist, he broke both wands at once and threw down the pieces. They clattered senselessly. "That was dead brilliant thinking, Ralph," James exclaimed as he ran to help his friend. "Are you all right?" Ralph moaned and clutched his head. "I don't think I'll ever be all right again. Sincerely. Everything's gone completely upside down," James declared. "I'm sorry, Ralph. You were right all along about Odenvan." "You think?" Ralph wheezed and laughed feebly. "Have you seen Petra?" James asked earnestly. "Finding her is our only chance. Odenvan and Judith mean to kill her and end everything. He has some sort of delusion about becoming Judith's new host and starting an all-new version of our destiny. He can't kill Petra." Ralph shook his head, finally standing up straight. "She has a Horcrux. He knows that better than anyone. And how can he start any new destinies? The loom is destroyed." "He's the one that destroyed it," James nodded darkly. "But no matter what, Petra is the key to everything. I thought she might have come here to Merlin, looking for her father's brooch." "Merlin's been a little busy," Ralph shrugged and nodded toward a nearby window. "What with the whole world coming down on the castle like a plague. Centaurs, merpeople, muggle explorers, and news people. I was looking for him myself to finally tell him everything we know. He's here somewhere, just not in his office." James' face hardened and he raised his wand again. He turned back to the decimated corridor and trotted to where Odenvan lay, his arm broken and his wands destroyed. Only the professor was no longer there. "He disapparated or something?" Ralph said angrily, coming alongside and glancing around. "Had to have. Or she took him," James muttered. "Judith. She needs him. He's to be her new host, or her pet human. Either way, he's essential to whatever her plan is." The castle shook again, quaked violently with a sustained shock, but this time the violence was accompanied by a gust of wintry, ice-flecked air. It whistled through the broken wall and streamed through James and Ralph's hair. James' eyes widened. He glanced at Ralph. "Petra," they both said in unison. "We have to apparate," James added breathlessly. "The entrance hall." Ralph nodded and swallowed hard. James could see that his friend was nervous about testing his operating skills under such conditions. James gave him a bracing grip on the shoulder. "You know the entrance hall as well as you know your own house. You've been there 1,000 times. You can do this, Ralph." "On 3. Ralph nodded, firming his jaw. "On 3. 1, James said. 2, they both said together, gripping their wands in preparation for whatever they would find waiting for them. 3. The world snapped away, whirled wildly, and reasserted itself with a shock of speed and noise. James' feet struck the stone floor of the entrance hall, and something immediately bounced off his head. He blinked, stumbled backwards, and raised a hand to his brow, probing to see if he was injured. A muffin rolled at his feet. It appeared to be Blueberry. "Elf work is for elves," a chorus of tiny, angry voices cried, and more muffins sailed through the air. They pelted the walls, bounced from portraits, pattered and rolled down the staircase steps. "We have quite enough to handle at the moment without your little elven uprising," a shrill voice exclaimed. James turned to see Professor McGonagall near the stairs, her wand raised warningly. A line of other teachers stood with her, looking variously confused and impatiently harried. "I will say this only once more," McGonagall shouted. "All of you, back to the kitchens for your own safety." "Safety is not our concern," a tiny voice called back. James turned to see Piggin, his face pained but resolved. "Without service for all of our kind worldwide, death is a preferred option." Turning to the line of elves behind him, he yelled, "Muffins away!" Another barrage of baked goods streamed through the air. Dimly, James sensed Ralph pulling on his elbow, dragging him out of the space between the professors and the elves. Zane, Rose, and Scorpius huddled in the shadow of the stairs, their eyes wild. "James!" Rose gasped, grabbing his other arm and pulling him into the nominal protection of the balustrade. "What happened?" "I saw Odin Van," James answered as briefly as he could. "But not Petra. She's got to be nearby. We felt her magic at work." "We felt it too," Zane said, and pointed to the closed doors of the great hall. "From in there. Sounds like a war zone." James made to break away from the group, to run across the muffin-littered floor toward the great hall, when the main entrance doors blasted inward next to him, breaking from their hinges, swinging and falling away before a concussive shock. One of the falling doors barely missed James as it slammed down, throwing up a cloud of stinging grit. Light glared and the throttle of an engine roared. The gunmetal gray off-road vehicle plowed into the entrance hall, bouncing over the broken doors. Its windscreen was smashed to a cloud of cracks, and its front end was mangled almost unrecognizable, singed black and smoking. Only one of the headlamps still worked, stabbing its glare up at the staircase. "Attack!" Piggin cried shrilly, and a barrage of biscuits, rolls, scones, and even pots and pans arced toward the vehicle, bouncing and clanging from its blackened and steaming bonnet. "They drove their blasted vehicle through the Fiendfire boundary," McGonagall announced. "We're breached. Hogwarts is breached." The vehicle's doors sprang open and people began to tumble out, running in all directions, their faces wild with terror. From the darkness beyond the smashed-in entrance, shadows moved. The clatter of hooves approached. Voices bellowed and shouted. One of the muggles did not run away. He stumbled into the center of the entrance hall, his figure illuminated brilliantly by the vehicle's headlamp. He was thin and tall, with angular features and sleek dark hair, now mussed and wild. James recognized him immediately. It was the rogue muggle reporter from his first year, Martin Prescott. "I knew it!" Prescott shouted hoarsely, triumphantly. He balled his fists, raising them into the air. "I knew it wasn't a dream. I was here. I was here." McGonagall rolled her eyes impatiently and stunned him with her wand. Prescott tumbled to the floor still grinning, his hands still fisted in victory. "Protego Maxima," McGonagall called next, striding past the smoking vehicle and aiming for the door. A burst of blue light formed a shield. Behind her, Professors Shirt, Votary, and Heretofore surged forward and added their strength to the charm, defending against the approaching centaurs. The castle boomed again. The ceiling of the entrance hall cracked along its entire length. Broken plaster and chunks of masonry rained down. Portraits tilted and fell from the walls. Windows broke and shattered all around. "Potter!" one of the portraits commanded in a steely voice. James turned to see a painting of a very ugly farmer standing in a field of blooming spinoswort. The farmer's face was vaguely recognizable beneath his wide-brimmed hat. "Your brother is not in the castle," the painted figure said quickly. "Every other student is accounted for except him." "Albus?" James asked, his mind spinning. "Albus Severus, my namesake," the disguised portrait of Snape said. "And our names are not all that we have in common. His loyalties are divided. You must find him." James shook his head. "No, it's Petra I have to find. She's here in the Great Hall. I have to warn her." "No!" Snape insisted, his eyes blazing from the painting. "For once in your insipid, reckless little lives would one of you Potters listen to me? The headmaster has divined the truth. Odenvan, whom you were lucky enough to best, was the architect. But your brother is the ransom. Without him, their plan fails. Find him right now, Potter. This is not about his safety, but the balance of worlds." James was shaking his head, barely listening now. Another deep shudder shook the floor and broke chunks from the ceiling. The great hall doors wrenched open as a blast of icy wind and furious light exploded through them. James forgot about the portrait of Snape. He broke away from the wall, angled around the smoking vehicle, ducked behind the defending teachers, leapt the unconscious figure of Martin Prescott, and pushed through the crack of the huge wooden doors. The great hall beyond was dark, creaking, full of motion, a wrecked shamble of shocking destruction. Every window was broken, jagged with shards of glass and bent metalwork. The ceiling was laced with cracks and missing huge chunks, its enchantment flickering and fading, showing mere fractures of marching storm clouds and approaching lightning. The floating candles spun and bounced from the walls, many broken, most with their flames extinguished, streaming ribbons of gray smoke. The tables were forced against the walls, wrecked and smashed together. The rose window was intact, but flickering with fire and laced with cracks. In the center of the floor, Merlin and Petra faced each other, each breathing hard, each staring at the other with furious intensity. Merlin's staff was raised in his right hand, its runes pulsing with green light. Petra's hair was wild around her face, her left hand raised palm out, fingers splayed. It was clear that the duel between them had descended to brute attack, a stalemate between equal powers and level cunning. "Go to your common room, James," Merlin ordered, his voice cracked, strained. "Obey the headmaster," Petra seethed, not taking her eyes from the sorcerer before her. James clambered forward instead, getting between the two, raising both of his hands. "Petra," he began. The rose window exploded in a cloud of glass as something huge bashed through it, taking its pillars and supports with it. The head table broke under the weight of the object as it slammed down, and James dimly saw that it was a tree trunk, freshly torn from the ground, its roots still clotted with earth. A monstrous shape wielded the trunk, following it through the raining debris, head down and shoulders hunched. It was a giant, its eyes wild with fear, its hairy free hand fisted into a knuckly boulder, ready to fight. James suddenly wavered on his feet as a bolt of blinding blue shot over his shoulder, emanating from Petra's raised right hand. She had launched an attack, but not at the giant. Taking advantage of the distraction, she had aimed at the headmaster. The assault drove him backwards with violent force. He struck the dais hard enough to break it, cratering the ruin of the head table, right in the very shadow of the giant. The giant, panicked, reached for the prone human figure at its feet. Its massive hand closed over Merlin and pulled him from the destruction, along with a fistful of broken table. Merlin's staff flashed and the giant recoiled, snapping its fingers open again. Merlin tumbled, fell, and arrested his momentum in midair, floating, his arms wide, his eyes glowing with fierce golden light. But Petra was already advancing, redoubling her attack with merciless intensity. She launched another barrage even as the headmaster arrested his fall. The blast struck him in the chest and bashed him backwards, past the invading giant, through the ruin of the rose window, and into the flaming night beyond. James' knees trembled as inexplicable weakness overtook him, making the world fade to gray. He remembered the same feeling when Petra and Merlin had battled in the world between the worlds. Somehow, James was like a battery in Petra's presence, holding a reserve of her power. She siphoned it from him through the invisible cord that connected them, just as he had siphoned it from her during the debacle of the Morgan web, right in this hall, and years before that, when he had first conjured the cord of her power to save her very life. He staggered in the smoky dark, his head spinning. Petra strode forward purposefully, climbing the dais and raising one hand to the giant without even looking. The giant blinked, tottered, and crunched to its gigantic rump on the ruin of the table. Its head dipped to its chest and the huge creature snorted a massive, grating snore, even as its bare feet, as large and hard as crypt doors, slid forward, grating on broken glass. "Petra!" James shouted, clambering forward in her wake. "Petra, wait! I can't wait, James!" she exclaimed back at him, halting and glancing over her shoulder. "My time here is done. This world is in chaos, and it's all my fault. You can't stop me, James. No one can be allowed to stop me." Her face was terrible in the darkness, illuminated only by the writhing fiendfire beyond the destroyed window. But her eyes shimmered, and James saw that there were tears in them. She was afraid, and she was driven by guilt, and she didn't want to leave, and she knew that she had no other choice. "Don't follow me, James," she demanded, firming her gaze, her voice hoarse and desperate. "I can't be responsible for what happens to you if you do." With that, she turned swiftly, leaving him behind and striding out through the broken window, where she was obscured by a pall of smoke. James struggled over the broken table, his feet slipping on broken glass and destroyed stonework. When he finally climbed over the giant's feet and the ledge of the decimated window, he could see nothing but smoking lawn and roaring flames beyond. He jumped to the bushes, tumbled to the dry grass, and cast about in all directions, looking for any sign of Petra, squinting against the blinding fire. A figure appeared in the wall of flames, striding forward through them, untouched. James stumbled toward the shape, shielding his own face from the heat. When the figure resolved, stepping out onto the lawn and marching back toward the broken window, James saw that it was Merlin. The headmaster was bleeding and disheveled, his robes smoking, but his face was stony with resolve. "All able-bodied warriors," he said as he walked, and his voice suddenly boomed, shaking the air and waking echoes all around. "Seal the students in their dormitories where they will be unharmed by those invading. Then, come to me in the entrance hall. The end of our world is upon us if we are not swift and committed to our duty. The villainess has escaped, but we shall track her. I shall summon those who can best assist us, Orrs and Harriers alike. Come now and be ready to kill or be killed, for this is our final moment." He made to pass James, not even looking down at him. "Headmaster," James gasped, turning to catch up to him. "Merlin! She has captured the brooch," Merlin said in a low, grave voice. He stopped but did not turn back. "Nothing stands in her way now. The architect has done his work, and the ransom shall soon do his. You should have told me what you knew while it yet mattered." James had no answer for that. He looked up at the headmaster's broad back, speechless, wounded, and afraid. Merlin still did not look back at him. Instead, he tapped his staff to the ground and vanished in a crack of disapparation, leaving only stormy wind, lightning, and roaring fiendfire in his wake. A sense of deep, stunning loss filled James like lead. He stared at the space where Merlin had stood only moments before. His mind reeled, stymied with uncertainty. Merlin would track Petra, he and any others prepared to accompany him. McGonagall would be among them, as would de Bellows and heretofore and any number of other teachers. Perhaps even his father and Victor Crumb and the rest of the Aurors and Harriers, if they could be roused in time. James thought it very likely. They would leave the students locked and shielded in their dormitories, trusting that the centaurs would honor their word and not attack unless attacked first. Merlin and those with him would abandon Hogwarts in pursuit of Petra, since she, they believed, was the cause and source of the chaos that had befallen the world. They would find her and go to war with her. She would kill them all, or they would succeed in cutting her down. If Judith and Odenvan didn't succeed in that endeavor first. It was just like James' dream years earlier. They were coming to destroy Petra, and they wouldn't waste time on words. And with that, a sense of preternatural calm settled over James, because he knew exactly what he had to do. After all, he had already done it, in a manner of speaking. He had lived it once already, 5 years earlier, in that strange and prophetic vision. He closed his eyes and imagined it, summoned every recollection of that long-ago dream. He remembered a freshly dug grave. He remembered Albus offering the young woman, Petra, his wand. It was necessary, James now understood. For Petra no longer had a wand of her own, having broken and abandoned hers years earlier. Sorceresses used their bare hands to perform magic. Unless that was, they needed to cast a particularly unique spell that relied on a wand. A spell like the Dark Mark. Because Petra had stopped resisting the evil of the bloodline. She was channeling it, using it, tapping into the conviction and resolve that only the last shred of Voldemort could provide. And now, tonight, she would finally embrace it. She would fire the Dark Mark into the sky over the cemetery, was probably doing so at this very moment, announcing her final, damning choice. Whatever terrible evil that such a choice entailed. James squeezed his eyes shut tighter. He envisioned the cemetery, his grandparents' leaning headstones, the freshly dug grave like a blot of ink under the stormy dark. He focused, firmed his grip on his wand, drew a deep breath, held it, and flexed the mental muscle of disapparation. With a hard crack, he vanished, just as Merlin had done moments before. Neither would return to the same Hogwarts ever again. Chapter 24. The Blood of Dearest Love. Somehow, amazingly, James sensed the presence of the Dark Mark in the split instant even before he reapparated. The spell was an emerald chill in the void, like the depths of a moss-choked well. He passed through it somehow as the world resolved around him, depositing him onto a wind-scoured hilltop, beneath the hulking sprawl of a dead tree. He faltered and fell, never yet having apparat such a distance, and unaccustomed to the strange inertia of it. Dry grass collected him, blew and whipped about his face, but he scrambled to his hands and knees immediately, disoriented yet breathless with panic. There was no time left. It was probably too late already. He looked around wildly, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The moon still glowed here, pale yellow on the horizon, unobstructed by the imminent storm. Next to James, the dead tree reached out of the earth, gnarled and twisted, like a giant arthritic hand with 100 fingers. Beyond this, just visible in the pale moonlight, sprawled a very old cemetery. Its headstones leaned like rotten teeth, embraced within the confines of a weed-choked iron fence. A decorative arch marked the entrance. Above this, still rising against the approaching storm clouds, was the ghastly huge skull, phantasmic and terrible, of the Dark Mark. Its jaw was unhinged, open in a silent scream. From the gaping mouth, a spectral snake poured out, uncoiling, opening its own fanged jaws in a vicious hiss. "No!" James barked, but his voice came as barely a dry husk, lost in the buffet of the wind. Using the ancient dead tree for support, he blundered to his feet and pelted down the hill, under the crooked arch of the gate, and into the ranks and rows of old headstones. He heard voices, indistinct on the wind, and then he saw them. Albus and Petra stood on a low rise, in the corner of the marching fence, their shoulders and heads illuminated from above by the eerie green light of the Dark Mark. Near their feet was an open grave, next to a neat pile of fresh earth. "Stop!" James shouted desperately, flinging out a hand to them, forgetting that his wand was still gripped in it. It would look like a pose of attack. "Both of you, I know what you think you have to do, but it doesn't have to be this way. Albus, don't let it end like this." Albus saw him, heard him, but ignored his brother. Even from this distance, James could see the expression of scowling resolve on his brother's face, the expression that he'd worn almost exclusively over the past few weeks, silent and sullen as he haunted the Slytherin table in the great hall and the edges of the corridors, lost in his own dark musings. It wasn't simply that he was broken-hearted about his breakup with Chance Jackson. James saw it now for what it was. His brother had been steeling himself up for something, preparing for some horrible duty that he believed was his alone to bear. Had Odenvan told him even before he'd told Petra? Had he exploited Albus' natural inner darkness, preyed on his teenage melodrama? Either way, Albus was the ransom, ready to give up everything for the sake of the whole world. Across the shadowy, wind-blown distance, Albus turned aside to Petra. She had his wand in her hand. Slowly, reluctantly, she leveled it at him. "Do it," Albus insisted calmly, his voice thin and small, carried on the wind. "No!" James exclaimed, as loudly as he could. He ran forward, but stopped again as Petra looked at him, her eyes bright and intent, but clouded with blind determination. She would indeed do it, James saw. He halted again, holding both hands up now, raised in a warning gesture. "The rest are coming," he heard himself cry out. "And they won't waste time on words. We only have a few seconds." He switched his gaze to his brother. "Albus, don't be a fool." "I'm sorry," Albus muttered. He wasn't speaking to James or even to Petra. He almost seemed to be speaking to the nearby graves, as if he was disappointing them somehow. He turned and nodded his assent to Petra. "Petra!" James yelled frantically, and started forward again, coming with 30 feet of the pair. The storm was blowing in with eerie speed, reaching to blot the moon behind a great, creeping wing of clouds. Wind whipped the grass and rattled the tree branches. "Please don't. This isn't who you really are." "You're right, James," Petra said, her eyes going cold, dead with resolve as she turned to him. Along with her gaze, the wand in her hand swiveled as well, swinging away from Albus, coming around to point at him instead, moving with slow, unmistakable purpose. "As of tonight, I will be known by an entirely different name. I am Morgan now, and since you came after all, despite all of my warnings, I'm afraid it must be you who will die for my cause." Brave Albus was your willing substitute, your surrogate. For his blood is your blood, and therefore able to satisfy the dark magic of the dimensional portal. But now you are here, and I can't deny what fate demands. Tears fell down her cheeks, but her gaze didn't waver, nor did the wand in her hand. "I'm so sorry, my love." "No!" Albus cried, and lunged with both hands, even as Petra's face crumpled and the wand in her hand exploded with vivid green light. James felt the power of the spell as it blasted toward him, illuminating the graveyard, spraying inky shadows in a radius behind each and every headstone, every individual blade of grass. The killing curse arced across the distance between them, and James watched it come, as if time had become plastic, allowing him to stretch his final instant into patient infinity. He saw Albus' hands on Petra's wrist, saw the tears wet on her cheeks, her mouth pulled into a frown of wretchedness, her eyes squeezed shut, unable to watch. And James thought, "It's okay. I'm glad to be the one to serve Petra, even if it means my death. Even if she's wrong, and killing me won't make a dimensional portal," as Odin Van Shirley told her. "At least it means that Albus doesn't have to be the ransom. She tried to save me. She loved me by sending me away. But it was always supposed to be me here in the graveyard with her, not Albus. If dying is serving her, even if it's based on a lie and a mistake, then I'm glad to do it." The killing spell struck and exploded. James felt a spray of grit pepper his face and hair, faltered backward a step with the force of the blast, and then felt himself fall backwards, almost gently, landing in a drift of heather and weeds. And yet, even as he stared up at the terrible glow of the dark mark, he sensed that he was not dead, or even particularly hurt. Dazed, he pushed up onto his elbows and raised his head. Directly ahead of him, a headstone tottered, crumbled, and fell apart, still fuming with green sparks. Albus' intervention had been just enough to spoil Petra's aim, sending the killing curse into the gravestone instead of James' chest. And then, in the breathless silence that followed, chaos broke out all around the cemetery. A sequence of piercing cracks echoed from every direction and figures apparat into place, surrounding the cemetery and moving immediately into defensive positions. They hunkered behind trees, crouched behind tombstones and mausoleums. There were 6 of them, and then 10, and then more than a dozen. "Where?" a deep voice, Merlin, exclaimed from the darkness near the dead tree. "A killing curse has been fired. Waste no time on stunning," another voice commanded. James had a terrible intuition that this was his father. "But be sure at whom you aim. Innocent people may be present." A woman's voice cried, "I see her. Northeast corner." Spells exploded across the graveyard, illuminating it in deadly firework colors. Albus reached for Petra, but she darted away from him, approaching James at a frantic run. He cringed away from her in sudden fear, but she dropped the wand as she came, running between sizzling bolts of light. As she reached him, she tumbled to her knees and fell upon him. "You're alive!" she gasped, and moaned with fear, and hugged him to her. "Yeah," he said weakly against her shoulder. "Sorry about that." "No," she said, and squeezed him harder. "I let Albus ruin my aim. I didn't have the strength to do what I must. I failed everything. It's all my fault." He hugged her back, and she seemed to go limp in his arms, either with relief or hopelessness. He supposed, under the circumstances, that they might both be the same thing. "Odin Van lied to you," he said, or at least began to. Halfway through the sentence, a streak of orange light struck a nearby obelisk, destroying its base. Crumbled, broke away, and began to topple. James saw its looming shadow in the instant before it struck. With every ounce of his strength, he pushed Petra, throwing her away from him and out of the obelisk's path. It struck him on the shoulder, crushed him down beneath it so hard and fast that he barely even felt it. Darkness plummeted over him, but not the darkness of unconsciousness. He was mashed into the weeds and heather, face down, his upper body suddenly pinned beneath a monstrous, cold weight, as if a giant was standing on his shoulders. "James!" Petra screamed, her voice brittle with horror and fear, but the sound was distant, strangely unimportant, like a thing heard on a wireless in someone else's house. Still, some deep, buried part of James' mind hated to hear Petra upset. He tried to call out to her, to tell her it was all right, but no breath came to his crushed lungs. When he opened his mouth, only blood came out, hot and sticky, tasting like copper. He knew, with only vague interest, that he was probably dying, crushed under the fallen monument. But then, blissfully and suddenly, the weight was gone. His chest spasmed, gasped for air, and pain came instead. He felt the splintering grind of his ribs, sensed tearing as the broken bones punctured things deep inside his body. "No!" Petra screamed, this time with low, furious emphasis. There was a rush of terrible wind, a sound like shattering crockery, and then a series of whumps, thumps, crashes, and distant cries. "Minerva!" a voice bellowed. "Hardcastle is down!" a woman called breathlessly. "Fall back!" his father's voice, panicked and desperate. James felt himself lifted from the ground, gently, and yet another pall of pain racked his body. Blearily, he sensed movement all around. Large, heavy objects whirled around the cemetery like a cyclone, bashing through trees, clanging from the broken fence. They were tombstones, monuments, mausoleum doors, iron gates, all wrenched loose and powered by Petra's vengeful will, forming an impassable maelstrom. And yet her eyes were soft, pained with regret as she looked up at him. James realized that he, like the tombstones and monuments, was also being held aloft in Petra's sorcerous grip, but tenderly, as if gravity had simply forgotten about him for a moment. Dimly, he realized that blood was wetting his shirt, cooling fast in the stormy wind. Petra studied him, seemed to look into him, and then, using the powers that were unique to her, she began to mend him. He felt a tingle and then gasped, more in surprise than pain, as his ribs shifted back into place, releasing his lungs from their broken death clench. The ruptures deep inside his body first went numb, and then warmed as the pain faded away. Tentatively, he took a breath. His chest expanded, drew air, and his head swam. "That was stupid of you, James," Petra said quietly, affectionately, as she settled him back to the grass, coming to meet him. The cyclone of headstones still swam all around, rushing and surreal. "I could have withstood the falling stone and protected you from it." "I didn't think about it," James whispered, buckling slightly as gravity collected him again. "I just acted." "That's you in a nutshell," she said, and smiled wanly. She reached out to him, placed a hand on his chest. His shirt was still soaked with blood. It stuck to her palm, greased it with red. James looked down at her. Her own face was bloody. It was a shocking sight to see. Something, probably a hunk of the falling obelisk, had struck her temple and cut it. Blood trickled from beneath her hair, down the line of her cheek, and dripped from her chin. Falling stone might not be capable of killing her, but she could still be cut. She was still just human enough to bleed. He cupped her cheek, felt the warm wetness of her blood against his fingers, tried to wipe it away from her skin. She took her hand from his chest and looked down at it. Her palm was slick and tacky with his blood. With her head still lowered, she looked up at him with her eyes. There was a disconcerting, calculating look in her gaze, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't quite dare. An object glimmered mildly on the lapel of her jumper. James glanced down at it, saw that it was her father's brooch, the identical twin of the one that had fallen into the ocean 4 years earlier. Without a word, Petra raised her head. Keeping her bloody right hand raised, She turned, as if facing the incoming storm. Claudicatus in aeternum mortiferum. Her voice was terrible, deafening as thunder, yet clear as birdsong. Lightning cleaved the sky. It lanced through the skull of the dark mark, brightening it, and struck the earth immediately before Petra. The blast propelled James backward, toppling him again into the mass of heather and weeds. The lightning did not strike and vanish, however, but remained locked in place, caged between earth and sky, rioting within itself, crackling with a voice of doom. "Petra!" James shouted, but his voice was virtually inaudible beneath the noise. She didn't hear him or chose to ignore him if she did. But she did look back. Against the blinding, boiling glare, her face was a mere silhouette. Storm wind tore at her hair, flailed it about her face as she turned back to him one last time. She tried to smile. It was a sad, pathetic attempt. Her eyes sparkled with regret. And then, with a shuddering breath and squared shoulders, she faced the magical portal that she had conjured, stepped forward, and walked into its violent glare. It swallowed her up with an explosion of blinding light and hurricane-force icy wind. The blast flattened James, bowled away in every direction. All around, the maelstrom of stone and iron fell away, crashing to the ground, bereft of its mistress. "No," James said again, no longer shouting, barely whispering. He stared at the crackling, captured bolt of lightning, the magical portal, now empty. It hadn't vanished with Petra, but the dark mark above it had. James scrambled to his feet, made to move forward into the bolt, to follow Petra, but a hand grabbed his shoulder. He didn't see whose it was and didn't care. He twisted to throw it off, his eyes still locked on the writhing fork of light. "James!" a voice shouted, and the hand yanked him harder, jerking him backwards. Still James fought it, lashing out, struggling to bat the grasping hand away. More hands gripped him, tugged him, wrestled him back. "If you go into the portal without the sigils," the voice exclaimed breathlessly, "you'll be killed instantly. Stop fighting us, you great idiot." James finally blinked and turned, as if snapping out of a trance. He found himself looking into the face of his brother, Albus. "She's gone," another voice said, this one female. James glanced aside, still stunned, and saw Rose holding onto his shoulder. Beside her was Ralph. Scorpius and Zane stood on Albus' other side, their eyes wide and haunted. "What happened?" James asked in a dazed voice, sensing that somehow things were worse than even he knew. Ralph swallowed hard. "Once we heard where everyone had gone, we followed." Rose sighed along apparat with Zane. "We ran into the graveyard and hit the ground when the spells started. The others retreated," he said, and then shook his head. "And then all of them, they're gone," Zane said, his eyes bald with shock, as if he didn't quite believe it himself. "The flying stones took out some of them. Maybe they were just knocked out. Maybe—" "Dad?" James asked, turning to Albus. Albus shook his head. "I don't know. When you got hurt, Petra snapped. The whole place went berserk. And then, when she conjured the portal, she sent some sort of force rushing out over the whole countryside in every direction. We were just inside the fence, hunkered down and hiding. But everybody outside the graveyard, they just vanished." "Puff of smoke," Rose said, her voice small and terrified. "It was a defensive thing," James said, looking from face to face. "She didn't know what she was doing." Scorpius met James' eyes, his face stolid. "I don't think Morgenstern did it at all," he said with low emphasis. "And I don't think it stopped when it vanished her attackers." James felt slowly chilled to the bone as the reality of Scorpius' words settled into place. "It wasn't Petra's power that caused it," he whispered, turning back to the flashing, crackling lightning bolt. It was a sort of shockwave of finality. It started right here, the moment that she opened her portal. It was the last crashing footstep that brought the whole house of reality down. But that means, Rose said in a quavering voice, the shockwave is still spreading, still swallowing up everything as it goes, extending over the whole earth, over the whole universe. Zane exhaled bleakly, looking up at the falling dark. The storm still boiled above, thickening and groaning with thunder. But everything else beyond the graveyard was descending slowly into black, slipping away like things behind a velvet veil. Petra's plan didn't work, Rose slumped, horror-struck. It was never meant to work, Ralph countered, anger tightening his voice. Albus shook his head. But it had to, he exclaimed, fear and frustration raising his voice. She had all the elements. I didn't think it would work without killing me or James. But his blood alone must have been enough. What elements? Scorpius asked, his eyes sharpening. Rain began to fall all around, speckling the graves with fat, heavy drops. Wind scoured the weeds and grass, growing restless even as everything beyond the fence drifted into seamless dark. The lightning portal offered the only illumination, dimming by degrees with each passing second. The 3 sigils, Albus cried over the growing wind, throwing up his hands. Odin Van made Petra and I both memorized them so we wouldn't forget. There was the token of generation, the key of an alternate world, and the blood of dearest love. We came here, dug up Petra's grandmother's grave and took a lock of her hair. That was the token of a previous generation. She had the brooch from Morgan's original universe. That was the key from an alternate world. And then, well, she was supposed to kill me. Rose looked appalled. You were willing to die for her portal? Zane boggled. You were her dearest love? Albus flopped helplessly to a seat on a broken gravestone. James is the one she loves, although I never could imagine why. She couldn't bring herself to kill him, though, so I volunteered. She asked me to help, after all. A few weeks ago, Odin Van told me what that might mean. I wouldn't do it for him, but for Petra. Odin Van knew it was his plan all along. Zane nodded dourly. Even before the archive was destroyed, and he told Petra about this one last option. I was close enough to be the final of the 3 sigils, Albus shrugged. Being of the same blood as James. So yeah, I was willing to die in this world, for Petra, but not in any forever sort of way. I'm no martyr. Petra said that if she did her part right, we would get a sort of alternate destiny instead of this one. None of this bad stuff would have happened. I'd be alive in that other destiny, and we'd probably never even remember this version of events. So, when she got my blood on her hand, James wondered aloud. She knew that it might be enough to open the dimensional portal. After all, if she hadn't healed me, I probably would be dead right now. She called the incantation, and it worked. Zane gave a low whistle, a one-way ride to the other side. But why did this part need to happen at all? Rose moaned, her eyes wide and her mouth turned down in misery. Our parents, the whole world, all breaking away into nothing. Whatever portal Petra opened and went into, it sure didn't change anything. Why even make her do it? Everything Odin Van said was a lie, James exclaimed, suddenly filled with a sort of bereft rage. He just wanted her busy so he and Judith could work their plan behind her back. He probably forced her to conjure a portal into nothing just to end her. No, Ralph suddenly said, his voice low. His eyes bulged in thought, and he reached out in the lowering dark, groping, grabbing onto James' arm. No, he didn't lie about everything. At least, not about one thing. But, James blinked, turning aside to his friend. You said, Nothing Odenvan said could be trusted. And you were right. He was a liar and a traitor from the start. Ralph was shaking his head in wonder, still staring at nothing, deep in thought. There was one thing he didn't lie about, because he didn't really mean to say it. He let it out without even thinking. And then, just as quickly, he covered it up. Don't you remember? His eyes finally focused and he turned to James. Urgently, Albus demanded, "Out with it, Dolohov." "Rose," Ralph said, turning aside to her. "Yesterday when we all met up on the Gertrude, you asked Odenvan where Petra could go to accomplish her task, where destiny was still intact and her choices would still matter. Do you remember what he said?" Rose frowned at him in the dark, her eyes wide and stricken. "The past," James answered softly, realization dawning on him. "I remember." He let it slip and then glossed over it, saying that he meant some place that Petra had once been to, someplace important to her. But that was just a cover-up. Because the past is where he and Judith planned to go all along. Ralph nodded slowly, somberly. He never intended for Petra to conjure a portal to Morgan's dimension. He meant to use her to conjure a portal through time. As a sorceress, she's the only one powerful enough to do it. Whatever he and Judith mean to do, whatever new destiny they intend to create, it has to be done back before destiny was shut down. When choices still mattered. "Before all of this happened," Rose said faintly, "we have to follow her." James cried, rousing and stepping toward the lightning portal again, even as it thinned, still fading. "We can't," Albus said, grabbing his brother's shirt sleeve again. "I already told you. Anyone who enters the portal without the 3 sigils is killed instantly. It's dark magic. It requires payment." "Here you go," Scorpius said, approaching and taking James' hand, dropping something onto his open palm. James glanced down, his mind spinning, and saw a pair of old black spectacles resting on his hand. They were heavy, the lenses fogged with dust. He looked up at Scorpius again. The blond boy shrugged and twirled his wand. "Accio casket," he said simply. "I saw where this was headed and ran back to visit your grandparents' graves. They're right over there in the corner where these 2 started out." He tilted his head toward Albus. "Those are your dead grandfather's spectacles. I doubt they're your prescription, though." Ralph glanced quickly from Scorpius to Rose. "What about the other 2 sigils? A relic from some other dimension? Where are we going to find something like that?" "Holy hinky-punks," Zane suddenly announced, raising his eyebrows in an epiphany of inspiration. He glanced around at Ralph, then Zane, his eyes wild with wonder. "I never really got around to returning it to the museum in the Tower of Art after we used it last fall. I've just been carrying it around, too wary to leave it home alone, but too lazy to take care of it." He dug in the pocket of his jeans and produced a largish, silvery object. James' mouth dropped open at the sight of it. "The unicorn's horseshoe," he gasped. "You've just been carrying it around in your pocket all this time?" "Horseshoes are good luck where I come from." Zane shrugged and bulged his eyes and spread his palms, one of which still held the miraculous horseshoe. "And for once procrastination is a good thing, right?" James stuffed his grandfather's spectacles into his pocket as Zane handed him the ancient silver shape. It was cold and very heavy in his left hand. "But," he asked, still looking down at the gently glowing object, "what about the blood of dearest love?" Rose reached and grabbed James' right hand where it hung at his side. She raised it, showing the drying smear of red that still pasted his fingers. "Petra's blood," she rasped, her eyes wild with amazement. "You touched her bleeding face. I saw you do it from my hiding place, right before she went through the portal." James looked at Petra's blood on his hand. It still glistened red wherever it hadn't already dried to a sticky maroon. Freshening drops of rain pattered down, wetting it again. "You have the 3 sigils," Albus called over the increasing roar of the storm, forcing James to look up into his face. "Only you can follow Petra through." "Go, James," Zane said, pushing his friend forward. "Go stop them. Don't let them win." "Save Petra," Rose added breathlessly. "Save bloody everybody," Scorpius countered. Ralph gripped James by the shoulder. "You can do it, mate. This battle is all yours." James nodded helplessly. Just like the Dryad said. He turned to the lightning portal. It still crackled and writhed, captive between heaven and what remained of earth. But it was dimming, fading even as he watched, dying away with the rest of the world, with the rest of the known universe. The only thing that remained was the storm overhead. It condensed, descending into a roar that thickened the very air, lowering over James, seeking him relentlessly. James drew a deep, shaking breath. With his dead grandfather's glasses in his pocket, the silver horseshoe in his left hand, and Petra's blood painting his right, he stepped forward. The lightning portal was thinning, yet somehow still blindingly bright. Its cursed light filled his eyes, blotted out the endless, hungry dark beyond. He stepped forward, felt power prickle through his hair, caress his cheeks and shoulders like electric tentacles. He closed his eyes, and then, suddenly, the portal enveloped him. His next step took him out of the world, out of time, and into forever. Chapter 25. The Time Between the Times. "Hurry it up, Petra, and don't let Noah's brother see you." It was Ted Lupin's voice, young and blithe, untainted by worry. The girl nodded, brushing past James as the portrait of the fat lady swung open to reveal the firelit glow of the common room. James began to follow her in when Ted threw an arm around his shoulder, turning him around and bringing him back out onto the landing. "My dear James, you can't imagine we're going to let you toddle off to bed at such an early hour, do you? There are Gryffindor traditions to think about, for Merlin's sake." "What?" James stammered. "It's midnight. You know that, do you? Commonly known in the Muggle world as the witching hour," Ted said instructively. "A misnomer, of course, but the witching and wizarding pulling tricks on unsuspecting Muggle countryfolk hour is just a bit too long for anyone to remember. We like to call it, simply, raising the wocket." Ted was leading James back toward the stairs, along with 3 other Gryffindors. "The what?" James asked, trying to keep up. "Boy doesn't know what the wocket is," Ted said mournfully to the rest of the group. "And his dad's the owner of the famous Marauder's map. Just think how much easier this would be if we could get our hands on that bit of skullduggery." Turning back to James, he said, "Let me introduce you to the rest of the Gremlins, a group you may indeed hope to join, depending on how things go tonight, of course." Ted stopped, turned and threw his arm wide, indicating the 3 others skulking along with them. "My number 1, Noah Metzger, whose only flaw is his unwitting relationship to his 5th-year prefect brother." Noah bowed curtly at the waist, grinning. "Our treasurer," Ted continued. "If we ever manage to come across any coin, Sabrina Hildegard, a pleasant-faced girl with a spray of freckles and a quill stuck in her thick reddish hair, nodded to James. "Our scapegoat, should such services ever be required, young Damien Damascus." Ted gripped the shoulder of a stout boy with heavy glasses and a pumpkin-like face who grimaced at him and growled. "And finally, my alibi, my perfect foil, everyone's favorite teacher's favorite, Miss Petra Morgenstern." Ted gestured affectionately to the girl who was just returning from the portrait hole, her long dark hair framing a face that James immediately memorized, recognizing straight away that she was soon to become the solar center of his universe, although he barely knew how or why. She met his gaze and smiled, her eyes twinkling but deep with hidden secrets. She was so young, so seemingly carefree. James had no idea what lay beneath that easy, pretty smile. Except that he did. Both of her parents were dead. Her father at the hands of vengeful Azkaban guards, killed for dark secrets they insisted that he was keeping. Her mother in childbirth, dying even as Petra's first cries met the world. Now, Petra lived with her grandfather and his hateful, vicious, muggle wife, Phyllis, whose bullying even extended to her own mentally handicapped daughter, young Izzy Morgenstern, whom Petra loved like a sister and protected as best she could. "How is this happening?" James asked Petra as she moved to join the rest of the gremlins. Only they were alone now. The other gremlins walked on into the past, their voices fading. The portrait of the fat lady drifted into shadow and the corridor vanished away into darkness, becoming a damp cavern, hot with pressure. A pool flickered nearby, illuminated from within by eerie green light. Petra was wearing a yellow dress now, almost impossibly frilly and stiff with layers. Her makeup was streaked and running with tears, although her eyes were clear, unhaunted. "You followed me," she stated with a sort of weary, disapproving affection. "James, I really just don't know what to do with you." He shrugged and moved next to her, looking around. "Where are we? Do you know?" She glanced about, used the back of her hand to wipe a streak of mascara from her cheek. Only, as she did so, the chamber of secrets blurred, dimmed, and grew huge. The floor became the wooden planks of a dock. A woodland lake spread away toward a misty forested shore. The gazebo wasn't there, or it was only long since fallen away, sunken to the dark depths. "It's not a where," Petra said, turning alongside James and taking his hand, walking to the end of the dock with him. Together, they looked down toward the hidden, phantom shape below the waves. Petra wore a plain calico dress now, warmed by a pale blue hooded jumper. "I thought I was opening a portal to another dimension, but I see now that I was lied to. I understood it in the space between entering the portal and your joining me here. People say that hindsight is always clearer. Here, hindsight and foresight are the whole fabric of reality. It's pretty much impossible to be deceived here." He sensed that she was right and began to understand. "We've both been to the world between the worlds," he said, squeezing her hand and looking aside at her. "This is like that, isn't it? It's the time between the times." She nodded. The wound on her forehead was healed now, James saw, or perhaps had never yet happened. She looked both younger and older than he knew her. Probably he appeared the same to her. The lake faded away. In its place was a vast open space. There were neat benches arranged at intervals, and the suggestion of platforms, a sense of patient waiting, even though the space stood entirely empty. It was, James realized, a train station. "King's Cross?" Petra smiled, and stepped away from him. She was dressed differently again, but not in any way that James had ever seen her before. She wore a simple dress, form-fitting on top, loose and flowing at the bottom, the same powder blue as her former hooded jumper, but made of some soft, dully shimmering fabric, at once dense and light as it swished about her legs. Ivory pearls hung in a single strand around her neck. To James' surprise, she had a diamond ring on her left hand. It was not huge or ostentatious, but neither was it cheap. It was inscribed on the inside with a phrase, "Amos et amoureux pour toujours." James knew this as if he himself had caused the inscription, and the ring itself, to be there. Petra had learned French at Alma Aleron, after all, and continued to love the language, even if she was not precisely fluent at it. James looked down at himself. He was dressed differently as well. A white button-down shirt and a dark blazer, navy blue, Bigfoot house color, yet somehow matching Petra's dress, tone for tone. He was a little taller, a little older, as was she. He moved to her with confidence, took her into his arms, and she came to him easily, laid her head on his shoulder. They stood that way for some time, resting together, holding each other as if it was the most natural thing in the world, saying nothing. Finally, Petra drew a long sigh against him, stirred, and shuddered as she exhaled. "We can't stay here forever," she said regretfully. "I know," James replied quietly, not yet letting her go. That moment would come soon enough. She raised her head and looked up at him, reading his eyes. "What is this, do you think?" He shrugged a little. "A glimpse of what might have been." She nodded and looked around, then rested her cheek against his chest. He touched the top of her head with his chin, breathed in the scent of her hair. Muffled faintly, she said, "There's not much sadder in the world than what might have been." It was James' turn to sigh then. The strangely empty world of King's Cross Station was darker now. It had the effect of theater lights dimming, quieting the crowd, subtly hinting that the final act was about to begin. Still James did not let Petra go. She lowered her arms, found his hands, and laced her fingers into his. When she took a small step back and looked up at him, he wondered if they would kiss again. It was purely a wistful thought, however. They had already had their first and last kiss, the one to stand for all. He knew this. He could tell, was thinking the same thing. Her eyes dipped. She let go of his hands and moved back another step. The station darkened from twilight to gray dusk, then dipped into patient midnight, drifting away all around them. "It's happening," Petra said, still nearby but fading into shadow. James nodded. There was a sound, dull and boundless, deep and low. It grew, rose up around them, bringing with it a sense of cold anticipation, of mist and wind. With quiet conviction, Petra said, "You won't like how this ends." James shook his head in the lowering dark. "Nobody knows the end yet. Perhaps not. But promise me one thing." "I will if I can," he said, straining to see her one last time in this place that only they would remember. She was there, but just barely, merely a dark Petra shape against a darker infinity. "Accept the ending, James. Even if the play is a tragedy." Neither spoke again. Time was reasserting itself. They were coming out of the other side of the time between the times. Voices blended with the rising drone now, indistinct, some shouting busily, others speaking with low, animated worry. They echoed dully, strangely familiar, like people heard from the other side of a wall. He strained his ears, tensed his body, as the gears of time caught up to him again, meshed minute to minute, and began to carry them forward again. Petra was no longer in front of him, although he still sensed her nearby, herself realigning with wherever and whenever they were coming to rest. He sensed that he might forget the future they had just come from, might slip seamlessly back into whatever former version of himself that he was returning to. For he instinctively understood that this was not like using a time-turner. This was not his future self doubling back to revisit a previous memory, while still essentially tethered to the future. This kind of time travel unwound along his own lifeline, de-aging him, returning him to the very person that he had been then, younger, and ultimately oblivious to whatever future he had just come from. He would only remember that future if he forced himself to concentrate on it, to cling to it like a dream upon waking. There was motion around him, as if the whole world was rolling, rocking, creaking faintly, banging with footsteps and distant, urgent voices. The drone of noise finally resolved itself, and James recognized it. He knew where he was. He knew when he was. There was a bliss of relief, even in the midst of the worrying motion, the creaking and rocking, the ominous groan of approaching thunder and howling wind, because none of it had happened yet. Somewhere far away, the vault of destinies was still intact. The loom was still spinning its mysterious, unbroken tale of earthly destiny. The vow of secrecy was yet intact, absolutely inviolate. And amazingly, wonderfully nearby, James sensed this almost as if he could hear and feel her very beating heart, was his cousin Lucy. She was still alive. This won't be any magical storm, Barstow, the first mate of the Gwyndermere, had said to James. Not like what nearly overtook the fabled Trews and his crew. How wrong he had been about that. As James clambered up the stairs to the swaying, rocking midship deck, he recognized the storm that bore down on the ship, chilling the wind, whistling through the rigging and sails, growling with deliberate intent. It was Judith's cursed tempest, unrelenting, still seeking payment in death. It had pursued James first to Hogwarts and then to the cemetery, and now, incredibly, it had followed him back through the years into his own past, to the ocean voyage of the Gwyndermere during James' third school year. He remembered the smell of it, the sudden roaring violence of it, only unlike the first time he had encountered it. Now he understood it. It had always been Judith's cursed storm, seeking payment in blood. It had been cheated once, but only for a time. The clock had turned back. James had a sinking certainty that, this time, there would be no escaping payment. The sky moved overhead with sickening speed, as dark and heavy as a tombstone. The ocean all around was a mountainscape of leaden waves, carrying the ship over looming peaks and down into guttural valleys. Ensconced in the elevated pilot's chair atop the bow, Barstow himself clapped his hat tight to his head with one hand, hung on to the guiding pole with the other. James marveled at it all, remembering every detail in a giddy rush. The sea monster Henrietta that powered the ship, corkscrewing the waves with her lithe, scaly body. His parents and relatives in the captain's quarters beneath the stern, waiting out the storm while Merlin observed keenly, knowing that something portentous was afoot, and Petra standing on the deck above them, her dress and hair whipping in the gale winds, her eyes calm but eerily haunted, tormented by dreams of her stepsister, Izzy, drowning to death, murdered for a bargain of lost love and hopelessness. The Petra of that time did not understand that she was, in fact, infected by the dreams of her dimensional twin, Morgan, soon to be unleashed onto a world that was not her own. But this version of Petra did understand. James turned and tried to run up the midship steps to the stern. The rocking ship pitched him, made him stumble. He flailed for the banister and groped his way to the top. Petra was there, just as before, her back to him, her hands resting calmly on the railing that arced around the stern. Her hair whipped and flicked in loose ribbons. Her drab dress fluttered about her legs like a flag. "Petra!" James called, raising his voice over the storm. She turned to look back at him, and he stopped in place, his heart thudding up into his throat. She was so much younger than he remembered, and yet her blank face, her haunted eyes, made her seem much older than even the Petra in the time between the times. She looked at him only briefly, a mere sidelong glance over her shoulder, and then, without a word, turned back to the raging storm and the mountainous waves. The ship rocked in slow, precipitous rhythm, like an enormous pendulum dividing time into dwindling moments. James braved the canting deck and joined her at the stern, grabbing onto the railing himself. It was cold and wet. In mere moments, if things weren't changed, Petra would be thrown over it, swept by the falling mast and its swinging booms. "We should go below decks," he said, raising his voice over the wind and looking aside at her. She was the same height as him in this time frame. Her hair flitted and swirled around her face, hiding her eyes. Just like last time, she made no sign of consent or agreement. But she did place her hand on his, covering it. Whether giving or taking comfort, there was no way to tell. "Petra!" he called again, trying to get her to look at him. She's out there, Petra replied, not taking her gaze from the marching waves. Each was of nearly alpine height, dwarfing the ship, topped with white crests that tattered in the gale winds. James looked out and up at the constantly shifting ocean topography. He nodded. She always was, wasn't she? Water is her medium, after all. She was the waves and the rain. She followed us the whole way, biding her time, watching, waiting for her moment. We can't give it to her. We need to go below, Petra. Right now. Lucy is still alive here. Petra nodded to herself, ignoring him. If we do it right, she won't have to die again. None of it will have to happen. A shiver coursed down James' back, chilling him. He reached to touch her elbow. Odin Van let slip with his plan, he said. The wind batted his words, tried to steal them away. He said that the only way to change the past was to find something that almost happened differently, and to make sure that it does. I think they mean to see you fall from the back of the ship, to die like you almost did the first time. Then, Odin Van will take over as Judith's host in this world. Petra nodded again, slowly, her eyes still hauntingly clear as she looked out over the tempest, measuring it. She will be weaker with him as her host than she was when Izzy and I were her sister fates. She knows this. She is a creature from outside of time. Her future, dying self has informed her past, vibrant self. Donofrio won't multiply her power as we did. But neither will he oppose her. Where Izzy and I defied and broke her, he will submit and bow to her. That's all that matters to Judith now. Petra, James said, using her name as a talisman, trying to rouse her to action. Don't you understand? We can't let them win. They will stop me from saving you somehow. Petra shook her head. I don't think they will. I don't think they will have to. Finally, she turned to him. Her eyes were eerily dead. You were so wonderful, James. So sweet and gallant. You fused your love to my power, connected us. We're still connected even now. I can feel it. The thread between us has been there ever since. You saved me that time. That time? James asked, although he had a sinking feeling that he knew exactly what she meant. She will be less powerful with Donofrio as her host. Petra nodded, her eyes unfocusing, drifting back out over the waves. Merlin will be able to defeat her, or your father, or even you, perhaps. None of it will need to happen as it did. The broken loom, Lucy's death, the night of the unveiling, the Morrigan web. James was shaking his head firmly, growing deeply alarmed. But Odin Van didn't even follow you back in time, he insisted, reaching to take Petra's hand, to shake her out of her fatalistic fugue. Nor did Judith. You and I were the only ones that went through the portal. She blinked aside at him, as if surprised that he didn't yet get it. I was the only one that needed to come back, James. Don't you see? Judith's origins are outside of time. In some vague way, she is always in both the past and the present. It's her unfair advantage. And Donofrio already exists here. She has surely already found him in this timeline, prepared him, poisoned his already broken mind with delusions of power and revenge. The version of him that you knew will never be. A new Donofrio Odinvan will spawn from this changed moment. She looked at James once more, assuring that he saw the conviction in her eyes, albeit tainted with regret. They only needed me to come back in time, James, because I am the one who will make the change. I should have gone over to my death the first time we went through this cursed storm. You saved me, but you should have let me go. You have to let me go. I can't let you interfere this time. That's crazy, James exclaimed, nearly shouting in the face of the blaring, rainy wind. You can't give them what they want. You can't just give up. I'm not giving up, Petra said, her voice going firm, her eyes hardening. This is the cruelest thing of all for me. Don't you see? I don't want to die. I don't want to leave Izzy. It's even worse than when I thought I was just returning to Morgan's dimension. But this is what should have happened. Just look at the terrible things that occurred as a result. This time, without me to amplify her power, Judith will be defeated. Merlin will destroy her, assisted by you and all the others who will join him. You know the truth of all this, James. You must tell them. You must make them believe and act. This is your duty. No! James cried firmly, taking Petra by the shoulders, turning her to him. Come down below decks with me. It can't be like this. You've always wondered, Petra mused thoughtfully, studying his face. When you invoked the same deep magic that your grandmother did to save your father, how it was that you didn't have to die, like she did. The love covenant is a force of sacrifice, after all. But now we know the answer, don't we? The bargain wasn't over. The deep magic didn't require your death because it knew we would be back here again. The bargain was only a reprieve. And now, the circle will complete itself. She raised her hands and took his, removing them from her shoulders. She turned away from him then, looked back out over the raging tempest. He reached for her again, and found that he couldn't touch her. She held him back with her mind, erecting a subtle force around herself. It's all a lie, Petra, he said desperately. She didn't look back. Lightning flashed brilliantly over the waves, stabbing down, seeking its mark. Thunder filled the world. James tried to focus on Petra through the ribbon that connected them. He sensed the power between them, could virtually see the silvery thread pulse in the air between their hands. But she was shutting him out. She was committed. Every bargain they've ever made with you was based on paying an impossible, unfair price, Petra, he shouted, straining to be heard over the thunder and wind. The gatekeeper tried to make you kill Lily. The bloodline of Voldemort wanted you to kill Izzy. Odin said you had to kill me. It's always the same deal, the same terrible cost. And what do you get for it? Nothing but a tainted soul and teasing shadows. The cost outweighs the benefits. It's just leprechaun gold, gone by morning. The death bargain is always a lie. And this time it's the biggest lie of all. Judith has finally convinced you that the person you have to kill is yourself. She refused to look at him. Her back was straight, her arms locked at the elbow, spread to grip the railing, squeezing it, waiting for the inevitable. Her hair flailed in the wind like a black corona. Lightning was nearly constant now, accompanied by a seamless cannonade of thunder. Seeing the inevitable now, James firmed his voice, raised his chin, and stated, Judith will kill Izzy first. Petra's shoulders tensed as if he had struck her. He went on bitterly, when you're dead, the connection will be broken. Judith won't need Izzy anymore, and you won't be there to protect her. Maybe you're right, and in the end Merlin will defeat Judith. But she'll kill whoever she can before that happens. Izzy will be the first because she knows the truth. I'll be next on her list. I'll fight, but who am I compared to her? She'll kill me with barely a second thought. All because you gave up. Don't! Petra shouted, her voice carrying over her shoulder, shrill on the wind. James, don't. I have to do this. Don't make it any harder. Do you remember how Lucy died? James asked, undeterred, taking a step closer, still speaking to her tensed back. She died protecting Izzy. She'll do the same thing again this time. You know she will. When Judith comes for Izzy, Lucy will get in her way, try to stop her. She'll fail, and Judith will kill her again. History finds a way to keep happening. You may change the bigger story if we're very lucky, but the little things will still find a way to happen just like they did last time. Stop! Petra shouted and whirled to face him, her eyes more alive and sharp than he had seen them during the entire exchange. Lightning illuminated the world, spearing down and arcing onto the Gwyndemer's stern, where it struck the aft mast, immediately behind James. The base of the mast exploded into splinters. James felt them pelt against his back, stick in his damp shirt. The shudder of the force shook the deck. A juddering, groaning creak filled the air and ropes twanged, popped, tore loose as the mast began to topple. James didn't turn to watch, even as he felt the weight collect over him, throwing the stern into deeper darkness beneath its shadow. Petra's eyes flashed upward. "James!" she shouted, alarmed, and acted apparently without even thinking. She rammed both of her arms into the air, palms flat, and a palpable wave of power shot up from them, arresting the motion of the collapsing mast. The deck split beneath Petra's feet, crushing inward as she supported the weight of the mast, cushioning it with pure invisible force. James could feel the power throttling between himself and Petra, warming his hand, making his knees tremble as if he had just run a mile. Gently, concentrating furiously, Petra redirected the falling mast, angled it alongside the stern, and then let it drop again, this time safely off the side. The ship shuddered as the broken weight crashed down, rolled over the railing, plunged its tip into the waves, where it ripped, snapped, and drug away into the surging current. James turned back to Petra, eyes wide with surprise, his mind reeling at this sudden, unexpected change of events. "You ducked last time," Petra explained weakly, slumping back against the railing, dipping and shaking her head. Her shoulders hitched as if she was beginning to sob. "You ducked out of the way, leaving the mast to hit me alone." James ran to her, grabbed her shoulder, fearing that she might still tilt back over the side, fall to the heaving waves below. She wasn't sobbing. She was laughing. It was a weak, helpless sound, but genuine. "You insufferable, noble, stubborn, gallant git," she said, and leaned against him, still shaking with helpless amusement. "You were so intent on saving me that you didn't even move to save yourself." James smiled, nervously relishing the sound of Petra's fragile laughter. "So you saved me instead. Does that mean we're even?" Petra raised her head to answer, looking James in the eyes even as rain began to fall in earnest. A clatter sounded from nearby. James remembered. When the mast had fallen last time, some of the deckhands had run up from below to investigate. He didn't remember them coming this quickly, though. "It's not over," Petra said, tensing and growing serious again. "She won't give up this easily." The door on the side of the galley wrenched open, accompanied by the sound of panicked, stumbling footsteps. It wasn't a deckhand that emerged. Instead, a lanky young man half ran, half fell out of the galley entrance, catching himself on a nearby railing. He pushed rapidly upright, brandishing a wand in one hand, pushing his hair out of his face with the other, looking around frantically. It was Donofrio Odenvan, only not as James knew him. This version of the future professor appeared barely out of his teens, smaller and more gangly, the thick sheaf of his hair longer, greasy and lank on his forehead. "He stowed away," James said in dark wonder, his voice nearly lost in the stormy wind. "He was on the ship the whole time." "He wasn't actually," Petra said, her brow lowering at the newcomer. "At least not the first time through. This is a changed event." "Petra," Odenvan stammered, clearly surprised to find her there. His voice was higher than James remembered, cracked from disuse during his days of hiding. He shot his gaze around at the wet deck littered with splinters, the missing aft mast. "You're still here." "Only," she said. "Who said Don?" Petra asked coyly, cocking her head, her eyes narrowing. He tried to straighten his matted robes, to recover and mask his surprise. Your, friend, you know, the lady, she said. She said that you and she were very close. But she said that you would want it this way. I hope you haven't had any sort of, he gulped and glanced around, of falling out. Petra shook her head slowly. She seemed caught between rising anger and sad pity. Resignedly, she asked, "What did she tell you, Dawn?" He gulped again and looked around, his eyes bulging at the raging mountains of water, the seething magical storm. She said that you called her into the world, but that I could take the burden from you. He called readily over the rushing wind. I would host her and get her power in return. All the power I ever wanted because she's some sort of goddess. I would be her new sponsor in the earth. And then she would grant me the strength to... He forced his eyes back to Petra, blinking rapidly, apparently reluctant to go on. Petra said, "The power to have revenge on all those who mocked you and bullied you. More, the power to never be mocked or bullied ever again." "You don't hate me, do you, Petra?" the young man said earnestly. "You always understood me. We always supported each other." She shook her head again, with sadness and betrayal. "I never really knew you at all, did I?" Odenvan gave a grimace. "Does anyone ever really know anyone else?" James saw, with frustrating dismay, that this young man was not yet the manipulative mastermind that he would grow to become. And yet he was clearly toxic with power delusions and fantasies of revenge, dangerous more for his desperation than his power or intellect. James only hoped that Petra understood the same. "You made yourself a fool, Dawn," Petra sighed, confirming this. "The Lady of the Lake won't help you. She will only use you. That's what she does. She uses and manipulates and lies. And then, when she is done, she kills." Young Odenvan nodded a little, and a tentative smile curled his lips. "She said that's what some people would say. But she also said that you would be happy to be relieved of the burden of being her host. I don't know how you summoned her into the world, but I do know that you don't want that responsibility anymore. We're going to help you let go of it." Here, young Odenvan's eyes switched to James, squinted with an insincere smile. "And this is young Mr. Potter, then, is it? The lady told me about you as well." James felt anger well up in him. He drew his wand without even thinking. "I beat you once," he said with iron conviction, "and I can do it again." "You beat me, you say?" Odenvan replied quickly, as if moderately impressed. "I don't recall that. But I've been beaten by so very many, beaten and laughed at, but soon the laughing will stop. Even yours, Mr. James Potter. I hope you enjoyed your one victory. I think it will be your last." The confidence in his voice was puzzling. A split second too late did James realize what was happening. The stowaway young man was distracting him and Petra, keeping them talking, goading and occupying them for his own nefarious reason. James turned back to the raging ocean behind them. A tentacle of icy water blasted him backwards, knocked him to the deck so violently that he lost all sense of direction, knew only vicious motion, and the sound sudden screaming laughter, and a jolt of racking pain as he struck some hard surface, smashed through it, and crashed into darkness. "You didn't play your role, dear sister," Judith's voice screamed, bright with good humor, horribly vibrant. "But no matter. I remember how the story is supposed to go." James tried to find his footing. He slipped and tripped over broken pieces of something, a table and chairs, smashed by his passage through the galley wall. Cold wind and mists of ice battered through the dark, pushing him back down, forcing him to strain against the force. Petra didn't respond to Judith's taunt. Instead, shudders of violence shook the ship, battered it as it rocked atop the heaving waves. James crawled forward, cutting his hands on broken glass, not feeling it. The broken galley wall loomed before him, revealing a barrage of magic and flailing, watery motion. Odin Van was there, but cringing in terror, backing away, his hands raised. James realized, on some dim, faraway level, that it was not only the blasting force of Petra's and Judith's confrontation that was pushing him back. His arms and legs trembled with weakness. His vision pulsed with waves of gray. He could feel the drain as Petra drew from him, drawing strength like water from a deep well. The cord between them thrummed like a pulse. He was her battery. Somehow he stored and held her banked. Power. He forced himself to his knees and clambered through the shattered wall. The storm raged harder than ever, forming a torrential backdrop to the battle. Judith was in her prime again, James saw, beautiful and terrible, her red hair loose and flying in waves, her eyes blazing with strength, her teeth bared in a fierce grin. She lunged at Petra, launching a cloud of icy arrows. Petra hunkered and dug in, extending both arms and erecting a shimmering shield, obliterating Judith's attack. Footsteps clanked and pounded up the midship stairs. Two deckhands appeared on the port side, Merlin and James' father on the starboard. Odin Van glanced back at the newcomers, his eyes wild and terrified. His wand was in his fist, but he did not fire. Instead, he dropped to a crouch and covered his head with his skinny arms, whimpering. "Halt!" Merlin shouted, his voice booming through the storm. Judith flung a hand at him, turning it to a bludgeon of ice. It struck the headmaster, bowling him backwards into Harry, knocking both back down the stairs. "The harder you resist me, sister," Judith cried, renewing her attack on Petra, "the more of your friends will die. Poor Merlinus is no match for me here on the ocean. His strength is the green of the wild. I am the blue of the depths. I will crush him like a dung beetle." "No!" Petra shouted, lowering her voice to a furious command. She planted her feet, knees bent, and shot out both of her fists, left and right. As she did, a shock wave of force blasted away from her in all directions. James' mind went gray. He began to crumple to the deck, completely sapped of strength. But the deck suddenly bucked beneath him, threw him aside, and wrenched hard toward the bow. A massive, splintering crunch rocked the ship as it seemed to ram to a halt in the water. James rolled and slid on the varnished planks, fetching up hard against the broken galley wall again, his head spinning. "Neptune's trident!" A voice, one of the deckhands, called out, breathless with shock. Dizzily, James scrabbled to his hands and knees, pushed up against the leaning galley bulkhead, and blundered back toward the starboard railing. He was utterly unprepared for the sight that met him. The waves beyond looked like a Muggle photograph, suddenly and utterly frozen in place, shocked white as if by a flash of lightning. Their peaks glinted like glass daggers, their troughs sloped with deep bottle blue, perfectly still, like a split second in time. With a shock of surprise and awe, James saw that the Gwyndomere lay tilted hard to port, locked in an expanding island of flash-frozen ocean. Even as he watched, further ocean peaks crunched to stillness, overcome by Petra's expanding, icy spell. Petra's eyes flared like twin suns. "You shall not touch anyone on this ship again," she declared in a voice of cold thunder. Punctuating this command, she struck out with both hands. Her attack was a wave of force that visibly bent space around it. The bolt connected with Judith in an instant, blasting her backwards, exploding her through the deck and railing behind. "Petra!" James' father called, clambering up the tilting stairs again, Merlin struggling upright behind. But Petra was already leaping to follow her nemesis over the lowered port side, landing on a slope of ice. "Stay on the ship," she called back. "I will keep her away and busy. When you can navigate the ship again, fly. Don't look back." The storm still raged, now howling and whistling over the frozen mountains of ice, tattering their crests into sparkling streams of snow. Rain blat down, slicking the icy canyons, freezing into icicles from the peaks. Judith laughed shrilly from the echoing chasms. "Come and find me, sister." The ice rumbled. Cracks appeared around the Gwyndomere, unsettling it. Black water bubbled and spurred up around it. Petra's spell was already weakening. James drew his wand, helplessly watching as Petra reached the bottom of the frozen wave and broke into a run, seeking the laughing monster beyond. He considered joining her, but knew it was no use. He could no sooner assist her than he could lift the ship with his own 2 hands. And then someone pushed him from behind, 2 hands planted in the middle of his back, hard enough to propel him straight forward over the railing. "James!" his father shouted in alarm, but the sound was already diminishing, muffled with distance as he flipped over in air, landed hard on his back and tumble-slid down the rock-like slope of a frozen swell. Spells lit the driving rain in flashing hues. Voices shouted. James gasped to recover his breath. His entire body ached and shivered, both with cold and wet and weakness. He lay in the shadow of the ice-locked hull of the Gwyndomere, staring aside at the half-buried rudder, now encased in a thick sheath of ice. Another figure slipped and clambered down the icy wave, nearly falling atop him. "She will want you for this?" the figure gasped through gritted teeth. It was young Odin Van. He reached, clambered over James, and wrenched the wand from his hand. "Come!" he commanded, grabbing James by the fabric of his shirt and dragging him roughly to his feet. Spells spat down from the ship, competing with the flash of angry lightning. "Stop!" a voice called from above, barely heard over the ripping wind and teeming rain. "You'll hit my son. We must go after them." James clambered along after Odin Van, off balance, tugged in the young man's merciless grip. They clambered through a rippled gully of ice, sheened darkest blue with depth. Before them, James sensed Judith and Petra still battling, just around the nearest mountainous peak. He felt the drain of power as Petra struggled frantically to match Judith's prime force. It wasn't working. He sensed her desperation, the faltering quaver of her strength. Petra's element was the city, after all. She could not match Judith here any more than Merlin could. Behind James and Odin Van, the canyon of ice wrenched, heaved, and gave a huge, splintering crack. Water boiled up, surged into the troughs of the frozen waves. James turned to look back, still stumbling in Odin Van's wiry grip. The Gwyndomere was breaking free into a field of shattered ice, even as figures on the deck attempted to climb down, to chase James and Odin Van. As he watched, the ship sloshed to starboard, cracking away from its icy bed, cutting off any pursuit. Petra couldn't maintain the ice spell. She had used the last reserve of her strength to force Judith away from the ship, to save those aboard. That at least seemed to have worked, if only for the time being. The ice rumbled beneath James' stumbling feet. Odin Van nearly fell, but maintained his fistful of James' shirt, jerking him forward into the howl of a dark ice valley. Petra was there, facing Judith across the gully. Their magic lit the shimmering walls, reflected deep in the ice like prisms. Petra was backing away clumsily, shielding herself but no longer launching any attacks of her own. Judith was like a dynamo. She flung jets of blinding light first from one hand, then the other striding forward, still grinning, propelling Petra ever back, until there was nowhere left to go. James cried out to her, but Odin Van yanked him forward, threw him down onto the wet ice, and kicked him in the side. "How does it feel?" the young man seethed. Being the weak one? Being the one about to be beaten? Stop! Petra screamed, turning from Judith to Odenvan. The moment her attention failed, however, Judith lashed out with her ice tentacle arms. She slammed Petra backwards violently, bashing her against the slope of a massive, frozen wave. The water wraith raised her club-like arms and beat Petra again, and again, until she no longer attempted to rise. Petra fell back, her hair plastered to her forehead, dangling in wet ribbons. Her pale face and arms were the only things visible in the gloom. "Use the boy's wand," Judith said, speaking to Odenvan but not taking her eyes from the prone form of Petra. "Let it be his last thought before the water swallows them both." "Nah!" James began, but Odenvan kicked him again, hard enough to drive the breath from his lungs. The young man was like a person possessed, maddened and blinded with poison avarice. He strode forward, raising James' wand in his hand, sighting down it. James tried to get up, to lunge forward and throw himself upon the crazed man, but his arms shivered with frailty. He could scarcely push himself up onto his elbows, barely lift his head to watch. He was feeling Petra's deathly exhaustion, sharing it with her. And yet, even now, the cord between them thrummed, invisible but potent, making them one. "It may be difficult for you," Judith said, her own voice rasping with greed. She raised her chin and took a step back. "But Petra has nothing left to live for anyway. Regardless of what she says, she desires this. She wishes to die here, to sink to the depths, to be claimed by defeat. It's what fate demands. Do it. Save her from herself." Rain poured into the frozen ocean wasteland. The storm raged, still strengthening. Thunder shook the ice beneath James. Water bubbled up through spreading cracks. Odenvan's fist trembled as he stretched James' wand out toward Petra, sighted carefully down it. But even from his position on the ice, watching helpless from 10 paces away, James saw that it wasn't regret that made the young man's arm quiver. It was anticipation. He was finally living the fantasy that he had harbored for so many years, to overpower and destroy those who opposed him. Petra had been his confidant, his one solace. But in the end she was merely an obstacle to true power. He would kill her and marvel at the feeling of it, of taking the life of a young woman that he had once called a friend, simply as payment to become Judith's new host, for the immense power that his petty, broken mind had craved for so long. Petra began to get up. It was a struggle. James could feel it broadcast to him through the invisible cord. "Dawn," she said, and raised a hand to him as if asking for his help. "Avada Kedavra," he barked hoarsely, seeming almost to relish each syllable. James' wand burst green. The bolt spat, sharp as a needle, flashed the canyons of ice and curtains of rain into unearthly emerald daylight. The spell struck Petra just below her throat. It blasted her back down again, slamming her against the ice hard enough to make her head jolt, her damp hair to flail and fall over her open, knowing eyes. The hand she had raised recoiled across her chest, and then flopped down to her side, where it lay suddenly still, horribly still. She was dead. James could feel it. The cord was still there between them, connecting them hand to hand, soul to soul, but in that instant her length had gone completely, finally dark. James screamed. The sound was bestial, utterly bereft, empty of words. He drained his lungs completely and then seemed unable to draw another breath. His chest was locked tight, clenched with shock and loss and horror. He no longer noticed Odenvan as he took James' wand in both hands, broke it, and tossed it away. He barely even noticed as Judith approached Petra's dead body, reached down, and plucked the moonstone brooch from her jumper, smiling at it in her hand before pinning it to her own robe, claiming it as a trophy of smug triumph. How is this possible? James' mind raged. Petra had a Horcrux. Only she didn't, of course. Not in this timeline. She had traveled back to her previous self, but the dark magic of the Horcrux had not accompanied her. Here she hadn't yet created it, and now she never would. Together, the two murderers strode away into the darkness, the goddess of chaos with her new human host, leaving Petra's last sorcerer spell to crack and heave apart behind them, melting away, soon to drop her corpse to the depths, claimed by the very waves that she and James had once cheated. And James would soon follow. Just one more casualty at sea, lost forever to the deep. But he no longer felt weak. With Petra no longer summoning from the power that he had collected for her, his own strength returned. In the wake of everything, this felt like a mockery, a dark insult. He sat up in the lowering gloom, even as the ice cracked all around and water sloshed past him. He raised his hand, looked at it. The ribbon was visible as a moon-colored glow, no longer tainted with any trace of crimson. The thread wafted back toward Petra's body. Her power, her very essence, was still in him, banked away, albeit useless. But how was that possible? Somehow, through some enchantment that he barely understood, he had served as a battery for her. He had used her stored power himself on occasion, and she had drawn it from him, right up until the very end, via the cord that bound them. After all, Petra's power was the city. There were no cities here in the middle of the ocean. Here she had been at her weakest. But James had been to many, many cities since he and Petra had become bound together. He had been to New York and New Amsterdam, London and Philadelphia. He had spent weeks with Charlie in Brasov, and nearly a month's holiday in Cairo with his parents. As he thought back, even now he could count them city after city. Dozens of them. Their power had stored up inside him, growing greater by the hour, nearly limitless, all banked away, and all ultimately unused, because there was only so much power that Petra could siphon off through the invisible thread between them. He had hoarded it unwittingly, unable to plumb its depths himself, but neither releasing it to Petra, because, simply put, he had refused to let her go. Let me go, James, she had asked him, begged him for years earlier. But he couldn't. He'd held on to her instead, divided her power between them, because he couldn't bear to give her up. He pushed to his feet, steadied himself on the shifting icy surface. The storm raged all around, battered him with blasts of wind and pelting rain, dragged hungrily at him. He didn't feel any of it. He moved to Petra's body, sat down next to her, and took her hand. It was cold. He wanted to cry over her, to pay with tears for the loss, but somehow he couldn't. His grief felt beyond even tears. The frozen ocean cracked and broke around him. He felt the remaining flow lower and heave over the waves. "I'm sorry, Petra," he said, holding onto her cold hand. "It's probably too late now, but I'm finally doing it. I'm doing what you asked. I'm letting you go." He closed his eyes and focused his inward senses on the clasp of their hands. He located the point where his palm stemmed power into hers, binding them together, connecting them ever since that fateful moment on the back of the Gwyndomere. "Let me go, James." He did. He let her go. The release of her power was a palpable sensation. It streamed out of him first like a ribbon of soft wind, and then like a stream of water, and then increasing to something like a rushing river. It began to hurt, to strain like muscles flexed past their limit. But there was also a dizzyingly sense of release, like putting down a massive burden that one had forgotten they were even carrying. And still the power flowed out of him, faster and harder, growing to titanic force, like every waterfall in the world forced through a James-sized hose. His body trembled. He shivered from head to toe, so hard that his eyes seemed to vibrate in their sockets. He tried to breath, but his throat was locked tight. His fingers curled into helpless fists. His right squeezed Petra's cold hand. His left dug fingernails into the flesh of his palm. Days and weeks and months of stored energy roared out of him, every moment that he had spent in the many metropolises, soaking in their webs of light and noise, their hives of human interconnectedness. The surge grew to a blur of color, of honking horns, and roaring crowds, and steaming vents, and rushing traffic, and then, with a spasm like a breath gasped only a split second before drowning, James recoiled backwards, limp and exhausted, his heart broken with loss, but his mind and body blissful with relief. And in the darkness, wet and slick with rain, Petra's hand warmed. He assumed it was only the heat of their clasped fingers and the surge of her released power. But then he gasped, as her fingers squeezed his. Chapter 26. The Shackle of the Brooch. James jerked his head to look down at her. Her eyes opened, but they were changed. They were pure white, glimmering and flashing like diamonds before a winter sun. She did not look at him, but her hand continued to grip his, to squeeze avidly, as if trying to communicate through touch alone. A warm wind rose up around her, spinning into a soft cyclone, drying her wet hair and clothes, lifting her up to her feet, and then raising her into the air. James let go of her hand as she arose, straightening, her features firming into a taut expression of severe calm. She raised her hands, held them out at her sides, palms open, fingers spread. She was summoning and controlling the hot wind, using it to repel the viciousness of the storm. Light accompanied her, pale as moonbeams, coalescing in waves around her form and building like a halo. With a subtle sweep of her hand, she extended the force to James. He leaned, swayed as the air rushed around him, cocooned him in a tempest of warmth, and lifted him away from the sinking ice. Petra's power was surging still, increasing, building like a whine in the air, a thrum underfoot, a pulse that seemed to penetrate into the very ocean depths below. And yet James felt no siphoning of strength from his own inner core. The cord no longer connected them. He had let go of Petra, given it all to her, poured into her the entirety of all that he had stored for her. And now she was using every last ounce of it. He arose alongside her, bathed in her power. He found that he was afraid to speak to her, worried that he might somehow break whatever strange enchantment had brought her back. It was Petra, and yet, in some indefinable way, even beyond the unearthly glitter of her eyes, she was changed. Together they scanned the dark, storm-swept ocean all around. The spell of ice was shattering into choked shards now. Floating ice fields rode the waves once again. Lightning stabbed down in staccato strobes. In the middle distance, the Gwindemere floundered before the gale. And approaching it, walking atop the water alongside her human host, herself transformed into a giantess of ice and water, swollen with purpose and drunken with triumph, the Lady of the Lake stalked, reaching forward, ready to crush the ship and all aboard it like a broken toy. Petra saw her, narrowed her flashing diamond eyes, and surged forward through the air, supported on her cyclone of warmth, taking James alongside her. The ocean sped away beneath them. The peaks of the waves reached for them, but never touched them, or even so much as cooled them with mist at their passage. Odin Van was like a child next to Judith's bloated form, stumbling uncertainly atop the waves, his robes and hair battered by wind and rain. Ignoring him, Judith stalked forward, made of the ocean and drawing it up into herself, feeding from its power to grow to behemoth proportions, intending not only to kill, but to terrify first. Petra did not slow to confront Judith. Instead, She raised her fists and blasted through the hulking figure at shoulder level, plunging into her back and bursting from her engorged sternum, emerging fully dry on the other side even as the water demoness half collapsed, cascading over Odin Van, who fell into the waves, spluttering. Judith roared and rebuilt her form, sucking dense green ocean back into herself and bulging even larger and more terrible. "How are you here?" she bellowed in rage and surprise. She reached with tentacles like freight trains, groping for Petra and James where they floated in their personal typhoon of light and warmth. Petra's voice boomed over the thunder. "Be still and resume the form that granted you entry into this world." The tentacle arms fell away, breaking into rushing torrents of loose water and crashing to the waves below. The behemoth herself shrank and writhed, mounting an agony of resistance, but seemingly unable to disobey. She screamed and twisted in on herself, constricting into a shape like 100 tentacles, bound into a thrashing, tightening knot. And then, the tentacles obliterated into spray and Judith herself emerged from their center, soaked and streaming, her robes dense with icy water, her hair hanging in sopping, coppery streamers around her face. She dragged up into the air, captured in the iron grip of Petra's implacable power, thrashing and screaming, her face contorted into a rictus of affronted hate, apparently robbed of words. Petra lifted the Lady of the Lake before her, suspended her with a barely raised right hand and a calm glare, until they were eye to hateful eye, 10 feet apart. Judith spat and hissed, twisting like a snake, snapping her body in enraged convulsions. "Come, Donofrio," Petra said and lowered her left hand. With a slow flick of her wrist, he lofted up from the waves to join them, gasping and cascading torrents of water. He arose alongside Judith, and James saw that his eyes were utterly terrified. His throat constricted rhythmically, as if he was trying to scream but couldn't summon the breath. James did not pity him. The horrible, deluded little man deserved no remorse. And still James found himself turning aside to Petra. "Don't kill him, Petra," he said, and found that his own voice resonated like thunder over the storm and waves. "He may deserve to die, but you don't deserve to kill." Petra looked askance at him, blinked at him with her inscrutable shining eyes. Judith and Odin Van twisted and writhed in the force of her effortless power. And still James saw the intent on her face, even as she seemed to reconsider, if only for a moment. Judith screamed, roared, clawed with her hands. Her hair whipped and flailed about her head, stuck to her face in clumps. And James saw Petra's face harden again. Slowly, she turned back to the pair suspended before them. Her gaze swept from Odin Van to Judith, then focused on Judith's wet robes. They were dark, as always, but something glimmered softly beneath her left shoulder. It was the brooch. Its pearlescent moonstone flickered with the lightning, shimmered in the reflected glow of Petra's swirling power. With a flick of one finger, Petra caused the brooch to pluck from Judith's robes. The demoness shrieked and swiped at it, clumsily, unable to reach. Behind the brooch, a ribbon of pale light streamed, connecting back to its origin on Judith's breast, a tentacle of intent. Deftly, Petra maneuvered the brooch between them. It turned gently in the air like a ballerina, its moonstone shining, its silver scrollwork flashing with lightning. But Petra did not take it back. Instead, she returned her gaze to Odin Van. The brooch lofted toward him at her direction, still trailing its streamer of strength. His eyes bulged. He gawped with his mouth, but managed only choked gasps. His Adam's apple jerked up and down in the stubbly stalk of his neck. His robe stretched across his shoulders, and then tore open, revealing his heaving, skinny chest. James watched, equally curious and horrified, as Petra used her powers, her innate understanding of the human body, to open his skin like that of an orange, to peel back the muscle, and lay bare the white cage of living ribs beneath. Odin Van looked down at himself and screamed. It was not a scream of pain, James understood, but of abject terror. His own body was flaying open before him. His breath came in hyperventilating gusts, each plainly visible as a spastic expand and contract of his ribs, a shuddering bulge of the pulpy lungs beneath. James glanced at Petra, afraid but speechless. Was she slowly killing the awful little man, torturing him as she did so? She seemed to be studying Odin Van's open chest, squinting with clinical intent. She manipulated the fingers of her left hand. With a crackle of cartilage and marrow, Odin Van's ribs opened like laced fingers, splaying wide, revealing the naked muscle of his heart. It clenched like a fist, red and thumping with terror, hung between the lobes of his gasping lungs. Petra nodded to herself. Deftly, she manipulated the brooch directly in front of Odin Van's palpitating heart. It revolved softly, casting prisms of light over the hollow of gore beyond. And then, with an apparently reluctant flick, Petra plunged the brooch directly into Odin Van's heart, sinking it deep into the muscle, burying it completely. In response, a wave of stunning heat and light exploded from the point of entry, blasting out in a shockwave, encompassing Judith and blowing past James and Petra. Odin Van shrieked and jerked backwards in his cocoon of force, and this time James sensed that it was indeed an exclamation of monumental pain. But there was surprise in it as well, for Odin Van's heart did not stop beating. Despite being impaled with the brooch, the organ continued to clench rhythmically between his lungs, pumping desperate blood, so fast and hard that it appeared to convulse. Only now, the silvery thread extended from his heart, spread through the air like a ribbon of smoke, and stabbed into Judith's breast, where the brooch had been pinned only moments before. With a cold flick, Petra closed Odin Van's ribs again, and then sealed the meager muscle and pale skin back into place, leaving not so much as a scar. "You chose your new host," Petra said, turning to face Judith, damning finality in her voice. "And thus I cannot kill you, nor could I do so even if I wished, for history will find its way to keep happening. All I can do is nudge it in a new direction, hope for a new ripple of events that will lead to your eventual and total defeat. You have chosen this man to be your host instead of me. His lifeblood is your root to this world. Thus, he shall also be your tether and prison. If you venture further than the sound of his heartbeat." Here, Petra reached out, twined her fist around the pale ribbon that connected them, and gave it a hard, merciless tug. Odin Van wrenched and screamed, clutching a hand over his heart. Petra nodded with satisfaction. "The thread will go taut and he will die. Your key to this realm is now your ball and chain. He will be your undoing, at the hands of those who are now more powerful than you. Begone, petty creature of the abyss. Your time here is soon ended." And with that, Petra swept her left hand back from the shoulder, flinging Odin Van away like a comet. He vanished into stormy distance, leaving only the echo of his shocked scream. Judith spared only a split second to bare her teeth before rocketing off in pursuit of him, following the thread that now bound them. James turned to watch, but they were already vanished, lost in the heaving pall of the storm. "Where did you send him?" he asked, still searching the clouds. "The first of the 6 lost cities of Atlantis," Petra answered, sighing with weariness. "There are air pockets there that are 1,000 years old, and nothing else alive for 100 leagues in any direction. That will keep them busy for a little while at least." He turned back to her. They still floated high over the waves, protected from the raging storm by the subtle cushion of her swirling powers. "You didn't kill him," he said with some wonder. "He killed you, but you let him live." You asked me to, she replied and shrugged. And it wouldn't have worked if I had. Odenvan really was right. History can't be changed by major alterations. We have to steer things only slightly differently and hope for the best. James shook his head in happy disbelief. He reached for her, touched her hand through the swirling glow of power. I can't believe this is happening. It feels too good to be true. It is, she said, and her diamond eyes clouded. Her knees suddenly buckled. James reached to catch her, to support her as she went momentarily limp. The cocoon of warmth and light all around them contracted. They dipped suddenly, dropping 50 feet in a second before bobbing uncertainly up again, this time barely above the hungry, mountainous waves. I think I used up most of what you gave me, she gasped, clutching onto him for support. I'm fearful that it wasn't life force, only power. He held her up, supported her in his arms, concern darkening his thoughts. What do you mean? She shook her head. Her eyes had returned to their normal blue. James couldn't tell if this was an encouraging or worrying sign. She said, We're on borrowed time. We need to get back to the ship. Firming her grip on his elbow, she concentrated, directing the dwindling bubble of her force through the storm, aiming for the Gwindamere where it foundered, listing over the waves, still crusted with ice. Someone comes, a voice bellowed. Wands up, another commanded. Wait, a third voice cried. It was James' father, thankfully. That is my son and his friend, Petra Morgenstern. Make room. They approach quickly. Petra lowered them to the ship's stern, which heaved and rolled beneath them, shifting dozens of feet every few seconds, making landing especially difficult. James, his father cried, reaching to catch him by the arm and shoulder as he stumbled to the deck. Next to him, much to James' surprise, Persephone Remora collected Petra as she lowered, her protective bubble blowing away into the storm, her legs giving out as the deck swelled beneath her. What has become of the lady? A deep voice asked, stiff with urgency. Merlin shouldered near, his beard streaming in the gale. Not defeated, Headmaster, Petra answered, recovering slightly, though still supported by Remora. But her power is lessened, and she can now be tracked, for she is hobbled to her human host, a young man named Donofrio Odenvan. Find him, and she will be nearby. Remora nodded, although the look in her eyes betrayed her confusion. Who was she? An ocean sprite? A siren? I have heard of such beings, though never encountered one of such malignant force. She is neither, Merlin replied gravely, though James thought he detected a certain cautious eagerness in the headmaster's stern gaze. He had only just learned of Judith's existence, and yet he had leapt immediately to certain deductions about her origins, as well as a plan for how to confront her, next time in his own element, and with much different results. We have to get below decks, Harry called over the roaring storm, dismissing these mysteries for the moment. It appears that everyone is once again present and accounted for. Let us keep it that way. Headmaster, lead on. No, James said, tugging his father's arm. You don't understand. This is no regular storm. It's one of her curses, the lady that Petra and Merlin are talking about. I don't have time to explain it now, but it's not going to just blow over. She unleashed the storm on us to stop us, to kill us and anyone we're with. One of the sailors nodded meaningfully, clapping a hand to his head to secure his hat. I don't know about any lethal ladies, but the boy's right, he shouted, struggling to be heard over the thunder. James was gratified to see that it was Barstow, the first mate. I've seen gales all across the 7 seas, and this tempest beats them all. It has intent, I tell you. It won't let loose without sending us to the depths. This one. As if in response, the Gwindamere tilted before a blast of wind, nearly capsizing to starboard, forcing those on deck to grasp onto railings and rigging and each other. Precipitously, the ship swung back again, groaning in its wallowing guts. "James is right," Petra shouted, standing straighter and pushing away from Remora. "This storm was summoned by the lady before her powers were diminished. If we were nearer civilization or land, the headmaster and I might be able to dispel it. But here on the ocean—" She glanced aside at Merlin, who nodded reluctantly. "The ship already lists and founders," Barstow bellowed, clinging to the shattered base of the aft mast with one huge hand. "If any of you has any magical idars, I'd say put 'em to use now or prepare to meet your makers." Petra nodded at Barstow, and then took a step back toward the stern, somehow remaining upright on the heaving, dipping deck. Splinters of broken mast streamed back and forth around her feet, carried on rivulets of storm water. Lightning lit her in constant strobes. "Go below," she declared firmly. "All of you." James saw her intent, even if he didn't yet understand it. He pushed away from his dad and reached for her, nearly stumbling to the deck himself. "No, Petra," he said, reaching for her hand, trying to pull her along. She closed her hand within his, but refused to move. "Petra," Harry Potter said, raising his voice over the gale, managing to sound perfectly calm. "Whatever you have in mind, there are surely better options." "There are not." These words were spoken not by Petra, but Merlinus. He was still standing next to Harry, his beard streaming, his heavy robes heavier with rain. His eyes were on Petra, piercing, calculating, measuring. He shook his head, as if reading the answer on her face, in her very posture. "There are no other options. We cannot best the storm by power, and it will indeed take us into the depths before its hunger is sated. We have bare minutes left. If Miss Morgenstern has a plan—" "N.O.?" James bellowed, his voice rough with shock and betrayal, his hand still clinging to Petra's. "How can you let her do this?" "James," Merlin said, lowering his voice and yet somehow making himself heard over the roar of wind and lash of rain. When James glared back at him, finally looked into his eyes, the headmaster said his name again. "James, this is Petra's hard choice. You already made yours. You let her go. Her destiny is her own now." "No!" James cried again, firming his grip on Petra's hand. There was no connection between them anymore. He could not sense her plan or feel her intent. And still he understood what she meant to do. He understood simply because he knew her and loved her. "This isn't what I meant. I won't let her do it." "James," his father said, moving closer, struggling to steady himself on the reeling deck, his glasses streaked with rain. He reached out his hand to James, to both of them. "Come below. Let us discuss this." Petra shook her head sadly. "You were so good to me, Mr. Potter. I'll never forget. Please watch over Izzy. Come below and watch over her yourself, Petra." He smiled. It was a stubborn smile, but even James saw the hopelessness of the gesture. Remora spoke up in a shrill voice, her eyes blinking owlishly. "What am I to understand is going on here? Does this young lady have some task to perform? Is she to be—" She glanced back and forth between Merlin and Harry. Barstow crooked his arm into Remora's as the wind suddenly pushed her, nearly bowling her over the side. "Whatever she intends to do," he called, "I say we let her get to it. We're like to break up at any moment now." "Go below," Merlin said, nodding to Remora and Harry. "I shall vouch for James' safety and escort him down presently. There are goodbyes to be had, I fear, and we should respect them." Barstow nodded robustly and led Remora to the midship stairs and the door below decks. Harry was obviously unwilling to leave his son and Petra. "James," he yelled, squinting through his spattered glasses. "You obey the headmaster. When he says come, you come. Understand?" James gulped hard, reluctant to promise anything, but equally understanding that his father was one blink away from physically carrying him below decks. Haltingly, he nodded. "This is madness," Harry called to Merlin. "Do you know what you're doing?" "No, indeed," the headmaster declared, still observing Petra. "But Miss Morgenstern does, and we shall not underestimate her, methinks." Clearly warring with himself, Harry glanced back at James, frowning with consternation. "Your mother will kill me if anything happens to you," he said, raising a stern finger in his direction. "Bear that in mind, son." With that, he turned, groped to the stairs through the driving rain, and worked his way down, clinging tight to the banister. The ship turned sluggishly, trapped in a raging, circling cyclone. Rain beat the waves into froth all around, even as the wind drove them into ragged peaks, seemingly as tall as the clouds. "James?" Petra yelled to him, still holding his hand, her hair now plastered to her head in shining ribbons. "I told you about this. In the time between the times. Do you remember?" He shook his head firmly, refused to look into her eyes. He grabbed her other hand and looked down at them, at their clasped hands between them. He did remember, but refused to admit it. Petra went on. "I told you that you wouldn't like the end, but I asked you to accept it. I hope you do, James, because I have to do this now, no matter what. Only, it will be easier knowing that you don't hate me for it." He wrestled with his emotions, squeezed his eyes shut, tried not to burst out in rage, or pleading, or tears. He couldn't look at her. "We've been through this," he cried, his voice strained. "Judith wanted you to die, but you don't have to. It's one thing to die for weakness," she said, grasping his hands tighter, begging him to meet her eyes. "It's another thing to die for love, and payment. That's why we were sent back to this time. Not for Judith's and Donofrio's plan. I know that now. I killed James. Long before you or Lucy asked me not to, I gave in. I murdered. Blood calls for payment. If I don't make up for that now, even if I live another 1,000 years, I'll never repay the debt of guilt. This is my one chance. We can outrun the storm," he demanded, panic straining his voice. "We did last time. You stopped the storm last time with this," she yelled, raising his right hand in hers. "Your love, my power. You paid the price that I was meant to, but only for a time. That's why we're right back where we started. Because fate has a bigger story to tell. This isn't losing to Judith. It's my chance to balance the scales." James refused even to consider Petra's words. He shook his head, cascading rainwater from his blowing hair. The storm surged lower. Waves pushed the ship into a disastrous list, washed over the bow and battered the galley walls. The hull twisted and splintered, groaned deep in its very bones as the tempest condensed around it. James had no words. Still, he could not look up at her. He sensed Merlin standing back, observing, but not interfering. He would neither stop Petra, nor compel her. She would make her own choice, and he would respect it. No matter what, the storm would claim its own. Petra let go of James' hands. She stood back from him, lowered her arms weakly to her sides, waited just a moment longer. James finally raised his eyes to her face. She was watching him, risking everything for one final moment. He said the only words that came into his mind. "I wish it didn't have to be this way." She seemed to accept this and to nod agreement. Raising her voice, she asked, "You don't hate me?" He slumped a little, even smiled a little with the absurdity of it. "Petra," he said, and then could say no more. His throat tightened with sadness. His eyes blurred, but he refused to look away again, refused even to blink. She understood. She gave a wan, relieved smile of her own. She nodded, and then raised her pale hand in a last gesture. It was halfway between a benediction and a goodbye. And then, with her hand still raised, she turned around, looked out over the stern railing, faced the tempest as it collapsed all around, turning the sky black with heaving, boiling clouds. It seemed to sense her. It condensed further, contracted, like a beast preparing to pounce. Petra raised her other hand now and spread her arms, both palms up. She tilted back her head and closed her eyes up at the storm. The wind and rain lashed down at her as if she was a magnet. She welcomed it, drew its attention to herself with the last of her prodigious sorceress powers. Gently, she pushed up to her tiptoes on the wet deck. And then, silently and slowly, she drifted up into the heavy air, leaving the struggling Gwyndomere to drift on without her. Immediately, the ship pulled away, and she arose, separating from it. Her hair flew in loose waves, her toes pointed down at the crashing waves below. Lightning struck her, and she absorbed it, channeled it, willed it into a frenzy around her arms and legs. Thunder filled the sky like a living thing, roaring, booming, making physical tremors in the wind. The Gwyndomere pushed away, running into gradually calmer waters. A hint of evening light washed over the deck. The rain slackened. Petra was now barely a silhouette rising into a whirlwind of lightning, of swirling purple-black clouds. She was the pole upon which the tempest turned. It cast out tendrils, corkscrews of mist, surrounding her like cosmic clutches, preparing to grasp. It revolved, tightened, and Petra continued to rise into it, to tease it, to sing her own siren song of sacrifice. James watched. He felt Merlin next to him, and drew a tiny shred of cold comfort from the sorcerer's presence. The storm withdrew from the Gwyndomere completely. The waves fell away. The wind faded to a bare breeze, sifted with mist, smelling of salt and seaweed and falling night. The clouds streamed back from the ship, surrounding a locus of tightening energy, brightening to a distinct core, barraged with lightning and roaring with constant thunder. It intensified, became a nearly physical presence, hulking in the sky as a demonic maelstrom, keening and howling with hungry rage. And then, with an eerily subtle yet pervasively deep concussion, the storm detonated in a nearly silent shockwave of warmth and light, blasting outward and obliterating into a million dusky tatters. The shockwave spread in every direction, like a ripple in a farm pond, silent and crystalline, distorting and magnifying the sky beyond as it passed. It approached the Gwyndomere, pushing a gentle swell before it, and sighed as it swept overhead, rippling the torn sails, trailing a single soft gust of wind. James felt the breeze comb through his hair like fingers, caress his cheeks, buffet his clothes. He scented the faintest breath of floral soap and sun-warmed skin. And then it was gone. The Gwyndomere bobbed slightly on the wake of the shockwave, and then settled. The ocean lay silent and still, as if exhausted. James lowered his eyes. He was afraid to look back at the tatters of the storm, afraid that Petra's silent body might come falling out of it, empty of all that had defined her, dropping through the air to splash faintly into the weary sea, and sink down through the cold forgetfulness beneath. That probably wouldn't happen. Petra had given all of herself to save him and everyone aboard the Gwyndomere. But believing that she had simply vanished was too tempting a thought. Like Merlin on the night of the unveiling, a vanished sorcerer or sorceress might not be completely dead. They might still come back. Petra was never, ever coming back. Petra was utterly and finally no more. James' feet moved of their own accord, carrying him to the deck railing. He saw his hands reach out, grasp the railing in the middle of the stern, exactly where she had stood. Merlin made no move to stop him or to interrupt his moment of woe. Voices and footsteps carried up from below. They were happy, even joyful, bursting with relief at the sudden end of the storm. James heard Ralph and Albus, Lily and his mother. He heard his Uncle Percy and Aunt Audrey and the ship's captain, Farragut. He heard Lucy, and he heard Izzy. She was laughing with the others, gladdened with relief, ready to rejoice on the wet bow and watch as the deckhands attempted to reparo the ship, to mend it for the remainder of their journey. James couldn't look back. He couldn't bear to think of Izzy's imminent, inconsolable grief. He couldn't approach even his own less tangible loss. A hand covered his shoulder, large and warm. He assumed it was Merlin. It was his father. Quietly, he said, "I'm sorry, son." And that was all he said. The two of them stood that way for some time, until the moon arose over the silent ocean and the storm was nothing more than a fading memory. They stood there until everyone else had gone back down below decks again, much more somberly than they had appeared. Harry Potter stood with his son, held his arm around him in the dark. Harry knew all about loss, about wounds of the heart that would never truly heal. He was acquainted with grief. Harry stood with his son. He was patient. Chapter 27. The 666 Enigma. James woke up with a start and nearly fell out of the Gwyndemer's bunk. His heart was pounding and his mind reeled with confusion. He groped blearily, tried to scramble to his feet, still half captured in the grip of urgent, feverish dreams. A hand pushed his shoulder gently, pressing him back onto the bed. "There we are," a woman's voice said, calm but insistent, as if she had been watching him, waiting for him to awaken. "Finally coming around, then. And what a horrible dream you must be leaving behind. It's all right. You're safe." The hand left his shoulder, reversed, and lay briefly against his forehead. "Fever's nearly past," the woman sighed with relief. "You'll be back on your feet in no time, and not a moment too soon. The headmaster has asked to speak to you the instant you're awake and about." "Are we arrived yet?" James croaked. His mouth was as dry as cotton. His throat felt like it had been scrubbed with steel wool. He opened his eyes, focused on a high ceiling and a row of bright, sunny windows, tall as pillars. This was not the Gwyndemer. "You're back home, James," the woman said, turning away and bustling over a tray, clinking vials and wiping her hands on a towel. "Back home safe and sound at Hogwarts." James startled again and pushed himself up onto his elbows, glancing around in profound confusion. The woman turned quickly at the sound of his movements, a vial in each hand. It was Madame Curio. He was in the hospital wing, lying in the middle of the ward on the only unmade bed. Morning sunbeams lay across the sleepy room, lit with dozing dust motes. "How did we?" he asked, snapping his gaze back to Madame Curio. "But I thought—" "You operat right out of the school," the healer said shrilly, half chiding, half amazed. She put down the vials and returned to the bed. The ban was lifted during testing, of course, like usual, although only from the inside out, just to be safe. Nobody expected anyone from inside the school to apparate out of it. But off you went, popped away to the cemetery in Godric's Hollow of all places. It's just a good thing that the headmaster was able to track you and bring you back. Why, you've been unconscious and raving all night long. What in the wide world were you thinking? James struggled up to a sitting position on the bed and frowned at his spinning thoughts. He could tell by the feel of his own body that he was back to his older, taller self, once again a 7th year. But Reality was vanished away when Petra went through the portal. The whole world was disappearing. How? He looked around again, amazed at the perfectly normal room, the distant rabble and rumble of students moving between classes, the waft of summer breeze pushing in through the open windows, lifting the sheer drapes into billows. Madame Curio clucked her tongue and touched his forehead again, cursorily. 666 fever, she said with a shake of her head, making James blink at her in confusion. She saw his look and clucked her tongue again. Don't worry, dear. It will all come back to you. The headmaster said you might be a touch befuddled when you came around. As she said this, she glanced away over her shoulder, raising her eyebrows. James followed her glance, craning to look behind him, toward the pebbled glass ward doors. Merlin was just standing up from the bench along the rear wall, tucking his tiny book into his robes as he did so. I presume our charge is back to his usual self? He asked mildly. For better or worse, Madame Curio answered, suppressing a small smile. Presuming he doesn't attempt any more addled cross-country apparitions. I think it's safe to assume that such episodes are well behind us. The headmaster nodded with confidence. Come, Mr. Potter. A brief discussion in my office should prove illuminating. They called it the 666 Enigma, he said as he settled himself into the chair behind his huge desk. It first began appearing as vague portents and prophecies almost 5 years ago. Just the 3 numbers, 666. They showed up in old women's tea leaves and old men's octacards, and even the crystal balls of students here in Madame Trelawney's classes. People began dreaming of the strange symbol. 3 sixes, always arranged in a rough circle, 2 small ones on top, a larger one on the bottom. It wasn't until winter of this year, however, that the prophecies became more urgent, and even muggles became haunted by the symbol. Finally, the significance of the 666 revealed itself. It wasn't a random equation or the sign of the devil, as many understandably assumed. He looked at James and raised his eyebrows. It was simply a date, the 6th day of the 6th month of a year equating to 6. This year, as you may remember, is the 23rd year of the 2nd millennium. 2 multiplied by 3 equals 6, James answered faintly, settling slowly onto one of the small visitors' chairs before the desk. Voices could be heard wafting in through the open window, carried on a warm breeze from the Quidditch pitch. The Ravenclaw team was getting in a last-minute practice before the tournament tomorrow. Elementary arithmancy, Merlin nodded. And yet none knew why that date, June the 6th, 2023, had such significance. Many seers consulted their preferred divinations. Even the centaurs measured the portents and formulated their own dire predictions, with much drama as a result. Only recently, they came to our very courtyard in numbers, warning that if the omen came to pass, they would arise in force to wrest control of the magical world, for the good of all humanity. We were able to mollify them by diplomacy, but only just. Thus, as the months passed and the date approached, what began as a mysterious diversion grew into a sustained obsession, even a mania. People began to experience terrible, vivid nightmares. Signs were observed in the skies, the clouds and stars, even in the patterns of nature. Many of the trees awakened from their ancient slumber and spoke to terrified witnesses. Across the world, thousands of people, both magical and muggle, experienced apocalyptic visions. The details of every prophecy were always nebulous, but certain patterns emerged. A world slowly grinding to a fatal stop. The breaking down of natural laws and ancient rules. The darkening of the eyes of destiny until the world itself was swept away into oblivion. The power of the portent grew daily exponentially. But alas, no one fully divined what fate was about to happen, or what could be done to prevent it, or even if it was anything more than mass hysteria, a mere corporate delusion unleashed upon the world like a virus of the mind. James was beginning to grasp a strange sense of the headmaster's tale. Memories were resurfacing, though very hazily. Increasingly shrill articles in the Daily Prophet about people building magical shelters in their basements and yards, or about muggles selling everything they owned to buy stores of food and medical supplies and weapons, hastily preparing to stave off the mysterious end. James looked up from this reverie. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, he asked, "What day is it today?" "Today, Mr. Potter," Merlin answered with a small smile, "is June the 7th. James felt a release of long-sustained tension. It leaked out of his shoulders and neck, slowly, sifting away like sand. He drifted back into the chair, allowed its cool leather upholstery to collect him. "It didn't happen," he said, almost to himself. "Indeed." The headmaster nodded. "It did not happen." After a night of much fretting, of midnight vigils and frantic crowds, of millions watching the skies and oceans, of families huddled in terror, and entire villages marching en masse to confront imagined harbingers of doom, the darkness faded, and the sun came up, and the birds sang their happy songs. Life, with the perfect blitheness of ancient habit, simply went on. As of this morning, the population of the world has metaphorically blinked with surprise, shuffled its feet in mingled embarrassment and relief, laughed a little at itself, and with a bemused shrug, gone back about its normal business. James didn't have any response to this. His mind was a pleasant buzz of shock, and relief, and wonderment. More memories were slowly coming back to him. His previous few years, generally uneventful but packed with regular, everyday concerns. The months of his last year of school, spooling along only loosely tainted by worries of the 666 enigma. Up until the past week or so, that was, when the dreams had begun. Dreams of a different but all too familiar version of reality, of an ocean journey to betrayal, and the dark mark hovering over a country cemetery, and Petra Morgenstern leveling a wand at Albus' chest. The dreams and visions had mixed with reality until he couldn't separate one from the other. And then, completely saturated with the nightmare portents of Petra and Judith, Odin Van and Albus and the disintegrating vow of secrecy, he had broken away, apparat out to the cemetery in Godric's Hollow, convinced that he had the world to save, desperately and hopelessly. The world, and Petra Morgenstern. Although even in the dream, he had only succeeded at the former. "You and I," Merlin said in a low, secretive voice, lowering his chin and studying James closely, "are two of the only 3 living people who know the truth. The 666 enigma was not, in fact, a dream. It was not a delusion or mass hysteria. To the contrary, it was simply something terrible that almost happened, but then somehow didn't." James' heart thudded in his chest. He met the headmaster's gaze. "So, what I think I remember really did happen?" Merlin nodded again. "In a reality only one small step removed from this one, yes. You alone have lived both destinies. Everyone else alive in this sphere merely dreamed of the other possibility, vaguely and in part, because it was so barely avoided. Even I only know what I do because my prodigious arts were augmented by a mutual acquaintance. The man whom you once knew as Rector Grudge, among other names, may be a permanent inmate of the sanatorium ward of St. Mungo's Hospital, but his skill at reverse prophecy is as powerful as ever. He, who now goes by the name of Timothy Dumbledore, is the secret third of our trio. He assisted me, and was much gratified to be of service. He is a changed man from the villain you once knew, you may be glad to know. He has been greatly benefited in the years since his mind was freed of the caged memories of his legendary uncle." James frowned, squinted with dawning bewilderment. "But that couldn't have happened, could it? The whole affair of the Morrigan web, That was from the other destiny. That couldn't also have happened here? Alas, Merlin said almost cheerfully, pushing back in his chair and producing a sustained groan from its joints. You shall find that there are far fewer changes in this world than you might expect. In fact, it might be simpler for me to explain the few things that have changed, apart from the fact that the world continues to exist, of course, than those that haven't. James sat up again, placing his hands on the armrest with interest. A beam of sunlight warmed his feet as it crept slowly across the office floor, tracking the climbing sun. Merlin seemed to be enjoying a certain smug amusement. The Morgan Webb did indeed happen, for example, almost exactly as you remember it. The Quidditch summit occurred. Your father and aunt and uncle were temporarily arrested for destroying the Crystal Chalice. Rector Grudge was confronted by his benefactor and nemesis, Albus Dumbledore, and that wizard's captive memories were extricated from his mind, allowing him to assume his original identity as Timothy, son of Ariana. But, James interjected, still frowning in consternation, the Morgan Webb was only prevented because Petra was there to. The words trailed off as the memory of Petra surfaced in his mind. A coolness came with it, sadness filling in the spaces around his cautious, budding relief. Merlin drew a solemn sigh. You were quite right. Miss Morgenstern was not there in our reality. She died tragically, years earlier, sacrificing herself for the safety of many others. Thus, she did not, as you may remember, use the Morgan Webb to lure the Lady of the Lake into a fateful confrontation. She did not hire the unusual Muggle detective to track and reveal the lady's destructive plan. James was dumbfounded. But then who did? Her sister, Merlin replied simply, his eyes sharpening. Miss Isabella Morgenstern, known to you and the rest of the world as Izzy. Much of what you might remember Petra Morgenstern doing in that other history, young Izzy did in this one. Izzy? James repeated softly, leaning back into his chair again, weak with wonder. But she's not even a witch. Nor is she a Muggle, Merlin said, raising a hand. Not since her time with her departed sister. Izzy Morgenstern is perhaps the most unusual living being currently on this planet. She is what might be described as a guardian. She has subtle powers that derive neither from any witchy blood nor from the banked forces around her. She taps into something beyond all knowledge and technomancy, immeasurable and strange, something imparted to her by her sister, probably without her even knowing. James shook his head slowly, stunned, and yet somehow not particularly surprised. He looked back at Merlin again. What else? Merlin nodded and drew a deep breath to speak. The lady known as Judith was utterly defeated on the night of the Morgan Webb. Her time in this world was already dwindling since her host, the unfortunate Mr. Odenvan, was killed the year previous, during a raid in Muggle New York City, on the night of a holiday parade. The joined forces of your father's Ore Department and the American Muggle Integration Bureau discovered Mr. Odenvan standing over the murdered body of an American senator, a man called Charles Fillmore. It was not your father that fired the killing spell, however. It seems that young Mr. Odenvan was killed by a Muggle bullet shot from the weapon of an American MIB agent named Price. Self-defense, since Odenvan was observed brandishing a wand. Later evidence suggests that Judith sacrificed her host in order to facilitate her own escape mere seconds earlier. Already dying in her absence, Odenvan was left behind as a distraction. This act of desperate cowardice sealed Judith's fate, of course, since the death of her host uprooted her from our world. You might be interested to know that the lady was eventually defeated not by young Isabella Morgenstern's uncanny magic, nor by the combined force of Mr. Titus Hardcastle and his squad of Aurors. She was attacked and ultimately dispatched by a certain pink snake, a manifestation of the fractured personality of an American which that I believe you know rather well. Nastasia? James exhaled, a smile of astonishment dawning on his face. She killed Judith? Not precisely, Merlin shrugged, as if admitting a mere technicality. Firstly, Judith was not killed, at least not in the human sense. She was banished forever back into the dark netherworld from which she came. And secondly, it was only the Ashia part of Miss Hendricks that attacked and unmade her. The other half refused to betray her erstwhile comrade. But unlike in the destiny that you knew in this world, the Ashia half survived. She rejoined her twin self, Nasty. And while one would be hesitant to say that Nastasia Hendricks lives happily ever after, she does, at the very least, carry on as a rather troublesome and complicated student of Alma Alaran. You and she have become well acquainted, in fact. I believe the currently popular term for a relationship like yours is frenemies. James blew out a bemused, relieved sigh. That sounds about right. He sobered again. But if Petra never made it to Alma Alaran, that means the archive was never broken into. So the night of the unveiling never happened. Merlin nodded and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. With Petra Morgenstern deceased, her thread was no longer a part of the loom's weaving. Thus, Judith had no option for switching the looms and stealing the crimson thread of Petra's unfortunate doppelganger, Morgan. That story never occurred in this history, and quite thankfully so. Instead, on the occasion you know as the night of the unveiling, I battled Judith personally, having tracked her after her escape from the murder scene of Senator Fillmore. She had fled once again into the nearby ocean waters, where her strength was greatest. I foolishly pursued her, battling her in force. When she threatened to reveal her water gorgon form to the coast of the city, and to attack it in fury, I summoned what power I had left and obliterated her, undoing myself at the same time. Alas, while it took me 1 full year to return from the realm of the dead, it took her mere weeks to reassemble. She was not yet weakened enough by the death of her host. This was my error. But thankfully, her destruction was yet only a matter of time. So you went missing during my 4th year, just like in the alternate timeline, James said, amazed. The headmaster was right. Fewer things had changed than he could have expected. History had indeed found a way to keep happening. And yet the outcome was magnificently different nonetheless. He looked at Merlin and prodded again. What else? Merlin shrugged. The vow of secrecy still erodes slightly, gradually each year. But this is only the result of plain entropy and time, not any devastating revelations. He bobbed his head, raising his eyes in thought. You and your friends did manage to unleash a dragon into Muggle London. Your mission complicated by a particularly disgruntled house elf whose service had been recently supplanted by humans, albeit of the magical variety. The Elven Uprising is a nasty business, spurred on by inevitable changes in culture as time marches on. But it is no global revolution, as it was in your alternate history. Reaching farther back, you and your Alma Alaran friends in Bigfoot House still won the Clutch Cudgel tournament during your 3rd, inspiring year. You, along with Mrs. Walker and Deedle, still traveled back into 19th century Philadelphia and observed the death of the villain Ignatius Magnuson. You collected the relic unicorn's horseshoe, just as you remember, and used it to tread the world between the worlds. The single difference is that you accomplished these tasks only to prove and locate the hiding place of the rogue lady, who had indeed escaped into that mysterious realm to regain her strength after our battle, with her human host always in tow. James asked, And it was Izzy alone that accompanied us into the world between the worlds? Merlin nodded meaningfully. Your father, as you are likely now remembering, took Petra's final request very seriously. He took Izzy into your home, considered her as a daughter, sister to you and Albus and Lily. There she matured swiftly. Tragedy always has that effect upon those who survive. But Izzy's growth was quite clearly augmented by her time with her stepsister Petra. Almost from the start, she showed razor-sharp insights bordering on the precognitive. She practiced strange, burgeoning powers. And she devoured books. Every book she could get her small hands on, reading and absorbing and memorizing, always adding to her powers with knowledge and wisdom. And yet, unlike her sorceress sister, Izzy's peculiar magic was somehow purified by her Muggle heritage. The mind that her hateful mother had called simple was, in fact, the mind perfectly suited to harbor and subordinate some of the most eerie powers imaginable. Evil will never have the slightest foothold in her, nor vengeance, nor selfish ambition. And she no longer lives with my family, James said, as his memories slowly returned. She does sometimes, Merlin admitted. Your family will always be her home, but she has other places. She is a young lady of many secrets. But unlike virtually every other person on the planet, one can be certain that Izzy's secrets are kept not for her own questionable motives, but for the benevolent security of the world that she inhabits. She and her dolls, James remembered, his eyes widening slightly, Beatrice, and Mr. Bobkins, and all the others. She takes them with her most of the time. Only sometimes when she doesn't, you get the strongest feeling that she left them behind on purpose, and they're not just dolls. They aren't scary exactly. They're even a little comforting to have around, because they're hers, and they reflect her. But they do seem to be thinking things. Watching the world for her, maybe. Merlin sat forward in his chair again, as if recognizing that the meeting was nearly concluded. There were classes to get to, James suddenly remembered. NEWT examinations were underway. He himself had several more to attend to. The headmaster moved a few parchments on his desk. I expect that as time passes, the history you once knew will again be supplanted by the history you now occupy. While most things remain in near-perfect continuity, you will find a few unexpected details here and there. Your Aunt Hermione, for example, is the Minister of Magic. James had been getting to his feet, but he dropped back again with those words, his eyes bulging so wide that they blurred slightly. You're joking. Merlin shook his head soberly. Decent men joke not about politics. She is indeed the minister, replacing Mr. Loquacious Knapp nearly 2 years previous. Further such minor shocks shall occur in the coming days. It would be wise to be prepared for them, lest your friends worry for your mental health. Aunt Hermione being Minister of Magic did not strike James as an example of a minor shock, but he understood the headmaster's point nonetheless. He made to get up from the chair once more, finding himself already reluctant to return to the old mundanity of classes and schoolwork, despite, or perhaps because of, his immense relief. But a thought came to him then, and he settled back into the chair. A question, James? The headmaster asked, arching an eyebrow, putting down his parchments. James shook his head distantly, unsure how to even ask, not knowing what words to form the ideas with. Finally, groping, he said, "What was it that happened between Petra and I? The silver thread that connected us for those lost, undone years. The shared power between us. The payment that she apparently had to make in the end to save us all." He sighed deeply, running out of words, and looked up at Merlin, a little helplessly. Merlin leaned back again and steepled his fingers. You are more aware than many others, I think, of what makes a Horcrux and how it works. Am I correct, James? James frowned a little. A Horcrux is a bargain with dark magic. A dark witch or wizard can make one if they kill another person. The horrible power of that act lets them break off a part of their soul and secure it in case their body gets killed. Merlin consented to this description, imprecise as it surely was. It has been said that evil cannot create, can only pervert, and this is true in the case of the Horcrux. For that dark magic is only a shadow copy of a much greater and more powerful deep magic. The ancient ones called it the Lex Carita, and this is the pact that your grandmother made for her son, Harry Potter, and that you made on behalf of Petra when you were ready to die to save her. And yet the Horcrux and the Lex Carita are in no way twins. They are exact opposites. Where a Horcrux hoards the taker's life via another's murder, the Lex Carita preserves another's life via the giver's sacrifice. While a Horcrux's bargain is capricious, always seeking to renege its promise, the Lex Carita is a pact of charity, always giving many times more. This is why your connection to Petra followed you into the past, before the moment of its very creation, while Petra's Horcrux abandoned her the instant that she left her natural timeline. But most importantly, the Horcrux offers only a poisoned half-life, where the Lex Carita grants perpetual and striving well-being. James' thoughts darkened as he listened. When Merlin finished, he looked up at the headmaster, meeting his eyes. But if this Lex Carita thing is supposed to bring well-being to the person it saves, then why did Petra end up right back on the Gwyndomere? Why did she have to die? You assume your own definition of a person's well-being, Merlin said, not without sympathy. Well-being doesn't mean mere happiness and safety. Well-being extends to the very depths of a person's role in the tapestry of destiny. Petra was indeed a crimson thread, for her balance was in the red. She told you so herself. She had killed. The guilt of murder claimed her and defined her. Her turning point was not the night of the unveiling, or the gazebo in the lake, or even the Chamber of Secrets. Petra's turning point was when she turned pain into vengeance. It was when she joined her own sister's small powers with hers to kill the girl's very mother. For that reason, the Lex Carita Pact was less interested in preserving Petra's mere life. It was intent on helping her balance the scales of her deepest soul. James found this an immensely and exquisitely unsatisfying answer. He pushed back into the chair, arms folded, his face set into a dark scowl of resolve. Perhaps someday he would accept this concept of greater good, and deeper right and intangible redemption. But not right now. For now he only mourned Petra. Silently, angrily, and hopelessly. A minute later, he tramped down the spiral stairs to the gargoyle corridor, just as classes resumed and doors banged shut all around, cutting off the noise of settling voices and squeaking chairs. A warm breeze, smelling of mown grass and lake mist, pushed through the windows lining the left wall. James stopped and took a deep breath, orienting himself to this imminently familiar yet delicately different reality. "James," a girl's voice said from the corridor behind him, echoing in the falling silence. James turned around, and then took an involuntary step backward, his breath catching, his heart pounding up into his throat. "What?" the girl asked, smiling with bemused surprise. "You look like you just saw a ghost. Other than Professor Binns, of course, whose class I am currently late for." "You?" James breathed, blinking with fragile, unexpected joy. He moved to her, stood in front of her, looked her up and down. His cousin Lucy blushed a little in her Hufflepuff uniform. Her dark eyes darted to the window. It had been years since she had gotten over her crush on him, but clearly there was still a hint of something more than friendship between them. It wasn't like they were blood relatives, after all. She used her right hand to comb a stray raven lock out of her eyes. "I heard about what happened yesterday," she said, glancing back up at him. "About how you went a little mental with 666 fever and operated off to a cemetery or something. Millie told me. The whole Hufflepuff common room was having a laugh about it. I told them it wasn't at all funny, and that you surely had a good and important reason for what you did." With a warm rush, James remembered. He remembered his cousin's unfailing loyalty, her boundless inner strength, her almost unconscious leadership. His smile widened into a helpless grin, and then a laugh of pure delight. Unable to help himself, he threw his arms around her and gave a brief, fierce embrace. "Blimey," she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "I don't think it deserves all that. Get off me before anyone gets any weird ideas, especially Dalahav and Rose." She pushed him away, a little ruffled, but clearly pleased nonetheless. "Come on," she said, hefting her knapsack. "Walk with me to class. And tell me the truth. Anything you want." James agreed, nearly bursting with good humor. Together, they turned and made their way along the hall, walking in and out of warm sunbeams. "Did you have a good reason for what happened last night?" she asked, glancing aside at him critically. "Only, I know you don't have the best record when it comes to odd excuses." "Sorry," she shrugged a little apologetically. "You did miss 6 whole years of Quidditch tryouts." James laughed again and shook his head. "Last night's excuse is no better or worse than any of the others, I guess." He looked aside at her again, unable, at least for the moment, to take his eyes off her. "But that's a boring thing to talk about. Tell me what's been going on with you, Lou." She shot him another bemused look. "Are you sure you're all right? You act as if you haven't seen me in months." "More like years." He grinned, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Tell. And I want to hear absolutely everything." She shook her head at him as if he was having her on somehow. She didn't answer his request on their way to History of Magic. But she did answer it eventually. In the years to come, she told him absolutely everything. Epilogue. 19 years later. "It was right here," James said to the young girl at his side. "Right here on this stretch of lawn that I graduated almost 20 years ago. Of course, the actual ceremony took place over in the amphitheater like it will today with the families and everything. But that was just the boring part, where we wore our formal robes and they gave out the diplomas and we all shook the headmaster's hand and they played the Hogwarts salute on bagpipes and harpsichord. The real party was later that night, right here on the lawn overlooking the lake. They put up a huge white tent. Only it was nowhere near so huge on the outside as it was when you went in, and we had Rig Mortis and the Stifftones play live, and we all danced and ate loads too much, and I and Zane Walker and some of his Ravenclaw mates snuck out the back for butterbeers and even a few fire whiskeys, and Ralph and some of the teachers caught us but just chastised us for setting a bad example, since we were all already graduated and there was nothing they could do to us anymore." "You drank fire whiskey at your graduation?" the girl asked. "Well, I pretended to. I never did have much of a taste for the stuff. But Zane said I was a hinkapunk's uncle if I didn't, and even I wasn't immune to a little friendly peer pressure back in the day." The girl frowned. When she did, she looked a lot like her mother, Lily. "It's weird to think of the headmaster as ever being young enough to get into trouble for one fire whiskey." "Well," James hemmed, "I'm not officially headmaster yet. Not until Neville hands out the diplomas at today's ceremony." "Neville is Headmaster Longbottom, then?" the girl asked, reaching to take her uncle's hand. She tugged him back toward the castle and the amphitheater beyond. "Why's he retiring, anyway? He's not old like Headmaster Merlin was when he retired. Or McGonagall before him. I mean, yeah, Headmaster Longbottom's old, all right. But they were positively geologic. Merlin really wasn't all that old." James smiled and shrugged, allowing himself to be pulled along. "He just looked like it. He's still around, unlike McGonagall. God rest her grumpy soul. Merlin just has other things he wants to do. He doesn't stay in any one job or place for very long. He's restless. He did his part here." "Same for Headmaster Longbottom?" the girl asked, squinting up at him in the sun. "He has other things he wants to do?" James nodded uncertainly. "Herbology is his passion. He wants to travel the world, discover new species of man-eating trees and whatnot, write books about them, It's his first love. What about you? Will you still be here when I start Hogwarts in a few years? Or will you get tired of being headmaster, too? James considered it. You know, Ariana, I don't think I will get tired of it. I think I'll stay here until I am a very, very old man. Perhaps even geologic. Now that's old, Ariana agreed gravely. Together, they walked around the Sylvan Tower to the amphitheater, which droned with assembling voices. Zane was at the ceremony, as was Ralph and Rose, each with their spouses, each wearing dress robes except for Zane, who sported a dark suit with a bile yellow tie. His wife Cheshire kept distractedly checking a scroll of thick parchment, nicking it out of her purse and unrolling it in her lap, peering down at it. "They're fine," Zane muttered aside at her as the ceremony got underway. "They're with my mom and dad. They had kids of their own. Greer and I managed to survive. Joanna and Quentin are a serious handful," Cheshire whispered back. "It's not their survival I'm worried about." Rose's husband, Alexander Volkiev, whom they had first met at Durmstrang back during James' 4th year, sat as rigid as a statue, his chin upthrust, his back as straight as a tire iron. His slate-gray robes fit him as if they had been sewn directly onto his body by elves. Considering how little James knew about Volkiev's Belarusian magical heritage, it was entirely possible that they had been. James recalled, somewhat wistfully, that Rose and Zane had dated for a fairly long few years. In the end, his brash irreverence had overpowered his irrepressible charm, and she had tearfully called it off. Volkiev, by comparison, was an icy Siberian river compared to Zane's American waterslide, and was therefore, unfortunately, in James' unspoken opinion, a much better fit for Rose's serious, practical mind. Their own oldest child, Fred Alexei, was in attendance alongside them, wearing his first-year Hogwarts robes. He sat just like his father, bolt upright and stoic, but his face and green eyes were entirely Weasley. James had a suspicion that there was more than a little mischief hiding beneath that practiced posture. He would have to keep an eye on young Mr. Fred Alexei, albeit not too close an eye. He did want the boy to have a little fun. Ralph and Ashley Doone, now Dolohov, sat together on James' right. Ashley's belly was as round as a punch bowl beneath her strained robes. She rubbed it with one hand and fanned herself with the other. Ralph's face was a carefully constructed mask of respectful attention, but James knew that the big man was constantly, almost obsessively, shifting his eyes to his wife and their unborn child. Throughout the ceremony, he checked on her quietly, offered to fan her with his program, or simply stroked the back of her head, doting on her with almost comical devotion. James couldn't blame him. They had been childless for the nearly 12 years of their marriage, which was exactly 11 years longer than Ralph had wanted to be. Ashley bore his ministrations with affectionate patience, smiling wanly in the afternoon sun. Ariana sat with her own parents, Lily and Graham Wharton, a union that James could not begin to understand even to this day, a decade after it had been announced to the world via a surprise wedding in Hogsmeade. It seemed to work for them, if occasionally tumultuously, judging by the number of times that Lily showed up at her parents' old house in Marble Arch, needing to talk. More familiar faces dotted the assembled crowd. James saw Scorpius and Nastasia halfway around the bowl of the amphitheater, him watching with stoic boredom, her peering down at the parchment in her own lap, scribbling things with her finger. Her hair was no longer pink. Today, it was a sort of aquamarine at the crown of her head, fading to a bright acid green at its flouncy, pixie tips. It would probably be neon blue by the time they arrived at the reception. They were not a happy couple, quite, and yet they were somehow perfect for each other, James thought, sharing their time between her residence in Muggle, New York City, where she was a freelance writer and professional malcontent, and wizarding Diagon Alley, where Scorpius had followed in his father's footsteps at Gringotts Bank. Their own 3 children, Wentz, Beckett, and Yuri, were apparently at their London flat in the charge of their house elf nanny. Hagrid was also in attendance, of course, near the front, his broad back and now grey bushy hair blocking at least 3 full seats behind him. Elsewhere, James spied Jennifer Tellis and Noah Metzger, Uncle George and Ted Lupin, Lucy and her grown sister Molly, and of course the couple whose firstborn son they were there to celebrate, Damien and Sabrina Damascus. They sat near the front, on the row opposite Hagrid, beaming with fierce joy as their son, young Damien Jr., crossed the stage and accepted his enormous rolled diploma from Headmaster Longbottom, who shook the boy's hand firmly and smiled. There was, James saw, a stiffness in Neville's smile, a certain admonitory brittleness at the edges. Damien Jr. ignored this. He tucked his diploma under one arm, turned to the crowd, and raised both fists to his head. He jammed his extended thumbs into his ears and stuck out his pinkies, waggling them energetically. "Gremlin salute!" his father cried from the audience, jumping to his feet and returning the gesture, his square face positively brick-red with pride. Jennifer Tellis hooted and jumped up as well, as did Ted Lupin, Noah Metzger, and a few of the other original gremlins. Zane was on his feet, joining in the gesture even before Cheshire knew what was happening. The crowd murmured with mixed laughter and annoyance. Cheshire yanked Zane frantically by his coattail, pulling him back down into his seat. James wanted to join in, but reluctantly chose not to. It would likely be considered unseemly for an incoming headmaster. Besides, he had never been particularly good at gremlinery. On the stage, Neville rolled his eyes and shook his head, drawing a weary hand to his brow. Later that night, the white tent was once again erected on the lawn overlooking the lake. Most of the families had gone home, but Ralph, Rose, Scorpius, and Albus had stayed behind, ostensibly to serve as chaperones, although James well knew that they were mostly there for their own nostalgic reasons. The group divided their time between half-hearted patrols around the tent for illicit consumption of fire whiskey and a largish round table near the tent entrance, where they congregated and reminisced and caught up on each other's new lives. Ralph, like Scorpius, had followed in his father's footsteps, becoming the official technical security liaison to the Ministry of Magic. He alone had been responsible for the complete and comprehensive update of the rules of secrecy, which encompassed everything from artificial stupidity hexes for Muggle GPS devices to new official terminology of the ages-old vow of secrecy that all magical citizens took upon coming of age. Thanks to him, the wizarding world was, if not more secure than ever, certainly no less secure than it had been back when James himself was a first-year and a lone Muggle reporter had forced himself, via pure bloody-minded determination, through the unplottable boundary of the Forbidden Forest and into Hogwarts School. Rose had become a partner in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, opening its first American location in New Amsterdam to much fanfare and unexpected success. She was now negotiating store franchises in locations all across both America and the UK, while juggling the more prosaic responsibilities of taking care of their younger son, Ivan Arthur, while Volkiev trained to assume command of the Harrier Corps from the soon-retiring Victor Crumb. Zane had become a writer of fiction stories, partnering with the Muggle detective, Marshall Paris, for a series of novels based on his completely bizarre and inexplicable adventures. His first novel, Bullets Are Forever, had not been a bestseller, but it had been popular enough to gain the attention of a huge wizarding publishing firm in New Amsterdam. His latest book, X equals Revenge, was the 5th in the Marshall Paris series, slated for release during the upcoming Christmas season. "That's the key," Zane said conspiratorially. "I could publish my grocery list, and if it came out on the 1st of November, it would sell like lemonade at Hades Gates. It's all a racket, but a racket that works in my favor, so I don't complain one tiny bit." James knew there was more to Zane's success than mere release dates, but appreciated his old friend's tactful self-deprecation. Albus, of course, didn't talk much about what he was doing. As chief deputy or, second only to their dad, there wasn't much he was allowed to talk about, at any rate. Instead, Rose asked him about his wife, Fira. Albus responded happily, talking about her and their daughter, Fiona Constance, with the deliberate detail of a man avoiding other, more sensitive topics. Altogether, they offered up the typical middle-aged laments, obligatory and blithe. They were all living pretty much exactly the lives that they had hoped and dreamed of, even if, in actual practice, those lives were rather more prosaic and bland than they might ever have expected. The gathering toasted James' new position, clinking various glasses of butterbeer, blackcurrant wine, and one fire whiskey, Albus, of course. They lamented the continued lack of a Gryffindor house ghost, ever since nearly headless Nick had made it into the headless hunt, well over 2 decades earlier. When the party was over, or at least winding down to its final dregs, James abandoned the tent and made his way to the empty Gryffindor common room. Not much had changed. There were a few newer chairs and tables. The sofa beneath the window had been replaced with one that was, while still threadbare and sagging, not quite as threadbare and sagging as the one that he remembered. The bust of Godric Gryffindor, chipped and battered, stood on the mantel, just begging to be used in one more game of Winkles and Augurs. James' old bed up in the boys' tower had long since been refinished. The words "Whiny Potter" get expunged permanently from its headboard. This was probably a good thing, considering his new position. And yet he felt a certain wistful sadness about it. He sighed and sat down on the sofa facing the coals of the fire. It was too warm for the flames to need stoking. They were only there for effect, offering mere ruddy light and little heat. A blonde woman was seated on the chair nearby, her eyes glinting in the light of the coals. "Petra would be very proud of you," she said. James nodded, knowing it was true. She would think the post was beneath me, probably. She would say I should be Minister of Magic, not Headmaster. "I don't think so," the blonde woman said, smiling sadly. "Political posts are for crusaders or puppets. Headmasters are the ones who really change the future. They provide the subtle pebbles of destiny that shift the rivers of the future. She would be glad you were here. She would applaud you." James glanced aside and smiled ruefully. "How are you, Izzy?" Izzy shrugged. She was older than a young woman now. In her prime, if such a person could be said to have a prime. James secretly suspected that she might never grow a year older as long as she lived. Not unless she desired it and allowed it. "I'm well. Can't not be. I expect you know that. Well-being is more than safety and happiness," James said with a sigh, turning back to the fire. "I know," Izzy answered, a smile in her voice. They sat in comfortable silence for a minute. Izzy was like a sister to James, although a sister that he had never fought with, or tattled on, or been embarrassed by in front of his friends. She was all the warmth and knowing of a beloved sibling, with none of the jealousy or spite. Of course, she was also completely unlike any other human being. She was, as Merlin had long ago said, a guardian. It was less a description James had come to discover than an ancient title. Such beings had apparently lived long, long ago. Some legends said that they still did, although now in secret, forever hidden, watching and guiding from the backstage of reality. James wondered sometimes if that was where Izzy went when she withdrew from her childhood home with the Potters, when she seemed to step right out of the world of regular people, both magical or muggle. He suspected he would never know the truth about that. Izzy had never explained, and he had never had the audacity to ask. "I saw Deirdre Finnegan the other day," she finally said, speaking as if to the dying embers. "She said to tell you hello." James shook his head ruefully. "Don't start. She's very beautiful," Izzy shrugged. "Much more fetching now than she was even back when you two were in school." She intends to apply for the transfiguration position. She's very good. I think she would make a wonderful addition. I know what you're getting at, James said, his smile softening only a little. It's not any additions to Hogwarts staff that you're dreaming up. It's very sweet. But stop. Tabitha Corsica is between husbands at the moment, Izzy commented with a sly smile. What with her working for the Department of Ambassadorial Relations, she'd be traveling so much that you'd rarely see each other anyway. James rolled his eyes. You're very amusing. Izzy's smile softened. And then there's always Lucy. She's never really gotten over you, no matter what she says. Enough, James sighed. Lucy and I... Look, it's complicated. And not just because we're technically family. I love her, of course. And we did see each other for a while. On several occasions, I recall. James glanced aside at her. Our story isn't over yet, I suppose. But for now, it's at a bit of a stalemate. She's busy studying for her doctorate in advanced technomancy at Alma Alaron. I'm here, getting ready to start a new career. Izzy met his eyes knowingly. A bachelor headmaster isn't a requirement, you know? I know, James answered with a sigh. It's not that. Really. He shook his head faintly. It's not that I'm not looking, or that I'm disinterested. I go out sometimes. And who knows, maybe someday someone will come along. Maybe Lucy, maybe even Deirdre. Definitely not Tabitha Corsica. But, for now, I'm happy. My life is uncomplicated. I'm content. Izzy nodded, seemed to consider this thoughtfully for a minute. Then she looked at him and said, If anyone else said that, I think they'd be lying, both to me and themselves. But in your case, James, I believe you. James smiled at her, happy to be known. They chatted a little longer. Izzy asked about Albus and Lily, Mum and Dad. And then, as the clock struck midnight, she stood up. James stood as well. He walked her to the portrait hole and she gave him a hug. It was affectionate, lingering, and over too soon. And yet, as always, James felt comforted by the nonverbal promise of many more hugs to come, in a future that was, if unpredictable, at least steady. Izzy would see to that. She left via the portrait hole. James knew that once the painting swung shut, Izzy would likely vanish from the school altogether. She didn't have to use doors. But leaving via them, at least in other people's presence, was a kindness and a courtesy. He considered going upstairs to the boys' dormitory and finding an old student bed to sleep in. It was a ridiculous thought, of course. It made him smile. His trunk was already stowed in the formal guest quarters adjacent to the headmaster's suite, just waiting for him to move across the hall tomorrow and start his new life. He would not look back. Not when there was so very much to look forward to. Thus, he decided to go to the guest quarters after all. He was confident that he would sleep exceptionally well, and awaken ready for whatever new adventures awaited him. This time from the other side of that ancient, foreboding headmaster's desk, with the sorting hat snoozing on its shelf behind him. Perhaps he would even get a phoenix. On that note, he climbed through the portrait hole, leaving the portrait of the fat lady, snoring daintily in her frame, to swing gently shut behind him. In the empty darkness of the Gryffindor common room, a shadow moved. It had been there the whole time, only perfectly still, knowing that stillness made it invisible. That was simply one of the rules. The shadow had watched Izzy and James speak, listened to them with affection, and a little amusement, and a touch of old, deep sadness. The shadow was the shape of a young woman. She had long dark hair, somewhat windswept, but rakishly so. She wore a pale blue hooded jumper over a calico dress and work boots. She had deep eyes, the peculiar blue of moonlight on a frozen pond. She was considering what name she might choose for herself. All the ghosts had special names, after all. There was the Bloody Baron, and the Grey Lady, and even Cedric's silly specter of silence. She thought she might call herself the Crimson Thread. It wasn't a phrase that had any meaning in this world anymore. That story had never officially happened, nor, technically speaking, was her thread crimson anymore. Now it was the pale, pervasive blue of her eyes. But still, it had a nice ring to it. People would probably respond well to it. It was memorable. The new Gryffindor house ghost considered these things for a long moment, and then drifted back into the shadows, planning, musing, considering. She had plenty of time to decide. Her schedule was empty. Her tasks were done. Her conscience was clear. The end. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths. We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.